Okay then. Here we are. Let's get ready for today's stream. Hopefully everyone's doing okay. Well, no one's in chat right now because I did not give anyone any heads up really, besides on my Discord real quickly. But we are going to be playing modded XCOM 2. And here is a list of all the mods. You guys can go through the stream video again later. I'm gonna go through this real quick, but everything that's checked off is enabled on today's stream and will be enabled on this entire playthrough until we hopefully win it, I guess. And yes, the orange stuff that is missing dependencies is just because we're using Long War of the Chosen experimental version, which is basically just the beta version. All right, so that's that. Here we are. Let's get ready for some fun. Let me make sure the stream's actually working before we hop right in. Seems like it is. Looking like it's working for Twitch as well as YouTube. Alright, let's do this, guys. How's it going? Nova Lovisa. How's it going? Alright, we're going to be playing on Legend with... what is this? Alright, well, we have to pick a HQ to start at. I'm thinking we start at... I think Reaper is fine. Reapers are a fun class to play with. And we will be turning on this. This is what will be turning our playthrough into a Beyond the Legendary run. Alright, it's already on. I find it funny that Rishi just puts in the description, don't. Alright, we'll see what's so don't about this. We're going to be playing this as if it was Iron Man, but we're starting without Iron Man just in case the game crashes and deletes my save file. How's it going, Tabby the Bunny? Hey Ronar, first time in stream, but can't stop watching your YouTube. Glad to see you're enjoying this. How's it going, Tedster?
Excitement continues to build.
Alright then, let's get ready for this. Hopefully you guys enjoy our loading screens. I did skip through the intro cutscene. I guess I should have watched it. Don't worry, we're probably gonna like lose the first few runs and just have to like rewatch the cutscene anyways. I'll watch the remainder of the cutscenes. Oh boy, scamper exhaustion off will lead to some very fun potential experiences. Didn't I play with scamper exhaustion off last time too? Because I remember the what's it called? The Requiem enemies were running around. Unless that was something else entirely. Well, let me make sure that this function of the thing is working. Yes, it seems to be working. Rishi checks it on by default for Long War. This is related to their action mechanics, not scampering. Oh, okay, okay. Well, we'll see what happens with that. I just have everything off except for the selection of which HQ we're starting at, as well as the Beyond Legendary stuff. This should be interesting. I'm looking forward to this campaign, actually. I am actually quite because I do actually like the enemy designs that Rishi comes up with. Like, all the Requiem stuff was really cool. Especially that Andromedon thing, or except that Andromedon thing. That thing has killed so many of our soldiers. Okay, let's get ready for this. Very first run. Let's see how far we get. Hopefully we don't have to redo Gatecraft. Oh my gosh, you start off with an alien right off the bat? Alright, so this is just the usual stuff, right? It's been a while since I've played, so I'm gonna possibly read through some of the stuff. I want to see what this Viper can do. It comes with a flashbang, so this thing has an animation for throwing? I like how it turns around as you, like, aim it. Was that always there in the base game? It's been so long since I've played. Poison Spit. Okay, that's neat. Does this thing have accuracy? No. Wait, really? You can just aim this wherever? Huh. My first time actually controlling a Viper and like checking out all its skills. This move seems like it's kind of busted. The AI gets some really good stuff.
We have a new subscriber.
And thank you very much for the sub! Bobo, much appreciated! And here's your soldier right here. You know what? We're gonna make you take the first move.
Moving. 6 years Runner 1 sacrifice.
6 years indeed. Thank you very much, Bobo. Your support all these years will not be forgotten.
Good copy. Moving on target.
Okay, oh my gosh. This map is actually kind of cool. Was there always a Blizzard map, or is this one of the custom ones that I downloaded? I do actually like this map quite a bit. The snow is nice too. Who's this one? Jane Kelly. Oh, right, she can come with a flamethrower, because that's the Crasher class. I don't think it matters too much how we move. The first spot's usually pretty far away. What is this? Who's that? Wait, is that an Advent Priest? Wait, we can just use stasis right off the bat? Performs a mind merge with another unit. That unit gains stat boost while the mind merge exists. Frag grenade. That is so cool. Okay. That's pretty neat. I am looking forward to seeing what the Advent Priest can do for us. It's a depleted Viper rifle. We don't really need cover right now, I don't think.
I'm moving crazy.
Got it. Moving.
And of course, Danker Dude's usual insane voice pack. I think he's got a pretty low aim for a Reaper, so we'll probably turn him into some sort of class that maybe doesn't use aim too much.
Okay.
I didn't take the time to look at everyone's starting stats. Let's see. I'm a bit rusty, so forgive me if I'm going a bit slow here. Oh man, the texture for this wall looks different too. It's like a little metal kind of looking wall. First
These guys
blood.
make up the bulk of the Advent forces we've dealt with. They're disciplined and well equipped.
Playable
Obedience makes
expanded playable aliens redos most of the aliens from the last time you played too. I think it's Eclipser's Priest. Okay. So there's going to be quite a few things that we don't recognize. So that's interesting. We'll take the high ground with Danker, I think. Maybe... I believe he does get squad sights, so we can like probably just plop him up here and he'll be there for the remainder of the run.
On the move.
Everybody else, move up, and let's get ready to take care of these guys.
Arr, matey. Arr, matey.
And since we're not playing vanilla, we are allowed to do the thing where we stand out in the open and wait for the enemies to walk into us. So that is probably what we're going to try and set up. I think he can get revealed from there. That's alright. It's unlikely, I think. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They'd have to run directly at us, I think. Yeah, but some of the broken OP stuff from Mod Jam has been nerfed. New stuff has been added to fill the gaps. Okay, we'll take a look. Just curious, would it be the famous Bobo, or is infamous a better adjective? Famous or infamous? Well, Bobo hasn't really done anything infamous on our stream. She's generally been a pretty cool character.
Heading there
Done
now.
cool things in all of our campaigns. The one that I remember the most is one of my first runs. I don't know if it was the first run of Long War 2 that I won, but it was the one where Bobo was the officer sniper with like low aim but hollow targeting builds. That one was a really fun campaign to play through. Let's see. I'm gonna plop you there. I think that's about safe. Alright, so everybody else is just going to get as close as possible. I think I want the Viper really, really close so it can try to bind people, maybe. It's an interesting little nook. Danker does get a shot, but he does have the, is there a range penalty from this? No, there isn't. Interesting. I'll still try to get him a little bit closer, though. Maybe, like, here should be good. I think if you get too far with that weapon, it starts losing in accuracy. Or I think it's anything with Squad Sight in Long War. I think anything with Squad Sight in Long War starts losing accuracy after extreme ranges. And once everyone's close enough, we can overwatch at point blank, and then just have one person standing out in the open.
We can run out of this simulated world before it reboots.
Eyes on the prize.
Petrock always wants to redo more of the playable advent trees, but is wanting to learn how to do custom animations and particle effects for them first. I believe we can take a person and stand them out in the open. Who will it be? I'm thinking it's gonna be you, I nuke a lot. Let's place you maybe right here where there's no cover.
Closing on target position now.
And there we go. Let's overwatch all.
Gebe Feuerschutz.
Moving like
Got a
Dracula.
cover.
This game, it just started, baby.
Oh wait, is she gonna roast our own teammates if they walk too far this way? I didn't think about that with the flamethrower overwatch. Hopefully that won't be an issue. I have a feeling that these people are gonna get roasted by the flamethrower. That might be bad. It'll be a really funny first gate crasher if that happens. Alright, a cool little description. Did they always have this? They probably did. Oh god, oh god. Okay, this might be a restart just because of that. We'll see. Oh, you guys did a good job killing them at least.
Fire's getting worse here.
Did someone die from that? No one died from that at least. Okay, but all the people that are on fire aren't able to take actions right now, so unfortunate for that. We do need to take care of the Sentinel, which has the Overwatch. Best way to take care of Sentinel with Overwatch. Okay, a lot of people are on fire right now, which kind of sucks. I'm going to take the 69. If it misses, then we'll throw a grenade. Alright, nice shot, Danker.
I'll have to stun on them next time.
Then after that, we can run back to here, maybe take a shot.
Okay, I'll go.
We might activate, that's alright. Oh, and before I do anything else, let's throw an evac zone so that we can carry out any bleeding out people from the fires, if we have any issues with that. Sentry is the highest priority. One down. I nuke lot scoring the first kill, not too bad. Can Bobo reach for a kill? No. We got this guy over here. I'm gonna save this guy in case we activate something really dangerous and we have to like take care of it or something. Everyone else who's on fire should just get out of here so they're not on fire tiles, because Jane Kelly might have gone a bit too hard with that. Oh, and we have a med kit. Nice. Okay, so if someone is about to die, we can med kit. That's good. Snake, I'm just gonna put you back here next to Bobo, maybe. Jane Kelly, do you come with a sword? You do come with a sword. Okay. So, Jane Kelly can go for the kill if no one else can get it. Just gonna have cover facing this way, because more of the enemies will be up ahead rather than behind us. Nice work. No chair stream, not the real Ronar. How's it going, Taillock? Welcome back. Nah, Long War zeros out squad site penalties. It's just weapon range tables for everyone. Oh, really? Okay. I will keep that in mind. Flamethrower in the back might have been a bad idea. It's okay. How bad could this possibly be, right? I think I'll probably have to use the medkit on this Viper.
Oh boy, Morty, look who came back. I guess their little disconnection was just a minor inconvenience.
Let's just get that going. You also have a medkit, so that's good. You'll use that medkit to fix up the person that you so happily roasted. This is our last action. Second to last action. I am going to instead just hold still and overwatch. Instead of moving, just in case we activate something. Jane Kelly, you are not going to overwatch. You're instead going to hunker down, because that flamethrower is dangerous to us and not any enemies, apparently. Okay, no longer burning, good. I thought burn always lasted for 2 turns. Did they change it so that burn can last for only 1 tick? Or was that always the case? I don't remember. I thought you always burn for 2 ticks. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. We were pretty lucky with the 1 tick, 1 damage burn. Alright, see you later, D12. I bet it's also because the burn was set on the alien turn. Yeah, maybe something like that. I'm thinking something like that was probably the case too. Alright, since everyone's no longer on fire, I guess we just slowly move them up. Ooh. Alright, I'm not supposed to see that there were enemies that can spot me, but apparently there's enemies that can spot me, or is this a... Oh, Danker Vision! Danker Vision's helping us see it, that's fine. If you guys didn't know, the Reaper has the ability to see enemies through walls, which is pretty neat. I'm gonna activate my shadow. And maybe... is that 17 tiles? Oh wait, I can use the thing. Oh, if you see the icon next to their name, that means we see them. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll bring Danker back to here with us.
The Smith & Wesson got me moving like an invasive species.
The Advent officers seem more capable than the grunts. We're not sure whether to chalk it up to training.
Ah, yes, vanilla dialogue. Okay, so we remember where these guys are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So, like, behind this wall should be safe. So let us turn around so we don't have our flanks exposed to them, because in Long War, enemies can shoot at us.
I'm on it.
They are going to be on yellow alert, so we got to make sure that we are in position to take care of them. If I move up to here and overwatch, there's a good chance that they won't run within range for us to shoot at them anyway, so it's better to just dash up, I think. With anyone that's too far behind, they should just run straight up. Getting close enough to be able to activate your abilities, your grenades, your poison spits, flashbangs, and whatever, that's more important than getting off like a really shitty Overwatch shot, in my opinion.
I'm trusting you here.
Alright, everybody turn around. I would prefer full cover if possible, although if we can't get it, that's fine. I think there can't be
Sheesh, your
flanked.
liver must be really hurting.
Okay, that's everyone's actions. Let's take this time to Overwatch.
Got it covered.
Can we wrap this up? Me and Morty have some synthetic laser eels oxidizing in the
Yeah,
garage.
you can tell they're on yellow alert because they're dashing. That means they do get a chance to shoot at us when they come in. If you don't hit them with damage. If you tag them with damage, then they can't shoot back at you.
Oh
Nice
boy,
try.
somebody called trouble because he's here already.
Missed.
Alright, here comes the officer. He's going to take a mark with his action. Drone does get a shot. That's alright. Drone shots are usually pretty weak.
Incoming fire.
Okay, we're kind of far away from the enemies. I would like to get a little bit closer if possible. There's a really nice tucked away spot right over here, and if we put Bobo there, we do get a flank on the officer. That's pretty solid. I think I will probably have Bobo and Danker take a combo attack against him. Let's start with the Danker shot. If he crits and kills with a max roll, then Bobo can do something else. Nice shot, okay. And since he does get that, we can give Bobo a different action. Alright, what are you gonna do then? Your next best option is throwing a flashbang or a smoke grenade, depending on which one we need. I'll probably have you flashbang this trooper because he's going to be the harder one to hit. This guy in half cover should be a lot easier. Also, we have Jane Kelly who might just be able to murder everything, so let's see if that's the case. Oops, I just hit the wrong button. What did I just hit? Okay, 12 mobility. She can actually strike this guy with a flash. If I do this, I can actually get some pretty good cover against both him and this guy. It's half cover for both options, right? That's half cover, this half cover, so it shouldn't really matter which one we go for. Let's see which one we can kill with everyone first. And we also have a stasis, so we're pretty much in a good spot, I think. Let's see. Ooh, what can the Viper do? Let's see what the Viper does. Alright, Viper, show me what you got. Can you do a tongue grab? Ally tongue pull. Grab a humanoid ally with your tongue and pull them to an adjacent tile. Must be... Does not break concealable. Refundable through the by my command perk. Okay, so there's an actual tongue grab and a bind and crush. Interesting. There's also poison spit. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to poison spit this guy back here and then have Jane Kelly slice the other guy. Neat. Okay, okay. Kind of cool. Kinda. Then Jane Kelly can remove the other guy from existence. Place just 6 to 8. If I use Lightning Slash, we end up closer to him. But I believe it counts the starting tiles for the damage for Fleisch, so this should be fine. We can start off with a Lightning Slash here, and then follow it up with a regular Slash. What I'm going to do before that, though, is I'm going to throw a grenade on top of that drone for a little bit of shred. There you go, Abathur, give me a little bit of that shred. Clean damage, alright, that should be a kill. Might be able to give the kill to someone else, and then we can save the cooldown on Lightning Slash. Let's see if Rick can take this kill.
Totes malotes, dog.
80%, take it. Nice shot. Alright, and with that, we should be able to get a nice and easy kill on this guy. Nice one. Not too bad. And if we had missed, then Jane Kelly just takes some shots to the back.
Hostile target down.
We also had stasis too if we wanted to protect her. Then after that, Bobo gets us the flashbang, and then next round we can finish him off. Perfect. Alright, nice and safe round. This guy's poisoned and disoriented. I think it's very unlikely that he'll be able to do anything against us. I'm just gonna have this guy reload in Overwatch. Same with you, actually. These people only have 1 ammo left.
Moving to Overwatch.
And he's just dead from the poison. Perfect. How's it going, Ebenino? Hey, Ronar, always good to see you streaming. Always good to see you in chat. Welcome back, sir. Two turn starts. I bet it's also because the burn was set on the aliens there. My contribution to XCOM April Fools this year. Oh, there's an XCOM April Fools. I was not around for that, unfortunately. Let's see who's taking this kill. This guy's on Overwatch. He is poison and flashbang, so even if he does take a shot, I feel like there's a very high chance that he won't even be able to hit us. But we don't need to risk any damage. We can just sit here and Overwatch.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm a dog.
Overwatch.
I'm biting the fart bubbles into bath.
Mark Twain looks
What is Danker Dude saying?
Affirmative. Got it covered.
Bye-bye. It still uses the turn start tile. Okay, that's good to know that my logic was correct with the Fleisch damage. I want to pick that up, but the poison tiles are still there. Oh, do you have immunity to poison if you have a med kit, or is that only XCOM 1? Let's find out. That was XCOM 1, okay. I will keep that in mind.
The asset.
I'm just gonna do this so we don't take any tick damage on our armor. If we can avoid taking damage, we should do it. Alright, let's take 1 round to regroup, and then next round, when everyone's action's back up, we can take actual moves.
About to start, Morty.
Alright, where do you guys think the last group is? I don't know, but we are going to use Shadow to find out.
Soldier. I'm moving different.
You need higher tier medkit for immunity here. Oh, so there is a higher tier version of the medkit that grants immunity. Interesting.
You say so.
What was the
Relax.
logic for
Just a bunch of ones
medkits
and
granting
zeros out there.
immunity?
You're gonna
I know
be
they
fine.
started that with Long War 1, but I never remembered why they did it. Was it just a game balance thingy because poison was so hard to deal with?
Move, move, move!
Alright, Danker Dude has this entire place scouted out, so we should be able to move safely around these areas at the very least. Snake has a lot of HP, so we could use the Snake for tanking most hits.
Got it covered.
War is all I think about.
Alright, Sectoid's down in that corner. Let's find him and take care of him. Evac is also here. We're pretty likely to come out of this without any injuries now. Or without any deaths, at least. How do we take care of Mr. Sectoid? Is there a place that Danker can take a clean shot from, maybe? Doesn't seem like it. No easy shots for Danker, unfortunately. We could run up and just throw a knife at him from down here. That'd be kind of funny. I don't know what his detection tile radius is, though. Can we see him from like back here maybe? We can.
I'm moving like Gilbert Arenas.
I forgot if Shadow had that like really... Oh, it does! Okay.
To the sectoids first encountered during the
So they brought that back from
structure now includes
Vanilla,
DNA.
I think.
They are stronger than ever.
It's been so long since I played Vanilla, I don't even remember how that plays out. I could either throw the knife to kill off the Frost droid or kill off the sectoid, or get damage on the sectoid. I think it's always better to just remove units if possible, so I'm just gonna toss a knife there. Oh, nice shot. Did you guys know that throwing knives can instantly one-shot a fully mechanized robot, apparently? Alright, Sectoid is being smart and hiding inside of that little container. That is something I did not anticipate, but that's also okay, because I don't think that should be too much of an issue. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to come up to here. Where's Gene Kelly, actually? Can Gene Kelly just chop him and kill him in one hit? Ah, she's too far away. Or is she?
Moving to position.
Wait a second. Our first use of the Viper's ability. Ally tongue pull. Let's try this out. Oh, that's cool! Okay, okay, okay. So we pulled him here, and now I can get him with the slash as long as I get vision. Right now we have Danker vision on him, so Danker vision does not allow us to select him as a target yet. But once I run you down to here, Abathur provides the vision, and Jane Kelly provides the slashing. We can start with a lightning slash, although that ends turn. I think Flash is just better, right? Oh yeah, Flash is much better. 10 to 12 damage. Let's finish him off. Beautiful.
X-ray neutralized.
Positive confirmation.
Alright, nice and smooth first mission. Oh, let me read some of the YouTube chat. I completely forgot. I have both things streaming right now. 318 mods and the game is stable. I know, right? It's amazing. The modders, they do such good work. Thank you very much, Gene, Mark, and Joshua. Good hunting. Hello, me like XCOM? I like XCOM too. Love that A mask. It's a great one. One of my favorite mods, actually. The, what's it called? I think it's the Fancy Dress Party pack, or maybe it's the Fancy Dress Party Plus pack. I don't remember which one that was from, but it's one of those two.
All Advent gene therapy clinics.
Hey guys, we have a new subscriber today. And thank you very much for the sub! Danker dude, welcome back, man!
Ah, great, now I gotta edit shit again.
How you been? You were just on this mission, in fact. Whoa, a Ronar sighting, nice. Welcome back, Hanny. What a combo. Yeah, that was a pretty cool combo with the snake and the sword.
They won't forget it.
Alright, I'm very curious as to all of these guys' perk trees, so let's go take a look at all that stuff. Yeah, Tedster's running like 600 mods right now. I don't even know how he does it. My computer's really old, so I feel like I'm pushing it very close to the max at this point. But, I mean, everything's running really smoothly, though. Like, I have to say, the people who mod this game have done a really great job.
Capable of generating.
Alright, as much as I want to rewatch the cutscenes, do people like watching the intro cutscenes? I'll watch them if you guys like them.
Commander. Dr. Richard Teigen.
Number of mods isn't really the issue, but it does increase challenge in keeping the list clean.
As well as the procedure you so recently underwent. Welcome to my lab, such as it is.
Thank you for the welcome, Teigen. I'm in the mood for looking at perks and playing the game, so we will be skipping the cutscenes. Unless people say they want to see the cutscenes, then we'll watch the cutscenes. What are we doing first? This is instant, so I guess we start with that. What is this? Activating the Shiv. I didn't even look at what that gave us.
We'll begin work immediately. I'll send word when a complete report is available.
Oh, it tells us what it unlocks. Oh, that's cool. Hold up. Alright, so this unlocks resistance radio, hacker's laptop, laser weapons, partial, and then I think you need like biotech to get the rest, right? Oh, or we could do basic research to start with. That's the other thing we can do. Well, let's finish this up because it's 0 days. So as soon as that's complete, we'll run the basic research maybe. So this makes it so that we have one imaginary scientist. This makes it so that we have one imaginary engineer. Our first goal after getting our basic research out of the way will be to grab hybrid materials and alien biotech. Or no, modular weapons, my mistake. Mod weapons and hybrid materials. From what I remember, a Long War of the Chosen, one of the most important things that you have to do in this mod is just start beelining tech, weapon tech levels. You really don't want to fall behind weapon tech levels researching like the little things on the sides. So that is something that we are going to make sure that we don't fall behind on, otherwise you brick your campaign basically.
Commander to the armory.
Advent has made steady progress.
Just get all the cutscenes out of the way. Now, one of the best things that the modders for Long War of the Chosen have done is adding these this UFOpedia. And yes, nobody is asking the hard questions. I remember all these old quotes. I remember like when the game first came out and everyone was just so excited about all these little quotes that people had on the sides. I heard great things about the cutscene where excitement continues to build. Hope we get to see it. Alright, if we lose this campaign and have to start over a new one, I'll rewatch the starting cutscene. One of the best things that the modders for Long War of the Chosen have done is actually writing down all the stuff that makes Long War 2 different, and all the stuff that helps like newcomers actually play the game. Now, unfortunately for me, as an XCOM commander, I'm illiterate and I can't read, so we are not going to be reading all the little stuff on the side. Now, let's take a look at these soldiers. I'm curious, first of all, whether or not the... Alright, let's look at the Viper, actually. This is the most interesting thing. The most alien thing. Tongue grab. So I'm assuming that's the same thing. No closer than 3 tiles and no further away than 12 tiles. So there is a range limitation on that.
I just wish he had lived
Ally
long enough
tongue
to see us
pull.
fight back.
Bloodlet.
To know that it wasn't all for nothing.
Your rifle attacks inflict bleeding, dealing 1 damage per turn for 3 turns. Poison spit.
We knew we could win on our own terms.
Okay, let's take a look at this. So there's 3 trees. There's a constrictor tree, a lamia tree, and a venomous tree. The Viper is an agile and lethal alien unit, generally fit for hit-and-run tactics. Vipers can use their tongue grab ability to yank enemy units out of cover, then use bind and crush to incapacitate them. They can also use tongue pull to help an ally move further or get them out of harm's way. Oh shit, hi, first time here. I watched your Iron Man playthrough. I tried the same thing, but my save got corrupted at the very end of the game. Hey, mine did too on my vanilla run. Nice to see the same thing happening to both of us, Goldskin. Okay, let's go through. What do you guys think the best way to read these is? Do we go through each rank or do we go through each line? I feel like each rank is okay. Well, let's start with each rank. So for the Constrictor, we have Mark Target. Mark a target, making it easier to focus fire on that target. Any attack against the marked target has a bonus to aim. Is it just strictly 10%, 15%? Does not say. The other one is Ambush. When your concealment is broken, you will automatically enter Overwatch. Does this allow us to take shots? Like, if enemies walk up to... Like, if I dash next to an enemy, and then I break my concealment from running into them, do I automatically enter Overwatch and then they move and I shoot them? Because that would be really cool if that was the case. Poison spit damage should scale with rank plus other... Wait, it does? That's actually pretty cool. It's 15. Okay, so this one is 15%, says Tedster. Sounds like it. If they decide not to shoot. In a Long War, they've taken that thing from vanilla out, so they no longer decide to stand still and shoot. Unless it's their turn. If it's their turn and they walk into you, they can shoot, I think. Or no, I don't think they can. Yeah, not on that type of activation. It has to be on yellow alert. So when they walk into you while you're not concealed, they get to shoot. It's slightly different from vanilla, but it's a system that I think is actually much more fair for the aliens, actually. And they still get cheeky shots off and kill off soldiers. So I kind of like that system. Yeah, I'll explain like some of these systems for the YouTube people who might not have played Long War before as we go along, as they show up in combat. Ambush, that's interesting. Stim Bite. Not so gently bite an adjacent friendly unit, healing them for 4 HP. Advancements in our medicine can improve this.
today.
And thank you very much for the sub! Rishi! Oh, Rishi. This is the person who made this mod. Or specifically the Requiem enemies mod. And this is why we're here. We're here to play the, what we're gonna fondly refer to as Beyond Legendary. How's it going, Rishi? Thank you very much for your support. And thank you very much for the mod, too. Stim Bite. Not so gently bite an adjacent friendly unit, healing them for 4 HP. Advancements in our medicine can improve this healing to 6 HP per bite. Costs a single action, doesn't end the turn, and has 2 charges per mission. Ooh. You know, one of the things that's really valuable in Long War is actually healing. But it feels kind of boring to make such a cool alien the healer, right? Like, I'd want to like just use like a specialist or like some dedicated support unit to be my healer, but we'll see. Maybe there's some cool synergies here, or maybe like I'm just not interested in this stuff and I just end up taking the healing. Like, I'm okay with passing up mark, target, or ambush if there's no Overwatch synergies or no accuracy synergies. Slither. Activate to gain 4 mobility, 20 defense for 2 turns. Does not cost an action. Has 4 turn cooldown. Ooh. Every 2 turns you get to have a steroid boost for the soldier. Quite interesting. Rattle. When your concealment is broken, non-robotic enemies in line of sight have a 35% chance to panic. Wow, just a flat 35? So that's like 1 in 3 enemies. Assuming each pod is consisting of 3 enemies or more, you have a pretty high chance of getting like at least 1 or more enemies to panic. Quite interesting. This passive too, so you don't have to like waste your action on it if you have other action-based abilities. Low profile. Oh right, so for those of you guys who don't know, these lines of perks are the main perks that these characters can learn. So all Vipers of this class will have these types of things. This line down here, I believe, unless it's different for the aliens, is randomized between a pool of random perks that can be taken, and these can be learned for soldier AP, while this is just given to you per level up. Will to survive, that's always solid to have. We'll have to see whether or not we want to spend soldier AP on that, but that's one of the nice things, and it costs very cheap. If this person doesn't have any other better perks, we can always pick that. Death Adder. Take a special shot with your rifle that does 50% of the target's missing HP as bonus damage. Cannot exceed 100% of... Okay, I was wondering. I was like, wait, if I get a Sectopod to half its HP, am I just gonna have like plus like 30 damage on my next shot? Because that'd be pretty funny. Death Adder's bonus is applied before other damage modifiers. Death Adder has a 3-turn cooldown. That is actually quite strong, especially versus boss units like Alien Rulers and Chosen. This is something I would heavily consider taking if it doesn't conflict with anything else. Whenever you enter Overwatch or use Suppression, you gain 20 defense until the start of your next turn. Okay. So there's some Overwatch synergies in here. I'm seeing Rapid Reaction and Cool Under Pressure, so that should be interesting. Enhanced Poison. Improves the Viper's poison, increasing its duration, damage per turn, and aim and mobility pen. Ooh, I like that. Sidewinder. If the Viper would be hit by direct enemy attack, evade the attack and immediately move to a better position. Oh, that's cool! You can have like a super, so this is kind of like just a kind of skirmisher type build here that we have going on up here. So you got like accuracy boost, you got stat boost, you've got like evasion on cooldown. So it's like you would keep this guy you'd send this guy to take like really aggressive flanks where they're possibly exposed, but that's okay because they have like all these really cool like stat bonuses, like bonus defense, evasion, stuff like that. And then once the stuff is on cooldown, you have them like hide away for a few turns before like running back in. That's actually a pretty cool idea. We have a new subscriber today. And thank you very much for the sub, Chili Silly! Thank you very much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Wati. Much appreciated, Chili. Tactical extraction snake. Yeah, this is actually kind of an interesting idea. I don't know which I'm gonna go with yet, but let's keep on reading. So we got enhanced poison. I'm assuming this line will be like chemical stuff. And thank you very much for the sub, Tedster. Much appreciated, man. For 23
Apparently
months.
I have this.
Apparently you have this. Apparently indeed. Thank you very much for your support, sir. As well as just all the work that you've done on this mod. The version of Long War of the Chosen and Mod Jam that we're playing right now, guys, if you guys are wondering, is the Tedster version. So I think you call it Ted Jam, right? We're playing a Ted Jam version of Mod Jam. Okay, Sidewinder. We looked at that. Increases tongue grab's aim by 15 and bind damage by 2. Additionally, gain plus 30 defense while binding an enemy. So I'm assuming this will always work on most humanoid enemies, and this will probably work on things like the Avatar. However, there are some things that look humanoid that I don't think it'll work on, like, for example, the Chosen. You can't tongue grab the Chosen and just, like, shit on them for 3 turns as they die to increasing bind damage until they die. So I don't think that works in that regard, but it'll work on, like, boss units, like the Advent General, probably, unless they have, like, abilities that prevent this. But this is actually quite interesting if you have a team composition that has that struggles with dealing with high HP single targets. Quite interesting. Free bite attack against any enemies that enter, exit, or attack from melee range during enemy turn. This attack will be attempted as many times as there are targets, but only until it successful lands a hit within a given turn. Cannot target robot. So it's like Blade Storm until you hit them once and then it stops. And oh my goodness, everyone just keeps subbing right now. Thank you guys very much for your support. Thank your dude for gifting a tier 1 sub. Much appreciated, man.
We've been picking up some weird transmissions lately. It sounds a little like German, but it's hard to tell.
Ooh, Valen foreshadowing for XCOM 3 when it comes out in 2000 never. Ted is to blame for everything that is not Rishi's fault. Yes, 100% guys. Always remember this, everyone. Modders are the enemies of players. You think they make these mods out of the love for the game? No, it's out of spite for all players of XCOM. The entire player base is enemies of modders. Fade. Gain concealment that is broken if you move. Wait, did I finish reading this one? Yes, okay, so this is Blade Storm, but until it hits once. This is better binding. This is evasion on a cooldown. Reduces aim penalties from cover by half. Does not apply to reaction fire. Ooh. Just really high accuracy. You want to shoot something through cover? Now this is kind of weird though. There's not conflicting, but it's like going down 2 branches, whereas usually I'm used to things like just having one synergy all the way through. Perks like Slither and Sidewinder encourage you to take risky flanks. But instead of taking risky flanks though, Surgical Precision and Mark encourage you to just shoot them through cover from a solid position. But overall, they all just encourage you to use the gun though, so I guess it fits that theme. Fade. Gain concealment that is broken if you move. Only works in full cover. Has a 4-turn cooldown. Okay, okay. I like that there's the green text down there, free action, like these keywords there. I like that there's those keywords now. I hope that's like that with all the perk descriptions. It's really helpful because in the past, whenever I was like reading through all the old like Mod Jam stuff, I'd always be wondering like whether or not actions were free, 2-turn actions, one actions type things. That's actually really nice. Salt in the Wound. All your attacks and effects deal 1 additional points of damage to targets suffering from poison, burning, acid, or bleeding. Interesting. Caustic Terror, what's this? Your direct rifle attacks shred 1 armor and apply acid burning, dealing 2 damage per turn. Oh, interesting. Caustic Terror plus Bloodlet plus Salt in the Wounds and enhanced poison. You know what? We might do something relating to poison with this guy. We'll see. Coil. The Viper coils its body tightly, increasing its defense by 30 and dodge by 50, gaining an extra action on the next turn. Oh wow, that's neat. Only works in cover, has a 3 turns cooldown. When it says works in cover, do you just have to be like in cover or like you can't be flanked? I'm assuming you just have to like be next to a piece of cover, is what this means. Additionally, the first non-movement action you take on the next turn will not be turn ending. Ooh, okay, so you get to shoot too. So you get to like shoot and then move. Oh, interesting. Okay, I will keep that in mind. Cool under pressure makes it so that your overwatches are more accurate and can crit. So your regular overwatches are now more like regular shots, that is. Vicious Bite. Bite any enemy within blue movement range. Deals 5 plus 1 damage per rank points of damage and applies poison. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it can do up to 12 damage at this point in the perk tree. So 5 plus 7. Yeah, 12, 13 at max. Is 13 damage good? Applies poison. Okay, that's the important thing. It applies poison. And 3 points of rupture. Okay, it's just automatically good then. Costs a single action and doesn't end the turn. Has a 5-turn cooldown. Cannot target robots and environmental objects. You probably can't be flanked. Oh, with coil? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Pinpoint. Oh, this... Alright, the Master Sergeant perks for these aliens is usually pretty fun, so let's take a look at these. Consume all available action points to take a special shot, gaining additional aim, crit chance, and critical damage for each standard and non-movement action consumed. Oh, interesting. Has a 5-turn cooldown. How much additional aim and crit chance? That's quite a bit of aim and crit chance. Critical damage is increased by 25% plus 25% per wait, oh shoot. Okay, this is actually really good. This is a perk worthy of being called Master Sergeant. And this will help us kill some of the Requiem creations that Rishi has come up with. I think we're gonna do some sort of shooting build, and I also see that this person has aggression. Rapid reaction, this one is a classic. You get 3 overwatch shots, but only if you hit each one. So if you're gonna do this one, you have to make sure this character has a lot of aim, which they do seem to have a lot of aim. 73 plus 20 aim. Wow, is that a 93 aim soldier at squatty? That's like sharpshooter levels of good. Once per turn, gain an additional action after taking a standard shot at an enemy suffering from bleeding, poison, burning, or acid. Okay. Whoops, you spilled your tea, oh no! The 20 is melee, I think. The 20? Stacking extra actions on them would be crazy. Yeah, this guy's gonna be insane if we stack a bunch of extra actions. First strike. While concealed or flanking your target, deal plus 3 damage with your rifle. Now, I don't know how pinpoint works, but if you get plus 3 damage... yeah, if you're flanking the target and you use pinpoint, you're gonna absolutely annihilate things. Alright, let's go through all the list of perks that give bonus actions. So if I take pinpoint, gaining an extra action on the next turn, so you get two actions per turn. You get 1 extra action with this. I think that's it though. Okay, so we only have 3 actions with this unit themselves. With an officer, you can get this up to 4 actions, and with a skirmisher, you can get this up to 5 actions. So we can get up to 5 shots with pinpoint. And 20 aim and 20 crit chance per action consumed, so that's 20 times 5. That's already 100% crit chance. And the critical damage is increased by 25% plus 25% per action consumed, so that's 125 plus 25. 150% bonus critical damage. Ooh, this will delete enemies. This person will be fun. When we start customizing soldiers, we're gonna do some fun stuff with that snake. Alright, I think I have an idea of what we're gonna do with the snake. We have 2 options. Either we do... Okay, let's mark this out actually. So if we go with the pinpoint build, right? Do I care about marking? Not really. I think I take stim bite. Because we're gonna have hollow targeters and stuff. I don't want to use this snake's action right before using pinpoint. Slither. We can go slither or rattle. I don't think I'm gonna take low profile for this person. Like, if I'm going to take a defensive perk, I'd rather take slither. Even though it's on a cooldown and this is always up, I want this to be relevant if this person gets flanked. And plus, this has offensive applications also. So I just prefer the slightly more aggressive stuff. And then after that, this is interesting. So while this thing is on cooldown, this is a 5-turn cooldown. So we'll use this to kill a boss, or at least reduce the boss's HP down to like less than half. And then if the boss is still alive, we can use Death Adder to finish it off and just do insane amounts of damage. We're not doing Overwatch, so we won't take that. I'm kind of sad that we're not taking the Venom, because the Venom is actually quite interesting. Wait, this is actually a lot. 5 plus 0.5 per rank, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So eventually this does what? 0.5, so 4 damage bonus. Wait, 9 damage per turn? Isn't that jacked? Wait, this is really good. Hold up. I have to decide between Death Adder and Enhanced Poison. I'll mark that too. Sidewinder. Not dying is good. This is actually quite interesting too, though. This is another one of those things where it's like, if this is on cooldown, you want to give your snake something else to do. Free bite attack. This is like the most passive thing. We give up nothing in terms of actions to perform this action.
The propaganda machine is running full steam. We're picking up their transmissions even way out in the middle of nowhere.
And this is defensive, keeping this person alive. All 3 of these are kind of okay for this build if we're gonna do that. I know tongue grab is like a 1-action move, right? Follow with bind and crush if it hits. It's kind of interesting. I mean, if we're gonna do a build where we just shoot them to death, I don't really think we need Entwine. I think we'd most likely go with Sidewinder for the survivability. Fade. I don't think this person has anything that works with concealment. Reduces aim penalties from cover by half. We're gonna have so much accuracy with pinpoint, we don't even need surgical precision at this point. I think we take Salt in the Wound. And because we're taking Salt in the Wound, I might consider doing something like this, so that the snake can do a little bit of both, poison as well as shooting. I think that's how we're gonna do it. You can poison things with your gun with the XCOM perk, right? We apply acid with the XCOM perk. So we can actually apply the trifecta of poison spit, acid shots, and... Oh, you're right! Each one of these shots will affect... Oh my goodness, wait a second. Each one of our shots shreds armor. Not even a sectopod would be safe from this person. Dang, wait a second, this is insane. Hold up. Alright, this soldier will be fun. This soldier will be so fun. And then we have to take this. I kind of wanted to take this, but I think we have to take this. Does Rupture apply to poison? That'd actually be kind of cool if it did. Rupture does apply to poison. Okay, that's quite interesting. Rupture applies to all damage sources. Well, we have other sources of rupture. This person does need that extra action with coil. Okay. So this is how the soldier is gonna work. Okay, let's try to review how the soldier will work. I'm actually somewhat thinking of not taking Slither and just having Rattle, because just being able to randomly panic stuff. Most panic skills tend to check against the enemy's will stat, and enemies in this mod probably have really high will by endgame. So a lot of times the will checks won't go off, but this is just a flat 35%. I feel like that's just really good. I'm gonna take Rattle. Having like one enemy in a pod of enemies freaking out at the start of combat is just really good. So this implies that we have, when this person is not in combat, this person's capable of healing allies, 2 charges, so it's like they just have a passive medkit. Great stuff. If we run into enemies, they panic. And the standard thing will be if we find a boss, a chosen, a sectopod, or whatever, we activate coil, stall it for 1 round, or we activate coil while in concealment or something. And then the next round, we just go all out with pinpoint and all the officer commands on this person, and we just absolutely shred the enemies with this, combined with like caustic terror, as well as first strike and all these other fun things. And it'll just be like 5 shots with 100% crit chance, 100% accuracy, and it'll do like 150% crit damage. If they still survive, we can spit poison on them, or we can just use poison on other things, and our poisons are just going to be doing like some nutty amounts of damage. Also, if we apply poison to them first, all your attacks will deal 1 additional point of damage. That means each one of these 5 shots will be getting a bonus damage on all 5 of those shots. So there's just like some crazy amounts of synergy going on here, and I think this is a pretty solid build. I like this build path. We'll fit in aggression if we can, but that's not really important. More importantly is caustic terror, and then first strike, and then aggression. Caustic terror is a little bit more important than first strike. First strike gives you like 3 damage on each shot, but you're not always flanking. Like for example, if you're shooting at a sectopod, you don't get the bonus damage from this, but you always get shred from this, which is really, really good. Okay, that will be our build with this snake. We'll name soldiers right before missions, I guess. That way we're not stuck in the screen, and there's a bit of variation for you guys to go through. Isn't pinpoint 1 shot? No, it's here, I'll go through this again. So basically, this perk here consumes all available action points to take a special shots, gaining additional aim damage. Wait, I thought it shoots 5 times. Like it shoots once for each shot. Am I reading this wrong? Oh no, it's 1 really big shot. Okay. It's 1 really big shot. Got it. Okay, it's a little bit less bonkers than I remembered it, than I thought it to be. Okay, I was reading this completely wrong, but it's still pretty good though. It's still pretty good. It does a lot of damage. It's still, like if you give this person a bunch of actions, it's a 150% crit damage shot, and it doesn't miss. So it's still good. But yeah, so this person also has other actions available, such as poison and stuff, so that'll be interesting. Okay, I was thinking for a moment, for some reason I was thinking like, wait, is this like just 5 incredibly big shots? Because that was gonna like delete bosses if that was the case. Okay, anyways, let's check out to this priest next. So, they start off with Stasis and Sustain. So this is the priest perks that we all know and love. There are 3 rows: Control, Buff, Frostbreeze. I like how like direct these names are. Like you just know what it's all about, you know? Control, probably Mind Control. Buff, you're buffing an ally, or Frostbreeze. Nice and straightforward, I appreciate that. The name of this sounds really cool. I can't wait to see what that actually does. Alright, first perk, Solace. We know what that is. CC removal, that's actually quite good. Especially, Mind Control removal is a pretty rare ability to have, so it's always good to have something that can do this. This is a action, so it's not like the vanilla version where there's a field around the person and it extinguishes debuffs. Instead, what this does is you activate it as an ability and target something and remove it. Mind freeze can inflict chill, bitter chill, or freeze on the target. Cannot target. Oh man, that mechanic, the bitter chill stuff. Which mod is bitter chill from? I saw this synergy in a lot of the stuff, but I couldn't tell where it was actually from. Okay, so we got some bitter chill synergies. And for those of you guys who don't know what bitter chill is, chill, bitter chill, and freeze. I believe it's like a stacking debuff. It starts off as chill, which just lowers their movement and dodge, I think. And each time it gets inflicted on them, it gets worse and worse until it results in a freeze. It's like a balanced version of freeze that's not just a direct stun. And this one, does this just directly inflict it? No will checks, okay. So there's no will or side checks involved in that. Glacial Spike raises a pillar of ice. Enemies in the vicinity suffer cold damage and bitter chill. Ooh, interesting. Unfortunate that the synergies for bitter chill are together rather than like separated. That would have been nice if you could have like some synergies all around. Terrorize. Infiltrate an enemy's mind and inflict visions of terror. If successful, the target will panic. 2-turn cooldown. Okay. Panic. So this is just fancy Psy Panic, right? Is that all it is? It's just a fancy version of Psy Panic. Marionette control. Sees control of a robotic target as if manipulating a puppet. Interesting, interesting. 5-turn cooldown. Unlike Gremlin, has no penalty for failure, and generally Marionette control is slightly more reliable with its chances of control. Okay. I like how this is actually a control perk, but for some reason it's down here instead of up there. Frigid Whisper. Free action. Send forth a frigid thought, chilling a vulnerable mind. What's the difference between this and this? Chilling a vulnerable mind. Oh, this is free action. Okay, I see. I don't quite like the starting perks of this class. A lot of overlapping abilities, just all kind of put together. Well, let's finish reading this. Maybe something will form as we go through this. Mind Control, that one's a classic. Fortress. Priest is immune to fire, poison, acid, frost, and explosive damage. Does not protect against requiem, corrosion, radiation, Illyrium poison, and any explosives that do magnetic or beam damage type. Soul Frost deals guaranteed frost damage and chills the target, deals bonus damage based on the chill tier of the enemy. 1-turn cooldown. How's it going, Cadence? Oh, it's a rare Ronar. Is this the first stream in forever? Yeah, it's been the first stream in forever. I was out for a long time. And how's it going? Oh gosh, how am I gonna pronounce this? Sizizek Brezizota. How you doing? Long time no stream indeed.
She wasn't the type to let the collapse of XCOM.
I'm sorry if I butchered your name completely, but I don't speak. Is that in Russian? I can't tell. Okay, then after that, what do we got? So Soul Frost. This is like Soulfire, but it chills, right? Guaranteed frost damage, chills the target, deals bonus damage based on the chill tier. Oh, okay, so this is once you stacked enough chill on them, you can hit them with a really hard hit. Okay, interesting. Nightmare Devour. This icon looks really cool. And the name is really cool too. Devour the mind of a panicking enemy dealing massive psionic. Okay, I'm starting to see the there's some synergies here that are interesting. So you panic them and then you hit them with this. Now, you don't need to panic them yourself. An ally can inflict the panic for you. For example, if you had like a Viper on your team with a 35% chance of panicking random enemies, you will just randomly have a perk that does a ton of damage, it seems. It doesn't say how much damage it does, but I'm assuming it's... I mean, the mod maker says massive damage, so it probably implies that it can one-shot, like, at least the basic enemies. Solace Aura. This unit is affected by an aura that protects it from any mental impairments. Okay, that's neat. But it doesn't affect allies, though. This is just for yourself. Frost Mania. Deals guaranteed frost damage and chills enemies that move or attack within 2 tiles of you. So this is Blade Storm, or more like Close Combat Specialist, but with frost. Deals bonus damage based on chill tier of the enemy. Interesting, interesting. Inspire. Grant a bonus action to a nearby squad mate. I think you and the Viper are gonna make great friends. Or flamethrower with panic. Yes, you're right, Bobo. We do use lots of flamethrowers with panics. That's Vanilla Solace. Oh, okay. This is Vanilla Solace. So does this affect allies too? Like, moving next to afflicted oil. Oh, nice. Okay, that is Vanilla Solace. Okay. Inspire. So we get to grant bonus actions to the... You're actually a great partner for the Viper. We might make a squad out of you guys together. Swap locations with someone else. This is always a fun one if you have phase lock, which you do. Interesting. Shatter. Detonate a frozen foe, freeing them from the ice, but dealing severe damage in an area around them. You know, I've never really built a Bitterfrost type build. This actually does sound kind of interesting if you weren't a better pair for the Viper, but you are a really good pair for the Viper, so I'm probably going to do the Inspire and Nightmare Devour combo. Bastion. Fortress now provides immunity to nearby squad mates. You know, this isn't bad either. You could just have like this tank build. I think if this guy had more melee viability, I might have considered it. Like maybe if he had like a shotgun, or he could work with shotgun synergies. Like for example, if he had a perk that gives like crit chance to anyone near him, then I'd run him in with our shotgunners. That would have been really cool. Or like makes it so that like our melee attackers, like our sword people, could get bonuses from Bastion as well as Solace. Like giving this to someone so that you can chop purifiers is actually inherently really valuable, and I would actually take this if he had some more synergies with blade people, but we'll see. Compulsion. Compel an enemy to fight for you, albeit only briefly. I think this is like that one-turn mind control thing. Could be interesting. Depends on how strong the enemies we fight are. Phase Walk. Phase Walk and Transposition could be fun. Could you imagine, like, you teleport the Chosen into, or some enemy into your team, and then you teleport back to your team so you're not, like, exposed to the enemies? That'd actually be a really cool combo. Spreading Nightmare. Okay, the Master Sergeant perks. Let's read these. Spreading Nightmare. Devour the mind of a panicking enemy, dealing psionic damage, and spreading panic to nearby... Ooh, that's neat. A unit based off of panic. I kind of like that. We're going to mark that. Freezing Field. Open a frigid rift that chills any units caught in its radius. After one turn, it snaps shut, freezing and damaging those foolish enough to remain within. I hope this is a lot of damage for the amount of effort you're going to go through to chill everything. Mind Spin. Debilitating telepathic attack that inflicts... Isn't this just the Sectoid's ability? I like how there's like a favorite child among these three. So you take this one if you're doing the Frost synergies, or you take this one. Why would you ever take this one? I guess if you didn't take anything panic related. I don't know, these two just sound so much cooler, you know? It's like, hey mom, who do you love more between all of us? Oh dear, I love all of you equally. It's you, and by a lot. Phantasmal Killer, Psychic. So this is the randomized perks. These we can take alongside everything else. Psychic. Conjure a phantasmal attacker that paralyzes a humanoid target with fear. Their fear is so intense that it deals damage for each action lost. Wait, what? Psychic. Conjure a phantasmal attacker. So we're making like an illusion of something that attacks, that paralyzes a humanoid target with fear, and the fear is so intense that it deals damage for each action. I'm trying to understand what this is all about. It sounds really cool, so we're gonna take it. Oh, this guy gets run and gun. And untouchable. And Marauder. Interesting. He doesn't get any benefits from shooting, but he does have like some really interesting shooting perks between run and gun and Marauder. Savior. Bandolier. Grant an extra utility item slot usable only for ammo. This guy could be a shooter if we wanted him to be. Call back an ally from death's door, healing and allowing them to fight once more. death's door. Is that like bleeding out or like actually like a dead person? Because that'd be really sick if they bring back dead people. That's a D&D spell? Oh, okay, okay. I don't play D&D. The most I've ever touched with it is Baldur's Gate. So I didn't realize this was actually a reference to something. That's pretty cool, though. We will probably take this just because it sounds really, really damn cool. Alright, now how are we going to build this person? So we know we want to make him into a synergizing unit with our Viper friend. Yeah, Pet Rock wants to redo it once he learns how to do custom animations. Oh, I see, I see, I see. So he's just testing things out. I can respect that. I don't know if I'm going to take Compulsion, Bastion. So I have to have Fortress to be allowed to take this. So I guess you'd end up taking Phase Walk, which is still good in itself. Like, you can teleport up to objectives and hack them or do whatever you need to do with Phase Walk. So this is always good, even if we're not going to take Compulsion. But Compulsion can be good too, depending on what you're controlling. But I think this is a little bit more situational. And if you've ever played this game a lot, you'll actually realize that the enemy actions are just a little bit worse than XCOM actions, actually. A lot of the enemies aren't actually as strong as XCOM units. So I think we're going to take Phase Lock for that extra bit of utility. Now, we want some panic synergies, so I might take Terrorize, unless we plan on using the Viper and all our other allies to inflict the panic. We'll see which one we decide to do with that. Terrorize, Mind Control, Fortress, Soul Frost. I could make just this guy immune to stuff if I don't want Mind Control. I think we want Mind Control though, it's pretty good. Mind Control isn't just for like taking control of enemies and making them fight for you, but it's removing an enemy action from the next few rounds, which is what makes this particularly valuable. You can think of this as a one-shot kill, because once you Mind Control an enemy, you're probably ending the fight in 3 turns, and then you just execute the guy when he finally gets freed. So this is just really good overall. Unless there's like a check. I'm assuming there's like probably a side check or a will check with this, but it's still good. It's literally just like a click on an enemy minion and just remove them, right? Then after that, do we take Solace? I like Solace. I like some sort of support abilities. Glacial Spike. Mind Freeze. We're not really doing much Bitter Frost synergies. Bitter Frost stuff is better when like you pick a lot of perks involving it. So this is probably going to be our build. It's pretty straightforward, just going straight down the control path. And this person will probably be on the team with the snake between Inspire and Spreading Nightmare. Sounds good.
That's all we've got.
Oh my gosh, we've only gone through like 2 soldiers. We'll look at Gene Kelly and Danker last. Let's take a look at some of these soldiers. Now, I believe the mobility here displayed is not including the weapons, so we have to like add 3 to it. So Apather's got 15 mobility, perfectly solid, average aim, pretty decent hack. I nuke a lot, decent accuracy. The standard is 65. 16 mobility, that's solid.
Hey guys, we have a new subscriber.
And thank you very much for the sub! Cadence, much appreciated, man! Thank you very much for your sub. Maybe this time I'll get lucky and get a soldier.
Maybe this time
you know
I will
what?
get lucky and get a soldier Runner 1 Gesawildi.
Here, let's give you a soldier right now. Also, if you guys are subbed and you guys want a soldier, just let me know. And even if you're not subbed, if there's slots open, you guys can get soldiers also whenever I ask. Cadence. Welcome aboard, Cadence. Okay, what else are we doing? Restore life is bleeding out? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, and then this guy's slightly below average mobility, but still perfectly serviceable. It's once the mobility gets to 10 or 13 without a weapon, it's like this person over here, you don't want these people in highly mobile perks, because that's when like you're actually losing a point of mobility on like the blue move, which is really bad. 11 means you have equal to like 12 mobility on the blue move, which is what really matters. I think 11 is like you lose a movement point on the yellow move, but I don't care as much about the yellow move. The blue move, like move and shoot. Once you hit like the 10 mobility levels, like these two over here, that's when you'd rather them be snipers or maybe like a specialist that stands still and hacks and supports. Because when you have like 10 mobility, they actually have trouble moving cover to cover on certain maps. They tend to have to like dash to get to different spots, which is really, really bad. Okay, so that's fine. And we got Bobo over here. Perfectly solid soldier. Pretty respectable hack stat. Really good psi stat, actually. That's interesting. If there's any classes that use psi, we would probably do that. Alright, let's go from the top and we'll go down. Do you guys like his little Pepsi Cola and Duff beer advertisement going on? He's got a little hologram going there. I forgot how I got that to work. How did I get that to happen? I think I had like a mod that has Duff beer as well as like, a mod for is that Advent Cola or something, or is that just Pepsi? I think that's just Pepsi. And then what you do is you put one of them for the upper face prop and the other one for the lower face prop, and they'll overlap and the game doesn't know what to do with it, so it just like flashes between them. Alright, so we get the choice between these three perks, classes. All classes are completely randomized in Mod Jam. And there are so many classes that I couldn't possibly list them all out. So every campaign is different. It's just like, it's almost like a roguelike, right? You just like reach your hand in every single run and you get a whole list of classes. It's really fun. Highly recommend you guys try it out if you guys haven't tried it before. You guys can just start off with like the Mod Jam pack. Just look it up on Google and there will probably be instructions somewhere on how to install it. Alright, so Grenadier is the classic Long War build with grenades. What's a surgeon? This is something I haven't seen before. Near the back of the squad, surgeons keep watch with their sniper rifle and careful eye both on enemies and allies, ready with bullet and stun gun for the former, the feet and medkit for the latter. Wait, so you get a sniper rifle, a stun gun, and medkit. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Okay. For this to work, though, we would want to have good aim, probably, with a sniper rifle, right? He doesn't have the top aim. He's got average aim. He's got good hack stat, but nothing here does anything with hack, unfortunately. Let's see what some of the other soldiers have before we decide on what everyone does. This is iNucleate over here. What do you got? You're the average aim person, so probably not sharpshooter. High mobility. That would be between Hitman and Gunslinger. This is a new one. I haven't seen this one yet. Gunslingers excel at either dealing devastating damage to a single target, shooting as many targets as they can in a turn, or assisting their allies' shots. Ooh, interesting. I feel like this soldier would make a decent gunslinger. Maybe we would have liked a bit more accuracy. But your mobility is solid. I would say between Hitman and Gunslinger for sure. Let's see what the other people have. Grenadier has been updated though. Oh, it has been? Okay, I'll take a look at that too. Bobo's upset. 32 psi totally with. Hey, who knows? Maybe there's a class out there that uses psionics. We'll see, we'll see. What are you? Your hack stat is 2, so probably not roboticist. Specializes in hacking mechanical enemies or dismantling them with their shotgun. Okay, if we do decide to turn you into a roboticist, it would be to kill them, not to hack them, because your hack stat's very low. We got an agent over here. Combat medic. Combat medics keep their teammates alive by healing them or saving them from terrible positioning. While nobody needs to be healed, they can use their shotgun and ripjack. Wait, they get a ripjack? Ooh, I'm feeling the ripjack right now, guys. The ripjack sounds fun. Agent's always a classic. I think if we had higher hack stat, I'd go for the agent, but combat medic looks promising. Let's start with this because this is the most definitive one right now that we know of. So he gets the Skirmisher Ripjack. That's one of my favorite secondary items, and he has it now. Why is he missing a Staff Sergeant perk? And yes, they do get pistol perks separately. All XCOM units, bar like certain classes, get pistol perks in Long War, if you guys were wondering. Before I read this, I just want to see what Bobo has. What's a Tesla Trooper? That's the only icon here that's colored, so it just stands out a bunch. And the classic Shinobi, of course. Alright, let me read this. Equipped with an experimental weapons technology, retrieved from a destroyed XCOM base in Russia, and a gremlin, the Tesla Trooper serves as anti-robotic specialist, though they remain quite effective against organics. Interesting. The mercenary excels at adapting to the situation, being able to equip most weapons they are able to fulfill whatever role is needed at the time. Oh, that's interesting too. How long is your Long War? Oh, it's the longest. Way too long, guys. It's like this long. 40 hours. I would say Long War 2 by itself was usually like around 2 weeks, maybe 150 hours. No, not 150 hours. What am I saying? Was it 150 hours? It might have been 150 hours. Or was that regular Long War? I don't remember. But I imagine this campaign might take a little bit longer because of all the reading and the new stuff that we have to go through. Like, we're reading through all the perks right now. And there's like more than a dozen classes that I've never even heard of at this point that are probably in here. So I'm going to be reading through a bunch of stuff. Bobo, I'm going to let you pick which one you want to be. Would you rather be a Tesla Trooper or a mercenary? Or if you want to be Shinobi, you can always be the classic Shinobi. We do actually need more stealth units, and Shinobis did get reworked a lot, so... if you pick Shinobi, you'll probably end up being on the Covert Ops squad, or if you pick any of these, you'll just be something new entirely that I've never heard of. I'll let you decide. You can put your answer in chat in a bit. You do have very high combat intelligence, so you'll be a very unique soldier, I think, when we finally build you up. You'll probably want something that doesn't use accuracy very much. Shinobi actually would fit that role decently well. Okay, let's go to... Where's that person from earlier, though? Let's go to Rick Sanchez. I don't know why Rick is always black in my character pool. I specifically have him not be black, but for some reason he's black. He's supposed to be, I don't know why he always ends up being that. Okay. Tesla Trooper to see if I can make use of the hack. Okay, let's do that real quick. Let's just give you your Tesla Trooper. We'll just quickly browse through this to see if there's anything that involves hack. There is something that has to do with hack. You picked well, Bobo. You picked really well.
I don't know what they're putting in that stuff.
Alright, Rick is first though, so let's look at Rick. Alright. So, as a, what is this? Combat medic with a Ripjack for some reason. Yeah, low profile, Ripjack slash. I think this is all the standard stuff that the Skirmisher has in Long War of the Chosen. Deploys a grappling hook, yep. Paramedic. Okay, so you're kind of like a Skirmisher with paramedic stuff. I kind of like that quite a bit, actually. I love playing with Skirmishers because of their repositioning abilities. They're just really fun. Shadow Step. I'm pretty sure we're just ignoring everything else and just taking Wrath and Justice, but I'll read it. Shadow Step is to avoid Overwatch fire. Justice pulls enemies to you, and Wrath pulls yourself to enemies. Impulse. Your ranged attacks gain 10 aim, 10 crit chance. Boring. Scattering Blast. Blast a target in a small cone, dealing guaranteed damage, but reduced damage and flushing the targets. That's actually kind of interesting if I didn't want all the repositioning perks. And Field Surgeon fits with the paramedic theme, actually, so that's kind of interesting. Alright, here's the perks we've never heard of before. Dervish. Once per turn, killing an enemy reduces all your ability cooldowns by 1 turn. Okay, so this guy does want to kill things. I'm curious to see how effectively this person can kill things to make use of justice, because that'll be really cool if we can just repeatedly justice and shotgun. Now, something that I'm immediately noticing right now, this guy comes with a shotgun. The Skirmisher's Bullpup is one of the weaker damaging weapons in the game, for good reason. They get flanks pretty easily, and they also have like good flanks from range. Now, I can immediately see this guy just going fishing, okay? His entire kit might just be pulling enemies to him with justice, blasting their face off with like dervish, and then just justicing again once the cooldown gets reduced enough. This thing has a 2-turn cooldown. 1 kill should be enough to allow you to justice again or every other turn, but regardless, that's actually really, really good. That's really, really good. So we're considering that. Malpractice. Ooh, I like that joke. Malpracticing medicine. Ripjack / once per turn will grant a standard action point and a movement only action point. Oh, interesting. Intriguing. So, you have 2 actions. You use 1 action to pull an enemy to you. Then you ripjack / them. And then you get another action point. And then you can either... you get like 1 action point and 1 movement point. So you can either then move and shoot at something else, or just shoot the guy to death. And I think that shot would take up the movement only action point. Interesting. So this is like if you want options, and this is if you want to like fish for enemies. We'll see which one we want, depending on what everything else does. Grants 10 defense and 10 dodge to allies within 7 tiles. If you want like a... that'd actually make for a pretty good officer too, if you want to do that. Skeet Shooter. Scattering Blast and Breach once per turn will put you on Overwatch after use. That's interesting, but we're not taking Scattering Blast, so we're probably not going to be taking this. Grapple Expert. Justice, Whiplash, and Wrath gain 15-8. We're taking that. Shotgun Finesse. That's actually kind of interesting too. But you don't need much movement when you're just pulling things to you and just blasting their faces off. This guy is not very medic-y, is he? I'm a healer, but... Focus. Your first reaction shot each turn is guaranteed to hit. Okay, so there's some synergy with Skeet Shot, if you decide to go for that. Disabling Slash. Charge a target and slash them with your melee weapon, stunning them for 2 actions. The stun is really good. If we're not sitting still grappling and shooting things, this is probably what I would take. Close Encounters. Once per turn, gain a bonus action after taking a standard shot with your primary weapon at an enemy within 4 tiles. Okay, this is really good. Grapple an enemy, shoot them twice. Wait, this is actually a high DPS unit. This is not medic at all. This is just combat. Yes, the combat class. The what class, Commander? Yes, the combat class. You just have like Bradford hands out a piece of paper with like the classes that this guy can become, and one of them's listed combat with medic crossed out. Just combat. Close Encounters. Sentinel. Okay, so if you want to do like the Overwatch build, you can do that. Raging Bull. Free melee attack on enemies that enter or attacks from melee range. Okay, so what you're telling me is I can grapple an enemy and shoot them twice, and if they're still alive, this goes off. A free melee attack on enemy that enters or attacks from melee range deals minor damage and is guaranteed to stun for 2 actions on hit. So if you fail to kill the enemy that you're pulling in, then they get stunned as soon as they try to do anything. Nice! This attack will be attempted as many times as there are targets, but only until it successfully lands a hit. Okay. So you can also make this guy wrath into a group of enemies and knock a guy down. That is quite interesting. There's some credibility for taking focus just to work with Raging Bull, but with enough accuracy, you don't have to worry about that. Implacable. Once per turn, killing an enemy grants you a movement-only action point. Oh my goodness. This guy is just gonna run around slaughtering everything. This is beautiful. Breach. Fire a shot that destroys cover and shreds armor. Okay, that's not too bad. If we're not grappling people, like we're shooting like mechs, this is an option. Slice and dice. Attack any enemy within movement range with your ripjack. If you hit, make a free second ripjack attack. So you get the double ripjack. Interesting. Unlocks the ripjack charge. You can trigger the charge ability by placing the movement cursor over an enemy and right-clicking, same as with Flash on Shinobis. Charge costs 1 action point, is not turn-ending, and has a 3-turn cooldown. So I get to run up to a guy, slice him, grapple backwards, then grapple him. You can do some really cool, like, shenanigans with this. It'll look like an action scene where the guy literally runs up to a guy, slices him in the face, grapples back to safety, then pulls the guy towards him and does all sorts of nonsense. This will be fun. Skirmisher can perform a dash move with a charge attack and will still only cost 1 action point. Most likely we take this unless there's something else that we're taking. But it will probably... It's between this and this. If I take Dervish, we're pretty much exclusively using Justice and pulling things to us and just killing them. If we do Malpractice, then we do like a mix of everything. I'm not sure which one of these two I want to do yet, but it'll be pretty cool. Comes with Lightning Slash, which is really good. You get to run up to something, slice it, and shoot it with a shotgun, which is just really nutty. And you get a bonus action with close encounters. This is just really good overall. Make 3 melee attacks against an adjacent enemy. Rip and tear. Oh, there you go. He only has average combat intelligence, but I might want to give him all this stuff for the survivability. I want to take all of these perks. They're so good. Plus the extra damage and aim on your melee attacks. Like, alright, obviously we can't take all of these because he only has average combat intelligence unless I'm abusing some system to get a bunch of AP, but ideally we'd just get all 5 of these on this guy. Alright, let me read some chat because I've just been having way too much fun reading these perks. What part of this is a medic? I demand a refund, Ted. Yes, my favorite class, combat class. This is a pet rock class, also paramedic at squatty, so up to 10 medkits. Wait, up to 10 medkits? What do you mean, paramedic at squatty, 10 medkits? Explain to me what you mean by 10 medkits, because that actually might add medic back into his name. Let's see. Is there any synergies with pistol perks? I'd imagine you could do some really nutty things with like lightning hands and a pistol on your side. Like Justice, lightning hands, close encounters, double shotgun. Or like, at that point you don't even need a double shotgun, but then you'd have like implacable. And like maybe you'd run up to a guy and like chop him with reckoning, and then you could like shotgun. You can do so much nonsense with this. This build is just absolutely fun.
I've got plenty of time to
Alright, I'm excited about trying this. This is basically all of Skirmisher, except with their weaknesses taken away. Alright, Bobo, let's look at you next. What are we doing with you, Bobo? What is that gun? It's the mag weapon model, but it's a prototype Tesla rifle. We do have infinites of these, so it's not like unique or anything. Fire a Tesla bolt that can chain to near... A chain gun? Oh, that's a new one. You don't really see a lot of bouncing effects in a game like XCOM. Bonus critical damage 1, so it's not a very high damage weapon. 3 to 4 is... That's like about a assault rifle, right? Let me see, is there someone here with an assault rifle? 3 to 5, 2 bonus, so it's a lot weaker than a assault rifle. It loses a point of damage of base damage and crit. Where are you? Alright, let's read this. Oh, what's your secondary? Is it just Gremlin? Just Gremlin, okay. Arc weaponry. Attacks from Tesla weapons. Attacks from Tesla weapons can chain from primary target to damage nearby units, be they hostile, friendly, or civilian. Let me drink some water. Okay, so this is the war crime build. Well, Bobo, I hope you're okay with friendly fire, because we're doing lots of that, it seems. Overwatch shots are also affected. Is there like a range for that? Like, will it hit things next to them? Hack. Attempt to remotely breach security. Okay, so we know this one. Special operative. Conceal for 2 turns. Like, I just activate this and I just get concealment for 2 turns? That sounds good. And parkour. 5% chance for a free move after the first move of the turn. Huh. This is going to confuse me a lot. I'm going to completely forget about this perk's existence because it's so negligible. But halfway through my fights, I'll just be like, oh no, we're doomed. Bobo can't do anything to save him. She does something. And then gets another action, and I'll just be like, wait, what? Oh, what the hell is going on? I know that's gonna happen to me. 100%. Do Bobo point blank shots chain to self? Yes. It does. Tetsu says the 2 bonus charges apply to bonus medkit stuff from the equipped ones. So bonus charges from medkits multiply with the +2 charges per medkit. What? Since the Requiem medkit has 4 charges, it somehow interacts to give the soldier 10 uses of medkit. I see. That sounds interesting. The first question I have, does Tesla rifle deal double damage to robotic enemies? I feel like it should have some sort of bonus towards robotics, but let's read. I know, I hate reading too. As a commander, I'm actually illiterate, and I can't read. I just kind of say words, and somehow they end up being the right ones. Purge protocols. Tesla attacks deal double damage to lost units. Lost units? I guess lost is slightly more threatening in this mod, but it's the first time I think I've seen a perk specifically meant to deal with lost in this mod. It's weird, because Lost, I have to admit, they are a threat of some sort between like the grapple dudes and all that stuff. They do actual damage, but in all of my games against Lost, I've just been ignoring them as hard as I can. It's like, the game devs are like, or the mod makers are like, alright, we're gonna make it so that you can't ignore the Lost, and I'm just like, I'm gonna ignore them even harder. I have lost units to the Lost though. Combat protocol, that's a classic. Nothing changed about this, right? Yes, nothing changed about that. Aim, hunker down, confers, bonus chances, aim and crit. Advent security towers cannot see this unit when it's concealed or in shadow. Huh. Interesting. I think if I were to take something on this... Let's keep reading. Maybe I'll have a better idea of what we're going to do. Gain 30% crit chance against robotic units. Okay, so this is We Hate Robots, the build. Okay, I'm assuming everything up here is like We Hate Robots. Send the gremlin to attempt to disable the target unit's weapon. Attempt. Is there like a success chance on that? Or does it just always disable? That's really good if it... Well, no, if this was XCOM 1, it would be good. XCOM 2, you have to make them waste their action, because if they just reload and shoot, that's probably what will end up happening. Phantom. When the squad is revealed, the soldier remains concealed. Okay. Arc Flash. Unsafe modifications to the Tesla rifle's capacitors grant Tesla attacks +1 chain distance. Oh, okay, we're seeing something interesting now. Interesting. You can almost think of this as like a rocket or a grenade. Like, there's an AoE where it's like once you pick a target, everything nearby that thing is just going to take damage, so you want your units to stay away from that. Just that you have less control than a grenade. Aid protocol, this is just all specialist stuff. Low cover counts as full cover for the soldier. Isn't this just low profile? I think that's just low profile. Here's a question now. Does hollow targeting apply to everything that the Tesla rifle chains to? That's actually important, because that suddenly makes this a really interesting and viable perk. Scrambler shocks. Attacks against robotic units deal +2 damage and ignore armor. Ooh, drone killer, Bobo. I wish your accuracy was a little bit higher but for this, but it's not bad. Detonation protocol. This is a new one. Send the gremlin to detonate a target's carried explosives. Okay, so that's like the psi ability that explodes stuff, but with a gremlin. That can be good. That can be good. Shadow Strike. Arc Blast. Removal of accidental discharge safeties grants Tesla attacks +1 chain distance. Oh, I see. We're just going to increase chain distance by a lot? Is that all? +1. Okay, interesting. Tractor Protocol. Send the gremlin to drag a target ally to Tesla trooper's side. Ah, interesting. It's a way to rescue someone. I do play very fast and loose with some of my melee units. This allows me to keep them safe, actually. I think this actually has merit. I can do things like running a shinobi out into the open, chop a guy to death, and just bring them back safely. Gain a heavy weapon slot if you're not wearing armor that provides one. Interesting. Will this give me 2 rockets if I have both? I'm assuming not, it's just one or the other. Fire a Tesla bolt with an increased ammo cost for a 50% damage boost. Capacitor discharge, this one's a vanilla perk, I think. AoE, which does lots of damage to robots. Run and gun. Alright, the Master Sergeant perks, let's look at these. Removal of overload prevention safeties allow Tesla bolts to be fired without ending the turn. Oh, double shot, okay. Double shot with Tesla rifle could be interesting. Haywire protocol. It's weird giving you Haywire protocol considering this would just make you into a glorified specialist. You do have really high hack stats, so there's like some merit to this. But this is another case of those, the perks are asking the modern parent, Mommy, which one of us do you like the most? Oh, I love all of you equally, dear. You're all Master Sergeants to me. It's you, and by a lot. What's this one? Salvo? Yeah, this one's definitely the favorite. This one's the favorite, for sure. We do actually have Overwatch perks. Covering fire, cool under pressure, and ever vigilant.
From us getting this ship up,
it's a shame you don't actually have any Overwatch perks, otherwise I would have taken that.
I haven't felt particularly useful in a long time.
Wait, I'm curious.
To the commander.
This applies to Overwatch, doesn't it? The Tesla stuff applies to Overwatch, right? How do we verify this? Attacks from the Tesla weapon can chain from the primary target to damage nearby enemy units. They will be they hostile, friendly, or civilian. Overwatch Tesla rifle Bobo. Overwatch Bobo. And there's revival protocol. I love that perk, by the way. One of my favorite things, like, this allows you to ignore drones, which is really nice. How's it going, Philippe? Ronar streaming? He is streaming. Let me go back up and read some of the chat, because I was just looking at this too much. Nope, have it too. Internet dying on my end. Oh no, is the internet dying for you guys? Is everything okay, guys? Hopefully internet's okay. I might have missed it because I was having too much fun reading everything. Apologies for that, guys. The third row could be fun if you can use the bits weapon thingy. The bits weapon thingy. Which bits weapon thingy? Can we use bits? Doesn't seem like we can. What are all these weapons? I saw like a holographic purple weapon and armor thing. Oh my goodness, what's a Taipan sword? That looks really crazy. Alright, let's... Scouting protocol, bestiary scan protocol. Yeah, Sag, no bits. Yeah, unfortunately the Tesla soldier doesn't get bits. But let's see what we can do with this. So increased ammo cost for 50% damage boost. Overload allows you to shoot twice. How much ammo does this thing have? That's a big question. It only has a clip size of 2. So unfortunately, you either shoot twice with this, or you shoot once for lots of ammo, unless you give this person more ammo. I'm curious if there's ways to jack up this person's ammo count to like 4. Then you could shoot twice with the powered up thing. Rishi says it's purely on Twitch's end. YouTube stream isn't experiencing it. Oh, okay. That's good to hear, at least that it's not on my end. I was worried that I'd have to like, that my internet just couldn't handle it and I'd have to like cut one of the two, but it seems like it is specifically just a Twitch thing. That or routing on Twitch is different than YouTube. Something like that. I mean, expanded magazines. Yeah, that's true. We have weapon mods, right? Well, once I research weapon mods, I'm assuming I can slap weapon mods onto this thing. If I can't, then that would be quite unfortunate. Okay, so we're gonna probably take something like that. We're gonna take both the arc stuff to get extra bonus distances. I'm assuming the chain distance is like 1 tile to start with, and then after that you add like 2, 3. So you can imagine this as like kind of a diamond shaped pattern around the thing that you shoot at. I'm assuming. I could be completely wrong about this. +2 damage and ignores armor. That's just really good. I will probably take that unless I feel like we're doing healthy enough damage, but I feel like this is the difference between one-shotting a drone or like not one-shotting a drone, so we should probably take this. Detonation protocol, detonated targets carried explosives. This is kind of interesting though. Shadow strike. While concealed, gain... Oh, interesting. Okay, you would take like Phantom and Shadow Strike. I don't feel like I'd do any of that, right? Is there any value in doing Phantom Shadow Strike? I guess if you want to crit with the Tesla thingy. That actually has some value. What if we did something like this? But I kind of want to take Blue Screen Cascade. Like, I do like the top row. Sure, I'll take that. You know what? This is a thing that's great at killing things that come in packs. I think this will be very helpful against the Lost. Like, imagine there's like an Advent Trooper that's surrounded by Lost. You just shoot the Advent Trooper and kill all the Lost around him. Aim is also pretty good too. Imagine you like hunker down while in concealment, and then you open the fight with this person and just do like a bunch of crit damage to everything. That's actually kind of relevant. That's relevant. Unless I use Overwatch to initiate. Overwatch could be interesting too. Although with Phantom we lose out on the Overwatch ambush capabilities. If you want to do this, ironically, you wouldn't take Phantom, because if you have Phantom, then when everyone else initiates, your Overwatch doesn't go off. So we could do something like this then. We could have like Bobo hunker down, and then just do 1 billion damage. And maybe we don't need Scrambler Shocks if we have enough crit chance. Anything can be solved with enough crit chance, right? And since your Overwatch shots can crit, what we would do is we would, I guess we wouldn't even use aim then, right? We would just do that. Because I don't think aim works with Overwatch. You can't like hunker down and then have the Overwatch go off, I think. Is that what we're gonna do with Bobo? I think something like that could be interesting. You can just use AP to get more skills, but yeah, it's not an infinite resource though. Although Bobo is very smart. She is incredibly intelligent, so she does have the ability to learn more of these. But we are still gonna have to dip into the XCOM AP pool to learn all of this though. Because I think with very high you have like what, like 50 points or so? And then with like average you have like 35, or maybe I'm probably remembering this wrong. You probably have like a little bit more than 50 with very high, but okay, so here's how this Bobo build will work. Bobo will go on to Overwatch, and then as soon as someone else initiates the fight, or no, I think the enemy has to walk into Bobo for this to work. How does this work? I guess if we Overwatch and the enemies walk into us, then Bobo just shadow strikes all of them, so that's fine. We can also just directly shoot them. It's not like we have to use the Overwatch. The Overwatch is just like a secondary thing. We could just go like hollow targeting and forego the Overwatch stuff, and Bobo will be our initiator, where basically when the battle starts, Bobo just shoots them for like 50 and plus 30 on mechanical enemies. We'd probably like outfit her with a laser sight maybe. And we'd find ways to like jack her up to like near 100% crit chance using like other perks and buffs. And she would just have like this mass like pod killer kind of ability. This is actually kind of interesting. I'm imagining like a 5-man pod of Advent soldiers just all instantly getting down because of like some super chain attack from Bobo. Using like overcharged bolts. And then all these arc blastings. I can see that. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. It's between the Scrambler Shocks and Shadow Strike. We'll decide on which one we want to go with once we figure out how this works in combat. Let's not spend too much time on a single soldier. Let's move on. Let's go Abathur next. Grenadier, Surgeon. I kind of want to do Grenadier, but I've never seen a Surgeon before. I've seen Scrapper already. So it's between these two. Scrapper's okay too. I think you need more mobility to be a good Scrapper. Like more mobility and more HP, I would say. So it's between Surgeon and Grenadier. Maybe hollow target instead of covering fire. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Bobo. I think we'll make you an initiator with your kind of build. Do we try out the Surgeon? It could be interesting. Accuracy's not super high though. It's like about average. Not like it's bad. Nice cans, Pog. I do like those cans quite a bit. Do we want to see the new Grenadiers or do we want to see Surgeon? I kind of want to see the new perks, but I want to also start building up the XCOM Chemical Division. What's this guy got? And I Nuke a Lot is here, and we have to decide between Gunslinger and Hitman. I do want to start setting up a stealth build, and I believe Hitman was one of the few stealth build units, if I remember correctly. But I kind of want to try out Gunslinger too. Let's do a Gunslinger. Fire a pistol 3 times at a target, 1 turn cooldown, costs 3 ammo, requires 2 actions. Oh, you come with a hollow targeter. Well, that's cheeky. Pistols and a hollow targeter. Now that's a unique kind of unit.
I probably wouldn't be alive.
Oh, I like these animations too. Is that unique to this class?
Something of a miracle worker.
Getting the Avengers power.
Go on, do another animation.
Was a miracle. I'm not entirely sure how
Okay,
we deciphered
no other
the
animations.
system.
Do you guys like this
But
person's
we still be
neck?
half buried in the sand
It's
right now.
very
He gave everything he had.
Very alien. Very foreign.
He didn't live long enough to see her fly.
How's it going, educated machine?
You can honor his memory.
What's those new classes? I have no idea either. We're all going to discover these together. Okay, let's actually read what these classes do. Alright, fan the hammer. You know what? Let's do all new classes just so we can read them all. And then in the future we'll go back to the old stuff. So you're going to be a surgeon. Watch this be another one of those, like, I'm a healer but type classes. Okay, I'll start with the other guy first. Where are they? You. Alright, I nuke a lot. Fan the hammer. Fire a pistol 3 times at a target. 1 turn cooldown, costs 3 ammo. Okay, so the pistol does come with ammo now. So this isn't the vanilla pistol. It's 1 to 3 damage. 1 bonus crit damage. It does not say how much ammo this thing has. I think I remembered in the past, I think it should have 6 ammo. The primary weapon version of pistol has 6 ammo. I guess to represent the barrel. Requires 2 actions. Isn't this basically just fanfire? But yeah, isn't this just fanfire? Well, what's the difference? Requires 2 actions. I guess this one requires 1 action, but like, I can't do them back to back because this one requires the 2 actions. Do you just use them off of cooldown against each other? I guess that's how you would do it. You'd use it off of cooldown against each other. It's fanfire, but primary. Oh, is this for secondary then? Wait, so you're gonna have a secondary pistol? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Okay, you cannot have another pistol now. I was wondering if you could like dual wield pistols, but I guess that's reserved for the Akimbo class. Pistol expertise. Grants additional damage and armor piercing to pistols based on weapon tier. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. Additionally, grants high noon. What is high noon? You can't just tell me it grants high noon and not tell me. Come on. It sounds too cool. Grants additional damage and armor piercing to pistols based on weapon tier. High noon negates long range penalties and grants quick draw when equipped with a pistol and close encounters when equipped with an auto pistol. Okay, interesting. So quick draw, it means your first shot with a pistol does not end your turn, and close encounters means you can shoot twice if you're next to them, or if you're near them, I think within like 2 tiles or something. And this is the standard hollow targeter stuff. If you guys have been around for Long War, this just grants 10 aim to a thing that you're marking. Alright, so let's start reading. Shooting sharp. These are big iron, quick draw, targeting. Your ranged attacks gain 2 armor piercing and also 15 aim when firing against units in cover. Only in cover. I try to avoid shooting at things in cover, so this will probably be less useful for me. Not useless, but not as useful for me. Your ranged attacks gain 15 bonus aim and 15 bonus crit chance against units that are flanked or out of cover. There we go, that's what I would take. This fits my playstyle a little bit more. Gain bonus aim and crit against hollow targeted units. Why any of that when you have this already? This person can be self-sufficient instead of requiring someone to hollow target. Or I guess they could hollow target themselves. But that also implies that they have to take the perks, which means they're losing out on other perks. I'd rather have a separate unit give them the hollow target. Like kind of a dedicated hollow target unit. Combat fitness. Bonus stats. This person actually has a lot of mobility. Did they gain a point when they promoted? I think they did. Giving them 18 mobility is not the worst option. Having this person act like almost like a melee unit could be interesting. Oh, one thing that I have to note though. Fan the hammer, because it requires 2 actions, means I can't move to a flank and shoot them 3 times. I have to stand still and shoot them 3 times, which usually means we have to shoot them through cover, which gives this a bit more merit. Something to keep in mind. Battlefield awareness. If you score a kill during your turn, the next attack against you during the enemy turn will miss. Upon usage, the ability goes on a 3-turn cooldown. So this is untouchable, but with a longer cooldown, but introduced earlier in the perk tree. It's good for making sure that you have a soldier that survives till endgame if you have a soldier that scales really well. Hollow disorient. Hollow target abilities disorient. Okay, this is new. Oh wow, you can have a debuffing build. So it's like you're flashing a flashlight in their eyes, and then you hollow target an entire group of enemies. Alright, that's kind of interesting. Do you come with that hollow target perk that increases crit chance on them? That's kind of important. Oh, it doesn't. Unfortunate. That would have actually sealed the deal for the hollow targeter build for me. Okay, but this is still interesting though. If I were to pick between these, none of these contribute to overall damage. So this indirectly contributes to damage. If this gets you an extra flank from that movement point, or maybe the HP like gives you the bravery to run into a more dangerous position, this does, in a sense, quote, give bonus damage. I'd probably go for that one, but being able to rapid target with hollow disorient is just like an on-demand disorient. It's not bad either, and this isn't bad either. Like being able to run next to a guy, just kill him, and then just be invincible for a round. Not bad at all. Hammer time. Fan the hammer will grant a non-movement action. So now I can stand still and shoot and take another shot. Okay. And this one's lightning hands, free action. We all know this one. Sheriff, that's a new one. When an ally fails to kill a target that you have hollow targeted, you will take a reactionary pistol shot at them. Huh. It says you have hollow targeted. So does that mean this soldier has to have been the one to apply the hollow target? Or is that, like, is that hard coded into this? We'll have to see. My friend, where have you been all this time? I thought you were a goner. I was gone for a bit. Some weird stuff happened since I last streamed. Like, I took a vacation, and then when we got back, I had like this major toothache, and then I had to go visit the dentist, and a whole bunch of stuff popped up, so I just ended up not streaming for a while. And then here we are, back to streaming again. Okay, I'm gonna be a bit quieter for a bit because my girlfriend's gonna be in a work meeting, so I'll be talking quieter. Hopefully you guys are okay with that. Let's see, we got fan the hammer, lightning hands, sheriff. So when we shoot at a target that's hollow targeted, we take a or when an ally fails to kill something that's hollow targeted, we take a free pistol shot at it. Additionally grants cool under pressure. So that's an Overwatch booster. Will this keep working if or is this once per turn? That's the big question. Like, if I hollow target a sectopod and I take 5 shots at it and all 5 of those shots don't kill, will this person shoot once for each of those 5 shots? I am curious. Is Twitch dying again? Damn it, Twitch. My recommendation would be if Twitch randomly dies, check on the YouTube side to see if things are dying there. Ammo conservation. Activated ability does not cost an action point. Okay, so this is a free action. For the remainder of this turn, your ammo will be refunded after each shot you take. Huh. Interesting. There's also fanfire if you want to be allowed to move and shoot. This is possibly something I'll take despite this being in the perk list already, interestingly enough. I was originally planning on not taking this because we had something like this, but this doesn't let me move to a flank and shoot, which lends more credibility to me taking this. Multi-targeting. I'll read all the bottom stuff after we look at the main stuff. Magnum. Pistol attacks gain 10 aim and +1 damage. +1 damage is always good for pistols. I think we're likely to take that one. Gain a bonus move action this turn. Ooh. This actually allows me to take this
dark,
now.
It's dank and it's mostly metal. This ship isn't all that different from the old base.
Vital point targeting. You know, what's the cooldown on this? 4 turn cooldown. It's almost about the same. I can do something where it's like I move up to an enemy, hit them with fanfire from a flank, then while this is on cooldown, activate double time so I can get a free movement up to another enemy and use fan to fire again. That's actually a pretty cool combo that allows us to essentially get a triple shot off multiple times, which is pretty much capable of killing just about most medium-sized enemies, I would say. Vital point targeting. Intriguing. Anatomy. Gain 15 crit chance and 2 armor piercing. Armor piercing is always good against things when you have multi-shot perks. The math just works out really well. Implacable. Once per turn, killing an enemy grants you a movement-only action point. Ooh. I really like all these perks combinations. Here comes Face Off. Fire once at every visible enemy with your pistol. Okay. Oh, here's an interesting set of perks. Master Sergeant time. Lethal. You do 2 additional points of base damage and 1 additional point of bonus critical damage with your primary weapon. Now, in the past, bonus damage on the pistol was considered incredibly good because of how many times you got to shoot. So, for example, if you do 1 bonus damage, you're actually doing 3 bonus damage because you're shooting 3 times. But because the pistol is a sidearm, perks like lethal would never apply to it. Now that it's a main weapon, this is going to do incredible amounts of damage. This is very high priority right now. It's kind of boring, but it's high priority. Liquidator. Killing an enemy with your pistol doesn't cost an action. Oh man, so much fun stuff to choose. Okay. We have to decide between doing a crap ton of damage at once or cleaning up. This is the tough choice. And run and gun is the thing where it's like, I love all of you guys equally, but you two are my favorites. Lock and load. Kills restore pistol ammo. That's good. You know, since you have a perk that benefits from killing, I'm going to lean towards Liquidator. Each time you'll just never be constrained by ammo with this. As long as things are low enough HP to die, you can kill them. Close quarters duelist. Take a shot with your pistol at an enemy that moves or attacks within 4 tiles of you. Only procs on aliens' turns. Is it as many times as possible or just once? An enemy, so it's not any. So I believe this is just 1 shot per turn, per enemy turn. Grants the aim and trench warfare perks. Aim increases your aim and crit by 20 after hunkering down. Trench warfare will hunker you down at the end of your turn if you've killed an enemy. Ah. Interesting. Charge an enemy and strike them with the butt of your weapon, then follow up with a pistol shot. Oh wow. Lots of really cool perks. Fire a pistol shot that can't miss. There's value in that, although I don't know if it's worth 5 points. It's free. It's almost free. Okay, so if I were to make a build with this person, I would say the optimal build is the kill them all build. So we're going to do Liquidator with lock and load. Since ammo is no longer an issue, we will not be taking ammo conservation. Now the question will be whether or not we take the hollow targeter build. I'd say we want either this or this, depending on whether or not I want to use Fan the Hammer. This is really good because this only works on things in cover, but for example, an enemy sectopod or a mech, those don't take cover. So this doesn't benefit from that. This will always benefit from that. Like I can always trigger this on an enemy unit as long as I fulfill the conditions for this, but this is restricted to certain types of enemies. So there's more value in this. This is available if I use the hollow targeter, which has a cooldown of 4 turns for the rapid targeting. So I don't know if I'm going to take this yet. Depends on everything else, I think. Battlefield awareness. Hollow disorient has less value on it because if I'm hollow targeting something, it's implied that I'm going to kill it. So this has a little bit less value, but the utility of being able to hollow target something if you can't kill it is valuable though. Between these two, I think I'd rather take combat fitness. This is for survivability, but this gives you movement and survivability as well as accuracy. So this gives a little bit more. I'm gonna go for combat fitness. Then after that, Fan the Hammer, Lightning Hands. I think I want Lightning Hands because that just synergizes with Liquidator. Well, no, it doesn't actually, because Lightning Hands already doesn't cost an action. This helps soften things up though, so I can Lightning Hand something and then shoot it again. That'll guarantee a kill, and then Liquidator can proc. There's value in that, but there's also value in Hammer Time. For example, if does it? Maybe. This person comes with the, what's it called? High Noon. Quick Draw, yes. So this gives you Quick Draw, which means each pistol shot doesn't end your turn. It just consumes one action. There is some value in being able to take your big iron shot, maybe get your actions back with Liquidator, and then move next to something else and shoot it. There's actually value in that. I'm going to probably take this. Tedster says it's CCS, so you're saying, which one is that? Fanfire, double time. Which perk was that? Close quarters duelist. So you're saying this one just lets me keep shooting. That's actually really good then. I could actually consider that with a run and gun build if I wanted to with lethal. That actually has merit to it. Although it's not as strong as a shotgun, and I don't have that perk that lets my Overwatch shots crit, so I will probably keep that off the table unless I have extra points for that. It's once per enemy like CCS. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Ammo conservation, fanfire. Okay, I think we're probably going to take fanfire. We don't need ammo conservation. Magnum, we definitely want bonus damage. Although this has value too, if I wasn't taking the bonus damage. And then we possibly take Implacable, or we take Anatomy for the bonus damage. I feel like we just take bonus damage on everything. Face Off also works well with Liquidator. It softens everything. Right, like let's say there's 5 enemies on the field, one of them's low on HP, you activate Face Off, you kill it, and you soften everything else up, and you get to still take your actions because of Liquidator. There's a lot of value in this if we're deciding to do the cleanup build. And also, you refund all your ammo every time you kill things. Okay, so if we go with this build like this, here's what a turn for this person would look like. Let's say we soften up some enemies, and we open up with Big Iron, so he has 2 action points. 2 of those actions are taken up by Fan the Hammer, but because we kill them, because we expose an enemy with, or we're shooting a mech or something, I don't know, we're shooting something that's hittable with Fan the Hammer reliably. We kill it, then we get an action back, a movement, or a non-movement action back. Now we have 3 actions because Liquidator refunds the 2 actions here, and we get a 3rd action that can be used for shooting. Then with that, we can either move up to something and continue shooting, or we can just take 3 shots now with the Magnum. And of those 3 shots, we can end off with Face Off, or we can no, as long as we can kill something, we can Face Off. There's like no turn order necessary. It's hard to explain this, but just know that the soldier will be good. That's the best way to explain it. The soldier will be shooting a lot of times. And yeah, I'm gonna mark all these because these are all things that we will probably want to try out. Yeah, this is all good stuff. This is just all really good stuff. That's all you guys need to know. It's good stuff. The soldier will be shooting things. They're really fast and have high movement. Decent aim too, especially once we take that other perk. Good.
There's been plenty of gripes about my flying, but I don't see anybody else stepping up.
What else do we have to look at? Where's that surgeon? Alright, let's take a look at Abathur over here. Near the back of the squad, surgeons keep watch with their sniper rifle, careful eye on both enemies and allies, ready with bullet and stun gun for the former, and feet and medkit for the latter. So this is another combination of cool basic weaponry, or cool primary weaponry, and a really strong secondary weapon. Kind of like that, combat class. Not combat medic, just combat class. Let's see what this guy can do. Stun. So he has the arc thrower stun, gets paramedic, and gets squad sight. So it's sniper with medkit and the assault secondary weapon, which is just an absolutely nutty combination. This means that this person will have uses for long range, close quarters, and out of combat action. Field medic. 2 extra charges, so this is, as Tedster says, 10 charges of medkit. Could be interesting. Ready for anything. Enter Overwatch after firing a turn-ending standard shot with your primary weapon. Okay. Maybe there's an Overwatch build with this. Steadfast. Immunity to mental conditions. This is actually pretty relevant for a medic type build. Being the one guy who can't be panicked so they can run up and save people is actually quite valuable. We'll look at these things first before we look at their extras. Advice. Share the tricks of the trade, the hunting trade with an ally. Raises the chance to score a critical hit. One action does not end turn. Any ally within line of sight. I'm just imagining him shouting out to a teammate like, "Oh man, shoot that guy right in the head, right over there." 20%. That is not insignificant. It's quite good actually. Provides a larger bonus if used on the surgeon's bondmate. Ooh. The bondmate ability actually has a use. Covering fire, so seems like there's gonna be an Overwatch synergy down the middle. We'll take a look at that. Stun gunner. Really good if you're going for the stun gun. Shadow step. Okay, so you don't trigger Overwatch if you need to medkit a guy. That's good, actually. Your ranged attacks have +10 aim and crit chance against targets at full health. It's in the Overwatch tree because I guess this might affect... this will affect Overwatch, I guess, but it's not restricted to only Overwatch. It's actually not bad just for shooting in general. Distance makes the surgeon harder to focus on, provides bonus defense and dodge based on distance from the attacker. That's actually kind of nice. I'm assuming this is similar to, what's that perk called? Is there even a perk that's similar to this? I don't remember. But this is good, especially because you're using a sniper rifle. Okay. Compared to the combat medic class, this class does actually have lots of healing utility between Shadow Step and Field Medic. Quick Batch. Using a medkit does not cost an action passive. Ooh. Once per turn, take a reaction shot with your sniper rifle at a visible enemy that has taken an offensive action such as firing upon a visible ally. Can only activate during the enemy's turn. Offensive actions include but are not limited to firing upon an ally in sight, dropping in as reinforcements. Wait, dropping in as a reinforcement counts as a... Okay, I see. Faceless revealing them. Oh wow, interesting. You put this guy in a good spot. This perk can actually get lots of value. Holy Warrior being cast on another enemy in sight, among other triggers. Okay, so the text is kind of misleading. This thing just gets free shots on a bunch of random stuff. So it's highly likely that this person gets a free shot on the enemy turn. So if you want to do the Overwatch build, this is how you would do it. Interesting. Booster Shock. Fire the arc thrower at an ally to grant a bonus move action and temporary shadow step. Ooh, that's interesting. Combat presence. Grant an extra action to a squad mate. Has a 5-turn cooldown. Wait. I'm seeing some fun combo ideas. What if we have... Does this cost both actions? If one of these costs 1 action, you can give 2 actions to an ally. That could be really interesting. Could be. We'll see. Cool under pressure. You gain 10 aim on Overwatch and other reaction shots, and they can critically hit. While you were gone, Avenger and Return Fire now ignore cover bonuses. Wait, they do? They ignore cover bonuses? Okay. The Overwatch build actually has quite a bit of merit because of that. That is quite interesting. This perk is a giant jank. Cool under pressure. Okay, we'll consider the Overwatch build if this doesn't work the way I'd like it to. But they don't benefit from the covering fire cover ignore now. Okay, I see. So this only gives the aim debuff, I believe, right? So this is for like aim debuffing enemies, got it. Okay, I can speak loudly again. What? Oh, you're still in the call?
No, I'm done, but you're still talking really loud.
Oh, you don't want me to talk too loud? Okay.
Hey, but you're getting a little close.
Okay, I can talk a little bit louder, but not too loud. Alright. Covering fire provides 2 out of 3 cover, no more aim debuff. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Quick Zap. Activate this ability and make your next stun, arc pulse, or chain lightning a free action. Interesting. Second Wind. Using a medkit on a unit also grants that unit a bonus action point. Okay. Give someone bonus action points from the medkit. If you do this, you can grant someone double actions for sure. Tetster, I have a question. Does either Booster Shock or Combat Presence only cost 1 action, or do they both end your turn? Because if you can maintain your turn with using both of these, you could give like a double action, which I would love to do with this soldier. Combat Presence is 1 action point, non-turn ending, same as Skirmisher. Yes! Okay. We're gonna do Booster Shock and Combat Presence, and this is all gonna be stacked onto that Viper from earlier, who's just gonna get a ton of damage. Okay, I can see this working out now. There's also Fearsome. Whenever you get a critical hit, your target and other enemies within 6 tiles have a 33% chance to panic. Ooh, a walking panic bomb. That could be interesting. You're immune to the first shot that hits you each mission. Intriguing. I wonder if this is actually possible to grant a bunch of actions. Let me try to logic this out. 1 action from Combat Presence, and then turn ending. I can't take this with this, unfortunately. Nah, I don't think I can fit in a 3 action soldier. It would have been really cool if we had a soldier that could grant 3 actions, though. It would have definitely been really cool. I probably will not turn this person into an officer because I want someone else who has extra actions to grant the extra movement point. So yeah, that should be interesting. We'll probably just take Fearsome. Scouting Report. Collect 1 intelligence each turn. Intelligence provides offense and defense to all allies, max 5. So 5 aim and 5 defense to everyone on your team. Also adds decisive action ability. Spend 5 intelligence to fully restore 1 ally's action points, up to 2. This is not about healing anymore. This is about making a person become superhuman and being able to move multiple times in a turn. I'm all for it. What's this chasing fire? Once per turn, the surgeon follows up an ally's attack with a reaction shot. Interesting. Oh, there's chain lightning. A chaining arc thrower attack that stuns up to 5 targets. This is a really powerful perk too. if I were to pick what I would want to do, let's see what these perks down here do. Butcher is bonus damage, Deadeye is a lot of damage.
Advent's got their propaganda machine.
Let out a fierce cry, rallying the surgeon to arms, provides a massive bonus to critical chance, but makes received hits equally likely to crit.
I'm not sure I'd trade my freedom.
Oh my gosh, if you guys can hear the lawnmower outside, I'm very sorry, but there's a lawnmower outside going off. The ranged attacks gain 15 bonus aim.
Something most people would trade anything for.
Oh, what is that?
Doctor. We can offer them freedom. Even
I feel like if you had like cancer or something, you'd take the aliens offer. It's like, I'm dying from cancer, XCOM. The aliens are offering me a cure, but we can offer you freedom. He's like, what the fuck am I gonna do with freedom? I'm gonna die in 2 weeks. Damn good ground, lick your wounds. Removes poison, burning, and acid. Huh. Well, this is actually quite interesting, being able to heal without having to waste your action points. Center mass, predator. Okay, we're basically making a soldier that grants a bunch of movement points. Oh, there is a way I can give triple actions. So aside from scouting report, which refreshes actions, but it doesn't give actions, we can do this actually. If we turn this guy into an officer, okay? Hear me out here. Medkit does not cost an action, so this is now free. So now we have a free way to give a bonus action if the person's injured. Combat presence costs 1 action. So let's imagine, okay, this person's turn starts. He's got 2 actions and he's standing next to a person who's wounded, right? 1 action point for 1 action from combat presence. Then as an officer, he will grant the last action point. Then using the free med kit, he'll grant a 3rd action. You get 3 actions on that soldier, provided you find a way to get that soldier injured. So you could like toss a grenade on them by yourself or something. And then you've got a soldier that can just get 3 extra actions and just go to town on enemies. That Viper is going to be hitting like a truck when we take that pinpoint shot with it. I don't even know if I would take Scouting Report. I might actually take Chain Lightning. At this point, Chain Lightning is actually valuable enough to be taken. And then we'd maybe take Stun Gunner. We won't be able to use Advice during the turn that we're giving a bunch of action points. So Stun Gunner actually has value. So after you're done doing this combo and you're not ready to do this combo yet, you can just do Chain Lightning stuff. And then Field Medic or Steadfast. If I give you a Mind Shield, Steadfast is no longer necessary. But then I have to give up a slot. Are you allowed to carry 2 medkits? I think you're only allowed 1, right? Yeah, you're only allowed 1 medkit anyways. So with my other slot, I'd be carrying a Mind Shield, so I wouldn't be taking Steadfast. I just take Field Medic for the extra charges. And then after that, we have to decide between Blurred or Shadow Step. Shadow Step has value, although it does actually have value. But I feel like this gives us a little bit more value. And as an officer, you want to be shot at less. Blurred will make you get shot at less. So this is going to be this guy's build. When he's not doing his super combo, he's just going to be using Chain Lightning, as well as Stun Gunner for the bonus hit chance from the Arc Thrower, as well as medkitting teammates. And they are actually a legitimate support unit. Now, he's doing nothing surgeon related besides giving action points, but you know, it is a support class, so as advertised, we are playing a support unit now, so this will be quite interesting. It does come with things like Butcher, Deadeye and stuff, Battle Cry, a bunch of crit perks. I think this will just be one of the few guys that we don't learn special abilities on, especially because his combat intelligence is kind of low. With the few points that he does have, though, we can teach him Lick Your Wounds for a bit of survivability, maybe Center Mass, and I think with very low, you should be able to fit on 25 points. Could also do this if we want to just give you more defense, plus 10 defense while you're on high ground. So that will be what this soldier does. Just a purely support unit that has a sniper rifle for show. Can I switch this to like something that lets you move a bit faster, like an SMG? No, it doesn't seem like it. But you can grab like a strike rifle, so it's not like you have to have like, a sniper rifle. You can even do like a marksman rifle or something. That could be interesting. And then with all of this, you'd have a very functional build, right? Something like that. Cool. That's gonna be Abathur's perk. We've been streaming for 2 hours. Holy crap! We haven't even done a mission past Gatecrasher yet. We're almost done. I gotta read everything. This one we recognize if you've seen the previous mod jams before. I believe they've changed a few things. What's this Shadow Grenadier? Also, for those guys who, I'll just give a quick rundown for those guys who have only played vanilla. In Long War 2, Shadow is not a permanent stealth, but rather it's an on and off thing. So it lasts for 2 turns, then it's on cooldown for 4 turns. So basically, for 2 turns they'll be revealed, 2 turns they'll be in Shadow, unless you find some way to extend Shadow. Tracking allows them to see through walls. I call that Danker Vision. That's when you see like a holographic image of the enemies. And Squad Sight, they get sniper rifle actions. Okay, Shadow Grenadier. Throwing or launching grenades no longer ends the turn, breaks Shadow, and grenades have no cooldown. In addition, you can throw grenades 2 tiles further and the radius increases by 1. Grants a grenade only slot. No longer ends the turn, breaks Shadow, and grenades have no cooldown. I think the English is a bit messed up here. Throwing or launching grenades no longer ends the turn, breaks Shadow. Wait, so it does break Shadow, but it doesn't end your turn and has no cooldown. So you're allowed to throw multiple grenades back to back. Because in Long War, grenades have a 1-turn cooldown. Or breaks Shadow. It does not. Oh, so it doesn't break Shadow. Gosh darn it. How's it going, Rash? How you doing? Okay, so you don't break Shadow and you can throw grenades with this guy. It's somewhat interesting. Knife Juggler. +1 bonus damage to throwing knives and an additional throwing knife, and each kill with the main gun gives you an extra throwing knife. Concentration. Your grazing attacks are automatically upgraded to normal hits. Would we ever take that? Maybe for the Banish build if we decide to go for it. Danker's accuracy isn't particularly high this round, so I will probably not be going the Banish build. Stalker. +3 mobility and aim while concealed. Crippling Strike. Throw a knife that causes the enemy to be maimed. This is actually quite good because it works on like chrysalids, berserkers. Particularly it's like great on like the Berserker Queen, I believe, stuff like that. Shooting Sharp. Ranged attacks have 2 armor piercing and 15 aim when firing against units in cover. Again, I don't really do cover shots usually, although sometimes if I'm desperate, I might. I have to decide whether or not this one's worth it or not. Deadly Haze increases tile coverage of fire, acid, and poison from grenades to 100%. Wait, isn't that a lot? Am I reading this right? 100%? Isn't that a massive AoE? Huh. You are not... Oh, you know what would fit thematically with this? This idea of like throwing a Deadly Haze in. Imagine this perk also makes the Reaper immune to those debuffs and makes it so that they can walk into those clouds and those clouds count as like smoke cover. That'd actually be a really interesting build for this guy. Silent Killer. You are not revealed from Shadow when you kill with your primary weapon. That's a classic. Homing Mine. Attach a claymore onto an enemy, the homing mine will explode upon that enemy taking damage. I'm sure that's a strong perk. I probably will not take that because I want to get more synergies with other stuff. Once per mission as a free action, set all your cooldowns on abilities back to 0. Is this a cooldown ability? 1 charge, okay. Cooldown based abilities, let's see. Oh man, I'm so sorry about the lawnmower, guys. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about it. Banish has a 5-turn cooldown. Oh man, we get remote start. Does this have a cooldown? Oh, it only has 1 charge. Wait a second. Why does this have both a charge and a cooldown? Doesn't giving this 1 charge defeat the whole point of the cooldown? I'm kind of confused by why this has a cooldown tied to it. Okay, but anyways. back-to-back Banish. I said I wasn't going to use Banish because this guy's aim isn't very high, but like, I don't know, it's kind of calling to me right now. Death Dealer. Grants 25% crit chance. When shooting flank targets in shadows, the critical damage of your weapon is doubled. Okay.
Sound like the kind of recruit we're looking for.
Once per turn, gain a bonus action after throwing a knife at a target within 5 tiles. Cannot trigger on the same turn as Cheap Shot. What's Cheap Shot? Do we have Cheap Shot? I think that was like an old perk that got removed. Oh no, it's right here. Once per turn, gain a movement action after shooting with your primary weapon at a unit that was damaged this turn. Okay. Free knife throw. Devastation. The radius of your grenades and rockets is increased by 2, and the radius of your breach and collateral damage abilities are increased by 1. I guess if you want to do like shadow ambushing with grenades, this is actually quite good. We'll see if we need a shadow ambusher, and then we'll decide on that. Right now I'm leaning toward the Death Dealer build, but let's see. Iron Rations. Gain 1 bonus use on all your grenades, and equipped rockets also get 1 extra frag grenade in addition to your equipped grenades. Intriguing. Impersonal Edge. When you get a kill with a throwing knife, reduce shadow cooldown by 1 and gain a stackable plus 20 aim buff for 3 turns. So this is basically the stay in shadow forever and just keep throwing knives build. You would definitely need to do a combination of throwing knives and killing things with Silent Killer. But that's interesting. It's actually kind of interesting. Bullseye. Fire a shot that deals critical damage and gives targets penalties to aim, defense, and will. Is it permanent? Yes, it is. I'm assuming it is, because the old version of this was permanent. Finally, First Strike. While concealed or flanking your target, deal 3 bonus damage with your Vector Rifle. Throwing knives apply a stacking 50 crit chance against the target from all sources for the remainder of this turn. If you throw 2 knives on something, you have a 100% crit chance on it. Just permanently. Wow. Or not permanently, but for the rest of the turn. That is really good, actually. Knife build is actually kind of interesting. True Predator. Decreases the per shot aim penalty of Banish by 5 and decreases its cooldown by 1. Increases the range of knife encounters to 6. Death Dealer now doubles the critical damage bonus of your weapon against unflankable targets. Let's reread Banish again. Fire at a target until you run out of ammo or it dies. Each shot has 20 aim less and 1 damage less than the previous one. Now, the Reaper Vector Rifle has 3 ammo, and plus the Elite Expanded Weapon mod, it will have 6 shots. So, 6 shots times 20 aim less, you're losing aim very quickly, and you will probably not have 100% aim by the time the final shot is shot. So, more realistically, you get to like land 3 shots with the Banish. But if we take True Predator, it will only lose 15 aim, which is still a lot, honestly. Like, 3 shots is already minus 45 aim. That's a lot of accuracy to lose. I don't know if we take that. Whenever you get a critical hit, your target and other enemies... Does this crit? If Banish crits, that might be good. Each shot in Banish rolls a separate chance to hit. Banish cannot be activated with only 1 ammo remaining. Banish shots can crit. Whenever you get a critical hit, your target and other enemies within 6 tiles have a 33% chance to panic. Does not work with explosive. So you can do this thing where you activate Banish with a lot of crit chance and you repeatedly crit a target. And by the time you're done shooting your Banish shots, all enemies within 6 tiles should just be panicked. That's actually kind of an interesting concept. The other concept that you could go with is just Death Dealer and just doing a bunch of damage. Do you have multi-shots added to your build? They used to come with Light 'em Up, which made them incredibly busted. I don't see Light 'em Up anymore, so I don't think they have a multi-shot. With no damage penalty, 2-turn cooldown, and 15 aim per shot stacking, it was basically auto pick. Yeah, light 'em up is gone for now. I can see why though. Light 'em up with Death Dealer and Squad Sight definitely seems really powerful. Your ranged attacks grant... I'm trying to think about how I would build this person. Low aim for a Reaper. It's not like this is low aim overall. Like, Reapers just get so much aim that it just doesn't even matter. Well, it matters for Banish. You really want like that 80 aim type Reaper for Banished. Do we want a Death Dealer build or a Banish build? That is the question, and I am not sure, honestly. We have Hidden Reserve, so we should take advantage of something that uses cooldowns, which would be Banish. Death Dealer does not have a cooldown. Rip Knife build. I mean, knife build's not bad either. They apparently get pistols too. We could do something pistol related. You could do something with like Rend the Marked knife encounters, maybe. Death Dealer Bullseye is always a fun build. I feel like I want to try something with Bullseye, maybe. You could also just do like Swift Throw, Swift Hidden Reserves. Devastation. Since there's no cooldown on grenades, I probably won't take the grenade build. He does get Bandolier. Bonus ammo slot. Concentration helps with Banish. That much is good. Also, it negates the Chosen's abilities to dodge everything, which is very helpful. Maybe we do something like this. Plus aim while concealed. Silent Killer. Gain a movement action after shooting with your primary weapon at a target that was damaged this turn. Do I need that? Maybe? Maybe I just take Swift Throw just so we have more throwing knife options. I mean, these units come with throwing knives, so it'd be a shame not to make use of the throwing knives, and it's a cooldown based ability. Same with Hidden Reserves. Then we have to decide between these two. This is where the branch splits off. Do we do lots of damage with our crits? Critical damage of the weapon is doubled. With Bullseye, that's just some insane amount of damage. True Predator, let's see what this does. Death Dealer now deals double critical damage bonus of your weapon against unflankable targets. Yawn. What's the cooldown on Banished? 5-turn cooldown, so you definitely want to do something with Hidden Reserves on that. I could try the Predator build. I think I'm just going to do something like this, and then it's between these two. I'm still not sure yet. I think the loss of the multi-shot perk makes me lean towards doing Banish build for boss killing, but he's going to need a lot of support to make that work. He's going to need like hollow targets and all that other junk. I don't know how reliable this will be, but the ability to just kill some boss units straight up is just too valuable to pass up, especially with like the Requiem bosses. I think we probably want Banish. So we're gonna go with this, and also Banish works with Fearsome, since he's gonna be critting a bunch. Or, well, he won't be critting a bunch, but he can use Bullseye to get free crits. Sting Grenades actually lend some viability to Shadow Grenadier, maybe. Remote Start. I think we'll just take something like this. He's low combat intelligence, so he might not even be able to take Fearsome. We might just end up taking like hidden reserves, remote start maybe, something like that. That should be good. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, we're almost done, guys. We're almost done. Last person is Jane Kelly. Let's see how the Crasher build has changed, if at all.
What exactly did you do
Low aim,
At one time,
average
I was
mobility,
employed as
so
a
probably just
biochemist
sword
at
stuff, maybe
pharmaceutical
flamethrower because she does get a
mainly
flamethrower.
researching vaccine production
Slugshot, zone of
techniques. Because of my
control,
background, I was
salvo.
rounded up by Advent and put to work in
I'll go
of
through
the
this one a
very
bit
first
quicker.
gene therapy clinics.
Street Sweeper,
I saw
Butcher,
firsthand what their
Fade,
technology is capable of,
Reaper,
for better or worse.
And I'd say we're lucky to have you
hidden
with
reserves.
us.
Nice, okay, she has hidden reserves. Okay, so we'll probably just take hidden reserves and Reaper with Butcher maybe, and then she can just Reaper twice. That's the best I can imagine right now. Devastation, Bladestorm, Untouchable. I guess she could take Untouchable or Bladestorm. Untouchable seems to make a bit more sense because she's trying to kill things. Aggression to make sure she kills the things. We can also take this. This destroys cover, which is actually quite valuable. Remove cover with Breach and have it just go on cooldown. But then we do lose out on aggression, which does help out a lot with like the Reaper killing. So I'm not actually sure if I want to do that. It's between these two. And then Keen Edge, sword attacks, deal extra damage and ignore armor. And then zone of control. Okay, maybe something like this. She also comes with Conceal, which is quite valuable. With Ghostwalker. Oh, wow. Interesting. Actually, if you're going to get Ghostwalker, then you have viability for a Street Sweeper build. Yeah, I think we do a Street Sweeper build. And then she can just Conceal and Street Sweeper another group. Okay. That's something. Close Encounters, Reaper, Packmaster. You can still take Reaper, it's not like you can't use your swords. We would take Keen Edge. Since we have Street Sweeper, we no longer need Trench Gun. I think we definitely take Aggression for the Street Sweeper. Hidden Reserve so you can activate all this stuff again. Is this once per mission or? Concealment cannot be used when flanked by nearby enemies. Requires one action to end soldier's turn. Once per mission. So this is charge based, so I can't use Hidden Reserves to undo or redo Conceal, unfortunately. But we could do something like this, and maybe Untouchable or Bladestorm. Both are fine. And then Slugshot is zone of control. I think with her type of build, she's going to be in the middle of the enemy teams a lot, so I want to force the enemies to suffer aim and mobility penalties. Okay, so this is going to be Jane Kelly's build. She runs in and uses Reaper to kill a bunch of things, and then uses Hidden Reserves to get Reaper back. If she's not in the middle of doing that, then she's using Conceal Ghostwalker to sneak up to an unactivated pot of Advent that are neatly lined up for a massive cone shotgun that just kills everything at once. Should be fun. Honestly, she doesn't even need to take Street Sweeper. We could just conserve this for the flamethrower too. Like, she can just walk up to things with her flamethrower and burn things. Lots of things that Jane Kelly can do, but I think this is quite valid. Both of these are valid options. Butcher gives me a little bit more damage with Reaper. I think I'm gonna pass up on Street Sweeper because she has a flamethrower already, so she'll carry a flamethrower, and anything that she can't kill with her sword she burns. And with Butcher, she'll just do a ton of damage to organic targets with Reaper, and that'll guarantee kills, and she can just chain things for fun. And just because she has so many sword perks, I think it's just natural that we give her Bladestorm. She doesn't have crit chance though from Bladestorm. And she is going for kills. I think we go like this. Alright, that's the Jane Kelly build. Let's go actually play a mission. Otherwise you guys are probably going to go crazy from just watching me do all this stuff. Let's get our, what's it called? The training center? No. Guerrilla Tactics School.
Construction initiated.
We've looked at the stuff over here.
Command.
Go ignore Bradford. And here we go. What are we doing right now? How's it going, Kashinha? Now the legendary Ronar man is back. Ronar, man, I haven't actually made him as a character yet. Maybe if there's an extra slot open and people don't ask for characters, I'll put him in somewhere. Commander, the Resistance has heard rumors of black market. Cool.
A number of interesting discoveries, Commander.
So we get a free shiv. Nice. Oh, we get another one?
The science.
Do we just keep getting free ones? Or what?
My people have thrown off the shackles of alien oppression. And through discipline, we have survived.
Do we just keep getting free shivs?
We don't rely on the aliens' technology.
No, I think we just get 2.
And we would never
Okay,
learn their
first things first, we want to get weapons, but what we can do to give ourselves a jump start is just do basic research first, so I'm going to do that. But before I do that, I'm going to do resistance comms. Actually, I'm just like switching between all the researches. I think resistance comms first so we can make contact with the second region, and oh my goodness, why is the camera being weird?
Commander, we've already dedicated considerable resources toward the
Alright, Haven management time. We just need someone in here for now. What are we tossing in there? Let's toss in our priest temporarily. And let's delete that squad so we are not constrained in the squads that we're setting up. We'll remake our own squads later. Squad management. Delete that squad. Good. And we're definitely going to bring back those themed squads, because themed squads are always fun. Alright, am I missing anything? It said incoming transmission. I think there was something I failed to look at.
Just give the word and I'll get
I watched
started.
engineering. I looked at this armory. I looked at. I looked at this thing, the bestiary. I like the camera work with this. And here you can just take a look at all the enemies that we've faced so far, but that's not important. Did you start research? Yes, I did. Oh, and before we begin, let me just do a quick save in case my computer crashes and I have to redo all that. I'm not redoing all that. Okay. And we are playing on Iron Man. I just have backup saves just in case my computer crashes and it deletes the Iron Man save. Okay, so everything's on Intel. We have a Haven advisor over here, and let's begin scanning for missions. Hopefully we get a good amount of time for the first mission. There we go, first mission found. Alright, for those of you guys who are new to Long War, you do not just send people out on missions and just immediately do them. How it works is you are going to send multiple squads out on different missions, hence why we have such a big roster. We have about 9 days, and we can get some resistance personnel into these havens, so that is good. Get a squad going. For the first few squads, we definitely want to make sure that we're sending more human troopers, not these shivs that don't gain EXP, and we also want to make sure that we're sending out rookies to train some of them up. Certain units I want to train up using the GTS if they have specific perks that stand out, like for example Leo over here. Low mobility, high aim. I definitely want this person as a sniper of some sort. Same with like Eula or Big Smoke over here. People that I wouldn't mind turning into like just a random class would be people like someone with like average stats across the board. So someone like MMC I wouldn't mind if we're looking for people who have like close to 65 aim and average mobility. So someone like Scott, right? Someone like Ismaradiel, that's a perfect soldier right there. And then we'll have these people escorted by one super soldier. We're going to start off with maybe Danker Dude. I think Danker Dude heading the first mission should be great. And let's see if we can fit in one more person here. I think Philippe's not too bad of a choice. Sure, let's toss in Philippe. Can we fit in one more person? Each person that you add onto the mission will increase the infiltration time required. You're going to try and stay below the 9 days. So right now it's saying we'll have an infiltration of 159%. Once you're past 9 days, or once you get up to 9 days and 15 hours of time, that's exactly 100%, and anything past that, any extra loadout will cause the mission to become harder. So we don't want the mission to become harder. Not with these rookies, at least. I guess we'll just toss in Bob Ross. He's got nice and average stats. I like that. Oh, you know what? We don't actually want Philippe in here. The reason why is because Philippe has 14 hack stat. That is insanely high. Along with Scoopy. We want to turn these guys into classes that will make use of that hack stat. So instead I'm going to toss in maybe Sackboy's okay. He's got kind of high accuracy, but I think this team has quite a few high accuracy units, so it's okay to random promote one of them. I'll make you a random promote. Alright, how are we going to do this? We got 6 units, and Danker Dude should be strong enough to carry a majority of this team. We are going to do... let's see, what are we going to do? Danker Dude is mostly going to be shooting because he's got pretty good accuracy and knife throwing. He'll carry an extra AP grenade just in case, maybe? No, not an AP grenade. Let's do a smoke grenade. Flashbang, in case the sectoid mind controls someone. The rest of these rookies, we have a couple of options. My favorite option with rookies is SMG for the maximum mobility and double grenades. And their job is not to make use of their really low aim stat, because they're rookies, right? Like, rookies can't aim very well. But if you give them all a bunch of grenades, suddenly they become walking bombs. And we don't need to worry about accuracy when it comes to grenades. Let's get them all loaded up. Wow, Ronar, I miss you. Just want to let you know your legendary Iron Man playlist helped me finish my runs years ago. It was genuinely educational. Glad to hear it, Lunaire. Glad to hear. And welcome back. Now you get to watch the next evolution of XCOM combat. Whatever this 300 plus mod list that I've assembled is. Hey, does anyone know how to level up quick to unlock abilities? The easiest way is literally just do as many missions as you can. That really is it. If you're playing vanilla, you can run covert ops, and there's certain slots that will give free promotions. What I like to do is just take one soldier and repeatedly stack promotions on those guys. That's probably the easiest way to just get a free kernel really quickly in your campaign. Nice, we got good timers on all of our stuff. Usually like above 5 days is what I would consider good timers. This one is high explosives. This zone has a high density of explosive material. Caution advised. Rocket launchers, thrown, and launch grenades all have a 33% chance of being a free action. Okay, interesting, interesting. Let's slot in a couple more rookies. I'm thinking... I kind of want to manually train some of these guys, like 57 aim. If you end up being like a class that requires accuracy, that might suck a bit. It's easy is okay. I kind of want to see how Bobo's weapon works, so we're going to take the Tesla Trooper on this one. Cocoloid might end up being a Haven Advisor. That 10 mobility and not very high aim isn't really helping you very much. So I'll just random promote you into something and then just throw you into a Haven. Maybe we'll random promote Yubnub. One more person should probably fit. Let's see. Probably Apple. Maybe Nyan. Nyan or Apple? I think Apple. 5 days. Can we fit an extra person here? We actually can. Okay. 101% infiltration. Not too bad. Bobo, I want to see what this Tesla rifle thingy can do, so I want you ready to make use of that. I'm going to carry a medkit and maybe a flashbang. All of the rookies, they're going to be doing the usual thing. Lots and lots of grenades. Very fun way to start off our campaign, for sure. This is one of those things where it's just like, good luck getting any loot on this mission. All loot instantly getting destroyed. Alright, this will be our squad. Also, SMG's weapon loadouts does affect infiltration, so see how switching to the SMG gave us a little bit more than 101%. It's now 103%. So it helps quite a bit in squeezing in extra units on your team if you ever need it. Does this mean Ronar's stream can be considered educational material and permitted in schools? Yes, this is the kind of content that we want to be showing to kids in schools. Alright, so our people were on Intel earlier because Intel not only gives you Intel points over time, but it's actually the job that you do to find missions. Once you find your missions, you can switch these guys over to supply for a bit or recruit. I'm going to recruit a bit just to try to get more people in this region. And then when we're approximately 1 day from completion, we should switch them back over, I believe, is how it works. Since there's no more missions in this region, the first month, or the first supply extraction, there's only 2 missions in the region. We can take this time to just pick up this black market now.
This will prove to be an important step forward.
Completed that, excellent. Let's do a basic research.
That is an important task, Commander.
Maybe a concealed soldier for the extract from city. Oh, was that an extract from city mission? I was not paying attention.
Out of regions around the globe. Once we've collected sufficient intel to make contact, we'll need to scan the target region for the operative signal.
Oh, it was an extract from city. It's okay, we don't need stealth. What's the worst that could happen? Everyone dies or something?
Market is open.
What's a destroyer? Wait, that sounds awesome. Hold up, let's get a destroyer in this. Wait, we have an incendiary mine? What the heck is that? All this stuff sounds really cool. I'm not gonna lie. Sounds really, really cool. I'm gonna sell a couple of trooper corpses. Keep one just in case I need it for research. What else are we allowed to sell? I'm gonna sell the basic weapon mods. I just don't use these. Autoloaders, stock. I'm gonna keep the hacker's laptop. Okay, I think I need the rest of the stuff, actually. Alright, are we buying the destroyer? I think we are, right? Alright, sorry guys. Before we do the next mission, I gotta see what this destroyer does. It sounds really cool. What's a destroyer? The icon looks so cool, too. It's a sniper rifle unit. Interesting. What's your loadout? A gauntlet with a sniper rifle? What is that? Wow, perfect stats too. 13 mobility and high aim.
In close quarters like the Avenger. Before the war, we might have.
Alright, let's see what this person does. This sounds interesting. Grants the snapshot, overwatch, and weapons master ability. Allows you to move and shoot or move and overwatch with your sniper rifle, and negates the short range penalty of sniper rifle. Oh, point blank sniper. Now that is actually intriguing. Comes with squad sight, heavy weapons. Just gets roused for free. Wow, okay. Can learn pistol perks. What is this? +1 damage on critical hits for every 2 enemies you can see. Okay, so that's bring them on. Bonus crit damage, basically, during heavier encounters. Fire in the hole, more accurate rockets. We know that from Long War 2. Roustafarian! Oh man. The puns. Grants 2 additional charges of Roust. Intriguing. So this is some sort of Roust-centric gauntlet user. I'm curious to see if they can make Roust very desirable to me. Predator. Ranged attacks gain 15 bonus aim and 15 crit chance against enemies that are flanked or out of cover. Jingoistic. It's time for war. This soldier is granted a grenade slot as well as a heavy weapon slot, regardless of armor worn. So I think that's like an extra heavy weapon slot. Can you get like up to 3 rockets? That'd be really neat. Grants the Javelin Rocket and Incinerator perks. Javelin Rocket increases the range you can launch rockets by 6 tiles. Incinerator increases the range at which you can use the flamethrower by 1 tile. Incinerator is always really good. Deadeye. Biggest booms, that's for the rocket stuff. Cull the Weak puts you on Overwatch after using your flamethrower or throwing a grenade or rockets. Shadow Step, this is kind of like the... You can tell when someone just had no idea what to put in there because they just like randomly slap in Shadow Step, I feel. Alright, to be fair, Shadow Step has value on the flamethrower build. If you need to like run up to an enemy and flamethrower, you can do that. Salvo, launching or throwing grenades, using heavy weapons, or using the Gauntlet's rocket launcher with your first action will not end your turn. Interesting. Quick Burn, activate so your next use of flamethrower will not cost an action. Implacable, once upon killing an enemy, you get a movement only action. Soften Up, gain 2 bonus damage on attacks against targets that have full HP. Cool Under Pressure, Overwatch stuff. Kills with your sniper rifle restoring ammo, that's always fun. Bunker Buster! Oh man, I love this thing. Fire a special rocket that destroys buildings. This is a maximum environmental damage rocket, so unlike most other grenades and stuff, which will fail to blow up stuff sometimes, this just vaporizes cover. It's the coolest thing ever. I love this thing. Long Watch, ooh, interesting. Oh, you get rapid reaction. That's neat. I've always wanted to do an Overwatch sniper build. My dream might come true, actually. Hold up. Oh, this is interesting. We even get aggression for the guaranteed triple crit. Increases damage against organic targets by 30%. Devastation. Increases the radius of your rockets. Okay, so I have an idea of how I would want to build this thing. This is actually a very interesting class. So this sniper rifle can be used for long range as well as close range because it no longer suffers from the close range penalties due to, I think it's snap shooting. And alongside that, you get to move and shoot too. So if you have a very high mobility sharpshooter type person, then what you would do is, let me actually read what they want you to do with this. The destroyer expertly utilizes a combination of rocket and sniper rifle precision to overpower and eliminate their adversaries. They employ calculated tactics to devastate their enemies, raining down rockets to engulf the battlefield and set their foes ablaze. With lethal precision, they finalize their targets by delivering decisive shots from their formidable sniper rifle. So this is actually a really, really OP build, I think, actually. A very OP class. You combine, normally, okay, you would have 2 units. You'd have like a sniper who has really good shots, but maybe you want someone to blow up the enemy's cover. So you'd have a technical class, which has the gauntlet, which would blow up the enemy's cover, and then the sniper cleans up. Now you have a class that does 2 in 1. It's not as strong as a technical in terms of rockets, and it's not as strong as a sniper in terms of shots, but it performs the role of both all in one unit. That is very valuable. Now, the main thing that stands out to me, if we didn't have all these like other perks down here to boost them up, the main thing that stands out to me is salvo, okay? You would use salvo, launching or throwing grenades or rocket launchers will not end your turn. So you use your gauntlet, you throw a rocket, everything's exposed, and then you just get a free snapshot shot, and they just die. It's so good. It's just like unfair. Now, this person, what would determine whether or not you choose to do like close range sniper with flamethrower or rocket and shooting is based on stats, and this guy is like pure 100% perfect sniper stats. The 13 mobility is the lowest mobility you can get, so they will not be running in, and they have high accuracy. So we are likely going to do the sniper rifle rocket build. Now then, this person comes with the aggression and bring 'em on. Bonus crit chance for every enemy that we can see. Bonus crit damage for every enemy we can see. This is perfect when there's a lot of enemies on the field. This might be one of our endgame units, honestly, because that's just how much synergy they have on all their perks. You can also take fire in the hole if you want a slightly more reliable rocket, but it's a sniper with 81 aim. The rocket can't be that inaccurate, especially because we're not moving and shooting. So there's that. We can take Jingoistic if we want more rockets, or we can take Predator if we want more hit chance. I'm thinking we take Predator, but Jingoistic isn't a bad choice either for the extra rocket. Even extended range isn't bad. Because this person is meant to be a long-range sniper, I might actually opt to take extended range. Extended range rockets really isn't a bad choice on this person. Then after that, you have Deadeye, Biggest Booms, Call the Weak. Puts you on Overwatch. This just automatically puts us on Overwatch if I don't want to take Salvo. Oh my gosh. There's so much stuff that works with this. If we take Salvo, then we don't need Call the Weak. If we take Salvo, then we shoot the rocket and we manually press Overwatch. If we don't take Salvo, we take Call the Weak and we just get the free Overwatch. So let's think about what the benefits of both are. If I take Call the Weak, I'm allowed to take Quick Burn, although his flamethrower, or her flamethrower, is kind of weak. We have Shadow Step, but low mobility means movement is not really going to be a thing. And we're giving up Deadeye or Biggest Booms. If I take Salvo, I get to take Deadeye or Biggest Booms. Biggest Booms makes our rockets do a lot more damage to groups of enemies if we shoot them with it. Deadeye gives us a really strong shot. I think a really strong shot would be fun. We can alternate between overwatching and really strong shots. Because the Overwatch perk kinda sucks against... No, this is different from Sentinel. Sentinel makes it so that you shoot twice on Overwatch, but you have to shoot at different targets. I believe Rapid Reaction lets you shoot at the same target 3 times if they don't die. So this is actually probably more valuable than Deadeye, actually. I think we take Biggest Booms. And basically with this sniper, we're just going to rocket, and either a bunch of enemies are exposed and they're going to run for their lives and this person just picks them all off with Rapid Reaction. Or, yeah, I think so. Linaire says, I also want to try getting Long War at some point as well. Long War is really fun. I highly recommend it. It's one of those things, though, that there's a learning curve, and you do have to do a bit of reading up on it before you start. Otherwise, you're just going to like have no idea why there's like 50 enemies on a map because you infiltrated with 8 soldiers. Definitely do a bit of reading up or just watch the stream to get a better idea of how everything works. But, Implacable is not needed. You don't have mobility. Soften up. If you're using a rocket to start with your shots, Soften Up is really good because it makes the rocket do a lot of damage, and there's some merit to that if you don't want to go the Overwatch build. We're personally going the Overwatch build because we have cool under pressure, our shots can crit, and our aggression is going to give us near 100% crit chance. This person's Overwatch shots are essentially a standard shot. That's how powerful this person's shots will be. I think we're definitely taking this.
From what I've heard, the resistance has
Long Watch lets us treat him like an actual sniper. We can also go with Lock and Load, and that actually synergizes really well with Rapid Reaction, but I do want to use Long Watch. Being able to hit with Squad Sight means this person can just be all the way in the back of the map. Rapid Reaction, Devastation, Butcher. Definitely Rapid Reaction, I think. So this will be this person's build. So this person will be all the way in the back of the map. They'll be shooting these long-range rockets from out of the enemy's line of sight. The enemies are just gonna be like, where the fuck are these rockets coming from? Because it's like, imagine you were playing the game, right? And out of nowhere, from the fog of war, a rocket hits you, and then all your units are exposed, and you're like, okay, I need to get these people out of here. So you start moving your units, and they just start dying because out of nowhere, some guy's just shooting them to death. That's basically what Mistress is. I am very happy with this soldier. This is why like this mod jam thing is so much fun, because every once it's like this grab bag of random classes that you've never heard of, and you get to just piece together things like a roguelike of all these like really fun builds. It's like a completely different game at this point. Okay, maybe we can actually play a mission for once. Will Ronar actually play a mission for today's stream? Find out next time. One day until 100%, I am gonna switch you guys back over, I think.
For Eastern European Ward.
I wanted to do some scanning on like one of these side things, but I don't know if we'll have time to do that. I think we will have time. Let's do it. Which one are we making contact with? I think Europe is the best bet. There's 6 people in this haven, and it completes the continent bonus over here once we get our radio relay up. I feel like that should be what we do, right? I'm pretty sure that's what we do. Let's go here.
Setting course.
This will be our first use of intel.
Western Europe.
And I'm doing a little bit of a complicated thing here. You guys don't have to worry about doing this in your own runs. I would recommend just playing this out normally. But 1 day, 20 hours until 100%. Let's wait 20 hours.
Attempting to establish local regional contact.
7 hours. 3 hours. Okay, I think that's enough. Then we're going to switch these guys over to intel. That's just a bit of min-maxing on my side. Definitely not something that's necessary. And then I don't think we need to move the ship back because it takes like 1 day for them to change jobs basically, which is why I'm doing that. As soon as that mission's over, I want people already on intel. But while there's no missions being run in this region by Advent, we can't find any missions, so I'm having them on recruiting. Okay. I'm gonna wait till this says readiness vulnerable. I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but it'd be nice to just have that. Vulnerable, there we go. Alright, first mission. Danker Dude will be in charge of this one. It's gonna be a large map, but we just rescue some people. Should be nice and easy. Let's do it. How many missions have we played this stream? We played Gatecrasher, and then we just talked about all the classes and daydreamed about all the Master Sergeant units that we'll have, despite the fact that half those soldiers will probably be dead by the time we get to late game. I'm gonna be so sad if that destroyer soldier dies. That soldier looks so fun to play with. Ronar's strategies are against standard units though. Remember, Requiem and crazy enemies are here and those strategies are wasted on them. You don't know that. Have you ever seen me play Beyond Impossible? I don't think you have. Otherwise you wouldn't be saying that. It's okay. I'll prove myself through my actions, not my words. Two hours of just staring at stats. It was very fun, okay? Did you guys have fun hearing me talk about how great some of these perks were? Twitch chat just doesn't understand the beauty of it all. Remember that sectoid abjurer? The sectoid abjurer was such a fun enemy to fight. I remember I just took a bunch of sword people and I was just like, or not a bunch of sword people. What did I bring against him? What was he immune to? He was immune to something. I forgot what it was. But I couldn't damage him, and I was like, what the heck? And I thought the sectoid was a support unit, but it was actually a combat unit. And it just started shooting all our guys. I was like, what the fuck is happening? A bad habit of mine is copy-pasting single builds on each class and never diverging. I do that a lot too, but with ModJam, it's pretty good at making you adapt your builds due to the variance of these units' stats and stuff. Alright, we need to go there, but first we need to go here. Now this is a massive map, but there should only be around 8 to 9 enemies on this mission. Hopefully 8 because we infiltrated this down to vulnerable. We're going to start with Danker Dude's movements because enemies will have very little detection tiles against him. I highly recommend dashing as far as possible when... Let me move this person out of the way first, actually.
Orders confirmed. On the move.
That way Danker Dude can have a further dash. I highly recommend dashing on these large type maps. If you don't, you're going to run out of time really quickly. Even though it says 22 turns, it's more realistically 12 turns before infinite reinforcements show up. I think this is one of the misleading things of the game that people don't realize when they first start out, is that the actual hard timer is 22 turns, but that does not mean you spend 22 turns on the mission. You do that, you're going to get yourself killed really quickly. What you actually do is you get out within like 10 to 12 turns, because anything past that, reinforcements are going to ramp up so fast that you're going to be facing what's called doom reinforcements, where they just drop every turn and at that point you're fighting like 40 enemies on the map and you're just dead. So you want to be on your way back very quickly. Some people like to be cautious and like blue move around the walls just in case there's like civilians hiding. I think you just gotta run. You just gotta go. Now, the right thing to do is like take one blue move here and then yellow move up. I'm just being really lax about my moves because I like being lax about my moves. It's a drone. Alright, so we found 2 drones so far, so it seems like this will probably be an 8 enemy mission just because most of the stuff will be drones on the map. He's also moving like French Montana, whatever that means. Sometimes Danker Dude's character just says stuff and I'm just like, I don't know what he's talking about, but it's probably true.
There's power in numbers, Eddie. Hurry!
The forced retreat timers are never the actual timers, it's the reinforcements. That's correct. I've had the forced retreat timer go to 3 turns left like once across dozens of Long War of the Chosen campaigns. I don't remember the last time I've ever actually had this go to 0. I don't think I've ever had it go to 0 because usually people are all dead by the time that happens. I mean, like, if 30 enemies wasn't enough to kill you, then, I don't know, something bugged out, right?
Heading to that location.
Yeah, see that? If we had been blue moving up here all this time, we'd be wasting all this valuable time. There's like no enemies here. Okay. Our goal is to get up to there. Is there a way to do that without breaking concealment by smashing through windows? There is. Is there a door around here? There is. Do we go indoors or do we go from above? I like going through doors.
Orders confirmed. Moving out.
Still nothing.
It's a beautiful day.
That guy's not in cover right now. I misclicked, so now I just have to deal with it.
I'm moving crazy.
No need to ask twice.
If one person's not in cover, nobody is in cover. It's an act of solidarity. Hi there. Okay, first group. We found 2 drones, 2 troopers, so that's 4 of the enemies on the map out of the 8 to 9.
These guys make up the bulk of the Advent forces we've dealt with. They're disciplined and well-equipped, but their obedience makes them predictable.
And here's a second pod. Sentry and trooper. Okay. Let's set up for a good engagement against these guys. Let's think. How are we going to do this? I think we can get a double kill with Thackboy over here. Oh, please, let me just blow up this guy's cover. Do you guys remember the Advent Assault Troopers, like the late game ones and their super shotguns? Oh, man. Brings back nightmares. It's a start. I was hoping that guy would die from the 4 damage, but unfortunately not. Alright, 1 action down. We have 5 more units to move. Take a look at what these guys can do. Alright, Danker Dude, where are you? You definitely have something you can shoot, right? Yes, you do.
I'm at Magic City moving like the government.
Alright, that's a guy that might be dead. Not so good.
Perk was fake, but I still ate it because I'm a gremlin.
Don't slow
He
me
still ate it because he's a gremlin? Can we hit both? Can we hit both? I saw the... Oh wait, I saw it. Perfect. Right through the walls.
We have multiple targets down.
Beautiful. Both loots destroyed. Makes it feel extra shitty. Let's get point blank so we can guarantee the kill. This Maradial, get that kill. I'm not too worried about activating stuff right now. There would be 2 more enemies at most. We're in good cover, and 2 of the enemies back here are drones. So at most we'd find 2 more like trooper enemies, I think. Can't easily get that guy.
Let's have some more fun.
We're gonna take the shot with Bob Ross. If he doesn't score the kill, we throw a grenade. Always make sure to have a little bit of a backup for yourself when taking these types of shots. Of course, the one guy that we shoot with guns doesn't actually die, carry any loot. Okay, okay. 18 U-turns, not too bad. Nice and efficient, just the way we like it.
San Francisco got me looking and moving like Mr.
That door is
Bean.
open, so let's approach from this door back here. Start by just opening this up. Danker run all the way up to this door. Actually, you know what? Since Danker's in stealth, he should actually be the one to go over here and just check through that whole wall. Let's start with you. If we see something, then we fight it.
I'm starting to sweat.
Nothing. Okay. Danker should go through here.
Moving like Dracula, we get it back in blood.
Then, oh, we weren't supposed to see that, but we see that. Nice. Let's get up to this door right there, but not go through it. By body blocking it, we prevent the enemies from walking through and then getting free yellow alert shots on us. And a quick explanation of the alert system. Unlike in vanilla, where there's just patrolling enemies and then they can't take actions unless they surprise you through concealment break. In this game, there is a noise system. So in green alert, there's green, yellow, and red. In green alert, the enemies are walking and they're naturally patrolling and they have no idea XCOM's here. When they reveal you, they will just take scamper actions to cover and do things like hunker down, maybe overwatch, or do nothing. On yellow alert, they've heard noises or they've seen dead bodies from gunshots, and they will be running around when they patrol. And if they walk onto you, there's a 25% chance that each one of them can possibly take a shot against you, unless you tag them with Overwatch, then they lose their actions. It's very interactive, and I think it's one of the coolest things that Long War added in after getting used to it. It can feel really unfair at first, sometimes when like you don't position properly for it, and the enemies just walk up to you, but since we're engaging on our own terms, they don't get the yellow alert actions. What are we doing here?
On my way.
Hi there.
Grenade out.
Mission's about to be over. Should just get rid of the remaining grenades that we have. Make use of them all. I'm gonna see if any of these guys are carrying loot, and I'm gonna try to SMG down the last few.
Whatever you say.
Hi there. Bye there. Loot?
I love it.
No loot, but you do get a promotion, so that's cool. Everybody else, surround that sectoid, and let's get ready to take care of them. Almost, and that should be a kill right here. Beautiful. An advanced scope, that's actually a really good pickup this early on. Danker dude probably has the best hack stat out of everyone here, so we are gonna have Danker come over here and do the hack, bust them all out. Now, we have 2 more enemies, but we know those are just 2 drones. Drones don't do a lot of damage, they just stun, and since there's nothing here lethal on the map, we don't actually have to worry too much. We're going to start blue moving back and just clearing out a path for these guys to escape. These crates look like they can be opened, but I know they can't be.
Blacked out on the Percocet, ordered a Desert Eagle off Amazon.
A Desert Eagle off Amazon? Is that legal? Oh, we almost got the 9%. That would have been really nice.
You see it? I really did this.
Alright, civilians, come on back. We're not civilians, but resistance recruits. I actually kind of want to find the drones with these guys so my other units can kill them, so I'm actually going to just run them straight into the fog. Remember, kids, use the people you're trying to rescue as a shield.
There better be something there.
Your plan is irrational, muddy, and inconsequential.
I'm nice with it. Ha ha. Heading out.
First of all, let me take just a moment to thank you for allowing me back into your homes.
How does this feel so far compared to Grobabos Beyond Legendary? So far, it's about the same as Mod Jam. So Grobabos Beyond Legendary was like something else entirely, which I thought that was like a really perfect difficulty level. But we don't have most of those things enabled. Beyond Impossible is basically mostly going to be showcasing the Requiem enemies mod. And why is this guy not allowed to go through the... What? He can't go through the windows? But you can though, right? So if I smash this window for this person, will he then be able to go through? That's a bug, I think. Tedster, I think I found my first bug. Civilians can't go through windows for some reason unless someone breaks it for them. Was that just specific to that guy, or? No, for some reason just all the civilians can't break windows. I can see that actually having negative effects on missions in the future, so that is probably one of the more serious bugs. There will be times where people die because they couldn't actually get out in time. There's a drone. I was hoping to find it. 2 grenades will take it out. 1 grenade, 1 shot will probably also take it out. Could you imagine you're the person being rescued and you just hear the commander say, throw the grenade right next to that person, 1 meter from his face.
Drop it in.
Somehow this grenade is safe enough that the shrapnel just instantly stops as soon as it travels like that 1 meter.
I should be out there hunting.
We'll take a bunch of shots just in case this drone has loot. If we don't get it, then we just grenade it, I guess. I don't even need to grenade it. It does like 1 damage, and it's probably just gonna shoot us for like no damage at all. Nice shots, rookies.
I'm moving like Gilbert Arenas.
On it.
Is that window specifically? No, it was all the windows. I had to smash one myself to let them go through. Is it because it takes more movement points and you're right at the edge with the civvy? No, my other units could go through, so, like, see this? He should be able to go through, but the game's forcing him to go around. However, this guy can go through. And watch this. If I smash the window... I could recognize this was the exact problem, that you needed to smash the windows as soon as I looked at it a bit, because I played this game so much. It just felt like that's how the bug would play out. And that is actually how the bug played out. I got a shadow anchor.
We straight gassing, cutting straight to the bricks.
Running.
Well, I'll just stay right behind anchor so we don't activate the drone by accident. I don't think the drone will cause any issues for us, but if I don't have to take 1 point of damage, then heck, let's just not take 1 point of damage, right?
On it.
Hopefully the way I control the camera isn't too dizzying for some people. I do move quite fast with it. I love the Dracula Flow Reaper. It just works. It works so well, right? You can thank Danker Dude for this mod. He made it himself, actually, for his own character.
Got me moving like an invasive species.
I like how you're so stealth that... No, you see, the civilian can't see you, not because you're so well stealth, but because, or, well, specifically because you're so well stealth, because look at that. That sectoid mask, it looks too realistic. They just can't tell. They just can't tell.
They thought they could stop a demon, I'm back.
Location confirmed.
How's it going, Thack Boy? Beyond Legend, let's go. Let's go indeed. Is a light wound timer on a rookie worth it over $5 from a drone drop? I'd say it's worth it. And the rookies are all just looking at the camera like, hey, Commander. What? It's worth it. Alright, let's go pack everyone into that evac zone. Oh hey, reinforcements. They aren't even gonna reach us. If you guys are wondering, reinforcements do not drop loot, and they do not drop EXP past the initial 2 kills. So basically how it works is like, we've killed 7 enemies so far, and we know there's 1 more drone left. So technically we're missing 1 EXP's worth of kill from not killing that drone. If we wanted to, we can stay around to kill off, kill off one of the reinforcement count, and that 1 reinforcement would count to fill in the drone's EXP slot. And I might actually do that. It's just free EXP, we should probably do it.
shifting their attack.
Hi there. They don't drop loot though, so beyond that one extra EXP, we won't really get much out of it. I guess I'll take the time to kill one of them maybe. I mean, if we could just do it from where we're standing, why not, right? And apologies, but the lawnmower's going off again outside. I'm gonna try to give this kill to Danker Dude, because he's already promoted. So it's just bonus EXP. Throw knife, shot. Shot does a bit more damage, I think. Nice try, Danker.
Oh man, I did it again.
He did it again. Get me the fucking fentanyl.
Let's have a firecracker up here.
I need my fentanyl.
Status confirmed. We've secured a civilian.
Alright, mission accomplished.
Status confirmed. Mission accomplished.
8 enemies total, 2 extra EXP, or 2 extra reinforcements, so that's all the EXP on the map. Good mission. Every rookie's life is worth at least 2 supplies. It's actually 20 supplies, thank you very much. Costs 20 to recruit a rookie. Your value may go up if you have stats lopsided in ways that the commander likes.
And despite the destruction left in
Water.
XCOM
Make sure to stay hydrated.
to let go of the ways of the old world. They will continue their wanton and reckless crimes until the entire world burns.
Snow in an Advent City looks so pretty. It does look so nice. I'm glad I downloaded that map pack. At first I was like, I don't know, there's already so many mods, but it also just adds that little bit of variation. I think that's really just it, right? Variation is what keeps your attention. Like, when you play vanilla for too long, you remember all the maps and all the assets and stuff. But as you mod things more, it just gets fresh.
Like that,
It's great.
Spirits are gonna be high around here. We might have to resupply the bar.
Alright guys, we got some more promotions going on. Even an advanced scope in this is a really good first mission. Value may go down if your stats are 13 mobility, 55 aim. Dude, I see those types of soldiers and I'm just like, yep, that guy's fodder. Oh hey, even though he didn't get the kill, Tanker Dude's still promoted. Lovely.
I don't know where people are getting those damn Advent burgers.
Sorry about that, Bradford.
Another wrapper stuffed under one of these
Concentration.
consoles,
There's a lot of things that have that perk that makes it so that they have a lot of dodge. I want to be able to just bypass all that nonsense. Alright, we got some promotions. Let's take a look at them all. MMC on is a 14 mobility. Okay, that's not too bad. What do you got? Shinobi. A bishop? Is that the Star Wars Rebel logo? Wait, is that the Star Wars Rebel logo? Bishops are psionically gifted soldiers that focus on protecting their allies, buffing their allies, or if all else fails, unleashing their inner draconic powers. Since when did we have like a Star Wars dragon people apparently now? I'll probably go for bishop just because it's new, but let me just take a look at everything else. If I recall correctly, bishop is an un-GTS-able class. Oh really? Okay, wait, maybe I should just immediately learn that right now. Sounds interesting. What's he at? Is that a combat shield? Look, Commander, I have a gun, but not really. What are you doing, MMC on? You don't have a gun. What? Oh, what's this finger out there for? Is this like the new fad? Is this like the new Gen Z thing? Skibbity toilet? What's that supposed to be for? What are you doing, man? Alright, well. This will be interesting. Let's look at the other soldiers first. And Scott, what do you got? What's an aspirant? Arsonist? Oh man, I love the arsonist. But this is new though. We might have to go with that. Well, you don't really have any psi stat. This seems like a psi thing. Touched by one of the beings that dwell within the void, this soldier's innate psionic potential has been awakened by the blessings of a higher power. Every perk acquired in the continuity branch increases the aspirant's focus pool by 1 point. I don't know what any of that means, but it sounded really cool. Draconic? What is this? Elden Ring? Got the Draconic Tree Sentinel as our next class, apparently. Let's see what Bob Ross got. Ninja? A ninja Bob Ross? Overseer uses a cannon to control the battlefield with deadly overwatches and the assistance of their hollow targeter. This sounds really cool. A ninja excels with bladed combat, either with their sword or their throwing knives. They're able to pick off enemies with their throwing knives, scout ahead, and provide information or slice apart their enemies. You know what? We're lacking on some melee classes. Bub, let's make you a ninja. Oh, this is gonna use that really weeb animation where he like draws this. I love that. I love that. I hope there's a katana model weapon later. I think there is one. We're gonna give you the katana modeled weapon. Wait, he was about to do an animation. We should have looked at that. I'm so sorry, guys. We have to look at this. Where's Bob Ross? We have to look at his animations. Come on, do something, Bob. Do something cool. Anything. Just do something cool. Nothing? I believe you can customize their poses. Hold up. Character info. Attitude. I think it's the attitude. Is it? Did he just toss the sword? Wait. Oh my gosh. It looks like he just... Hey, want to see some sword tricks? Woo! Normal. Twitchy. Wait, he's just flourishing. Oh my goodness, he's just flourishing the sword around. That is actually cool. Happy-go-lucky. Okay, so that's the normal one. Hard luck. Intense. Angry. Okay, that's just kind of the normal. Cocky. Wait a second. He's actually a ninja. Hold up. We have to go for this one. Oh my goodness. Bob Ross the ninja. This is the greatest thing ever. Okay. Let me keep that. Whoever made all these animations for the swords, props to you. Happy little sword. Got a little happy little accident over there with the sword. His head came right off. Oops. Just gotta beat the devil out of him. Hoplite. Titan. Saboteur. Alright, we've seen Hoplite before. We haven't seen these two. Titans specialize in cooldown-based cannon attacks, nuking things that get too close with their sawed-off shotgun, or simply being very hard to kill. A sawed-off shotgun-oriented build sounds very interesting. Saboteurs excel at stealth, explosives, and disruption. They bring a vector rifle into combat, and able to disable and disrupt enemies. They can provide useful scouting, or unleash their inner madman and blow up the battlefield. Intriguing. And the last option we have here is... Heavy Hijacker Shinobi. We've seen all of these before. I think we need some stealth classes, so I'm gonna go with Shinobi with you. Also Shinobi, Samurai Helmet. It just works. It just works. So there we go. There's that person over there. And two more choices. If anyone who's played with the aspirant class before, can they let me know whether or not the psi stat is needed for that class? Or if it's just flavor text that it's psionic. Because I want to take aspirant, but not with a 9 psi soldier. So if psi is required for aspirant, we're going to take arsonist. Wasn't Bob Ross an army drill sergeant at one point? He was, and fun fact, he was actually master sergeant in real life. So, oops. Where's Bob Ross? Yeah, he was master sergeant in real life. Let's see if we can make this timeline canonical. Could save, see the aspirant tree, and load if you don't like it. Yeah, I'll save scum for that, just for learning. It's the same thing as just looking it up online, you're right. Okay, let's take a look at the tree, and if we don't like it, then we'll switch it back out. Alright, I think a good tell is whether or not they gain psi. They did gain some psi. Does that mean they need psi? Let's see. So you come with, let's see. So, okay, so same description as before. Comes with squad sight, so sniper rifle stuff. Cool under pressure, Overwatch stuff. Restore health to an ally target, but doesn't cleanse status effect. Is that a cooldown? Cost a focus point. Renewable HP is something you don't often see in these kits. And that's the Templar focus gauge, I think. Okay, let's read some of these. Long Watch. There's plenty of ways to make a class psi themed and not use psi offense. It's true, the Warden class was like that. I thought the Warden class was gonna need psi, but apparently it didn't. Long Watch, so Overwatch with Cool Under Pressure. I feel like they should switch this around so that it's more organized in terms of like Overwatch perks and stuff. Breach and Clear. Fire a shotgun at all enemies within a cone. You can carry shotguns. Okay, interesting. Interesting. You can target enemies with squad sight. Assault rifle. Wait. This works with the assault rifle? Assault rifle, shotgun, cannon, sniper rifle, bullpup, vector rifle, heavy autocannon. This person has a squad sight with non-sniper rifle weapons? Am I reading that correctly, guys? Remember strike rifles? Better sniper rifles? Yeah, I guess so. Let me read this. 3 to 5 damage. Wait, what's this one? Auto sniper rifle.
I have to hand it to him. What these recruits
cannot equip autoloaders or extended magazines. Requires 2 actions. Oh, this is the one clip size thing. Okay, that's the auto sniper rifle. That's right. So this thing does, like, if you look at it, 7 to 9 damage. It's crazy amounts more damage than the regular sniper rifle, but you only have 1 ammo on it. It's a really cool concept, and I think it's a great way to add variation in soldier options without having to add extra perks or classes, just different variations of the same types of weapons. That's one of my favorite things about Mod Jam. Alright, let's read more of their perks. I like strike rifles on the right build. I haven't actually used much strike rifles. I gotta go check them out sometime. Does this only work with a shotgun? Only used with shotguns, yes. Requires more than 1 ammo in the magazine. Okay. So this is almost like Trench Gun or Street Sweeper. Almost. Grant a target soldier a run-and-gun action point, as well as a temporary 5 ablative shield and 5 temporary movement. You know, free action points for the Viper. I kinda like that. Sniper rifle shots deal bonus damage that scales with the percentage of health the target has lost. How much? That have lost 20% or more health, deal +1 damage. Against targets that have lost 40% or more health, deal 2 damage. So this is kind of like a making sure that the job is done on the second action. Okay. I don't know how relevant that is. I'd have to actually see it in action. Fortress Gunner. What is with these names? These are the coolest sounding names. Fire a shotgun at no action point cost. Can only be used once per turn and only if the soldier has not moved on the same turn. Oh, so they can't move. Interesting. But if you're already next to a guy, this is really strong. Mirage. Conceal a target soldier for 4 turns. A target soldier, so not yourself necessarily. 10 base aim. 4 base health, just stats. Maximum focus. I'd probably take this to work more with the whatever these are supposed to be for. Covering fire, if you choose to do overwatches. Your gear includes a layer of extra padding and blast plates, granting a bonus point of armor and 50% less damage from explosive attacks. I do like the extra bonus point of armor, but a lot of stuff has shred in this game now. Overcome additionally grants the target +3 health regeneration over 3 turns. 3 health regeneration over 3 turns, so that's 9 HP total? Oh no, 1 health per turn for 3 turns, okay. So that's 6 HP total, because 3 and then 1 for 3 turns. Interesting. The soldier's kind of just like a little bit of everything, but I don't really feel it. Well, we'll see what the Master Sergeant perks have to say. With every successful Overwatch shot, there's a 50% chance that another shot will be taken. I remember this. This was Spark Rangers. How many people here actually remembered Spark Rangers? That was a classic. Run and gun. Overwhelm. Attack a target's mind, inflicting major psi damage. Additionally has a chance to disorient, panic, or even temporarily mind control the target. Okay, this is probably where the psi stat is relevant. Can be used at squad site ranged. Overwhelm will damage, but cannot mind control units immune to mentally crippling effects. Overwhelm does not have a cooldown. Overwhelm ignores armor and ablative. Mind control lasts for 1 turn and costs 1 focus. Go Spark Rangers. Does anyone have like a clip or the YouTube of that? Would !Spark still work? I forgot if any of the commands in my chat work after all this time. Inevitable Ascent. Reaction fire critical hits deal double damage. Do we have cool under pressure? I feel like that's a bit of an oversight. Oh no, we do have cool under pressure. Interesting. If you want to do an Overwatch build, that's how you would do it, huh? Rapid fire. Imbue. Imbue a soldier with an unearthly power for a turn, granting them an action point for every unit they kill. Wait, that sounds... A soldier. I can give it to someone else? This sounds really interesting. Very interesting. I'm gonna mark that. Killing fields. I thought this was gonna be kill zone. Designate an area in a cone as a killing field and take a reaction shot against any enemy within that moves or attack. Isn't that just kill zone? Why is it called killing fields? Does that work with Guardian? Because that'd be pretty wild if it did. That would actually like set me up for choosing to go the Overwatch route if it works with Guardian, because that would be really nutty with an inevitable ascent. It could be interesting. Overwatch build could be interesting. I don't know how this has anything to do with psionic potential, but but apparently that has something to do with psionic potential. Showdown. Fire a shotgun at all visible targets. Shots taken have a -15 aim penalty. Oh. That's interesting. I think Killzone only procs with movement actions. With movement actions? I was wondering, like, for example, I set up a Killzone, right? And there's 3 enemies. One guy moves and you take the Overwatch shot. And then you roll the 50% Overwatch shots against him. Is that how it would work? And then, like, the next guy moves and you'd roll a bunch of 50% shots against him too. I don't know if that's how it actually works, but if it is, this is actually a pretty wild build. Shotgun if you run into the middle of a group of enemies, that's interesting. It's actually a pretty unique Master Sergeant perk that feels actually somewhat balanced compared to everything that we've seen. I assume Guardian can only start with basic Overwatches. That's what I thought too, but it worked with Sentinel. And I'm assuming it would work with Rapid Fire, because that's the whole basis of these Spark Rangers. We just had like 8 Sparks with Guardian and Sentinel, and they just take 2 Overwatch shots, and each of those 2 Overwatch shots had a chance to proc Guardian, along with the Guardian shots themselves. And you just end up with like 100 shots all in one turn. Enough to like just kill a Sectopod. Liminal Tides. Become a conduit for the unearthly powers of the void and unleash them as a cataclysmic wave that inflicts massive psionic damage and devastates all in its path. That tells me nothing about what this perk does. Massive environment damage, costs 3 focus, and has a 5-turn cooldown. How do you gain focus? Do you have to like shoot enemies? Templars begin missions. Focus is gained by attacking enemies with Rend. I'm assuming you don't have Rend and you have what? I'm assuming like you just shoot them for the stuff. 1 more billion damage. Chain shot, target definition. Low combat intelligence, so I'm not expecting much from this. Implacable, return fire. Hey, you got return fire. Does that count as Overwatch? I'm assuming this counts as Overwatch. Hey, Shredder. Imbue that 1 sniper class that gets snapshot for free with serial without damage down on kill. Yeah, right? Like, there's some really nutty things you can do with this. How does this work? I feel like we can break the game with that, actually. I also want to know if this requires size stat. I'll be kind of disappointed if I don't get to do like a full bottom row build, because I kind of want to try a full bottom row build. Is that regular shred for 10 points? Yep, regular shredder for 10 points. Very solid pick. Alright, so it's between Killing Fields and the Overwatch build or the other stuff. It all sounds quite interesting, honestly. I am not sure which one I'm more leaning towards. I kind of want to just see what Liminal Tides does.
I've got to hand it to the aliens.
So I'd probably just go bottom row.
All their advanced technology.
Just because, right? Like, we gotta try all bottom row.
Like,
Like, the game is telling you every perk acquired in the continuity branch increases the aspirant's focus pool. Like, they're pretty much just saying, this is my favorite path. So we gotta try their favorite path. But this person's size stat isn't very strong, so I'll be really sad if the size stat is actually required for this to do more damage or whatever. I think Killzone only procs with movement actions. Along with the chosen Sectopod in 1 turn is insane. It was so much damage from the Spark Rangers. Yeah, it is kind of unfortunate with the low combat intelligence. It's not the end of the world though. It's not like most of their perks were that great. Like, grenades, you know. Like, that means we get to save XCOM AP for other people. I ain't complaining. I'll probably just pick up Shredder on this person and then something else over here, maybe like Implacable, so you can like use brain powers to like damage a guy and then move. I have no clue, but it's a solidly average soldier. I'm happy with just giving you like the strike rifle, I guess. What's the hunting shotgun? Clip size 4, single reload. Oh right, this is the higher damage shotgun, but you can't fully reload it without using both actions. I remember now. Okay, last person here. What are we doing with you? Titan or Saboteur? Titan specializes in cooldown-based cannon attacks, nuking things that get too close with their sawed-off shotgun, or simply being very hard to kill. He doesn't have a lot of HP, so we could either synergize it so that the HP makes him harder to kill. Like, even though he has low HP, he'll be slightly harder to kill. Or we can just focus on his accuracy. He could also be a saboteur. I'm not sure. Saboteur sounds kind of interesting. It does have stealth stuff. PCSI is an option. Yeah, if we ever need to fix it, we can always PCSI it. Average mobility, high accuracy though. Saboteur might be good for the high accuracy. Why don't we do Titan just for the Anything that you guys want to see in chat? I'm actually open to any of these. Titan sounds cooler. It certainly has a flashier sounding name. Maybe we try out the Titan. Although I would like to have more stealth units, and Saboteur is one of the stealth units we can have. He has accuracy, and I feel like the Vector Rifle might be good. Oh, yeah, that's right, that's right. These guys do have cannon attacks, sure. Go Titan. Alright, sawed-off shotgun, probably one of my favorite secondary weapons, if not the favorite. And cannon, let's see. Spray and pray. Fire a small cone-shaped barrage of bullets at every enemy in an area. Requires 2 ammo. Titanic Blast. Fire your sawed-off shotgun at a target within 4 tiles. Guaranteed hit that knocks back the target. What? Very unique. And helps resolve the sawed-off shotgun's issue of shooting from like beyond 1 tile's range. Kills with your cannon restore sawed-off shotgun charge. So we do need to get kills with our cannon if we want to keep using this perk. Gunner, untouchable, untouchable. He does learn untouchable. Interesting. An entire line specifically for untouchable. Let's see. Alright, first things first, open fire. Accuracy and crit against full health targets. Solid. Grants the aim and trench warfare perks. Aim increases your aim after hunkering down, and trench warfare will hunker you down at the end of the turn if you killed. Oh, I get it. You repeatedly keep killing things and keep getting untouchable as well as duck and cover to give you the aim and the crit. Oh, that's actually kind of cute. That's actually kind of cute. Pump action. Gain 2 extra ammo in your sawed-off shotgun. Assuming you're killing things regularly, I guess you wouldn't need to have that. Maim. Fire a shot with your primary weapon that immobilizes the target. Has no damage penalty, okay. Grazing attacks. Your missed attacks have a chance to roll to become a graze. None shall pass. During enemy turns, fire a free shot that can critically hit with your sawed-off shotgun at any visible enemy that moves within 3 tiles or who moves or fires. This is if you have a high mobility soldier. Double dash up to an enemy and then they'll just die as soon as they try to move. That's always a classic. Exhilaration. Spray and pray and saturation fire gain a movement only action after being used. Fire your sawed-off shotgun at a target within sight range. Guaranteed hit that destroys cover. Guaranteed hit, huh? Whip it. First time your sawed-off shotgun. Ow. Hit my hand against the table. First time you fired your sawed-off shotgun, each turn doesn't cost an action. Ooh. Ooh. Got some cheeky perks over here with that sawed-off shotgun action. As a free action, reload your weapon. Your first reaction shot each turn is guaranteed to hit. You use this with None Shall Pass. You would think that this has perfect accuracy, but if they're moving like within 3 tiles, From the third tile outwards, sometimes you can miss, and you don't want to miss with that. Once per turn, killing an enemy grants you a movement-only action point. Fire a shot that deals critical damage and gives the target penalties to aim, defense, and will. Has a 5-turn cooldown. I always like these types of perks that stack debuffs on the enemies. I'm a huge fan of that. Untouchable, Lightfoot. Gain 3 mobility, 20% harder to detect while concealed. Is there anything we can do with concealment? Alright, and this is what sets up the whole untouchable tree, apparently. If you score a kill during your turn, the next attack against you during the enemy turn will miss. So your goal is to just repeatedly get kills, do your hunker down thing, and increase your aim stats for the next round. And you just keep chaining it back and forth. You have to like alternate between cannon and sawed-off though, because you'll run out of sawed-off ammo if you don't get kills with your cannon. Soften up. 2 bonus damage on targets that have full HP. Bullet Storm. This is solid actually. Bullet Storm allows you to get those cheeky kills from across the map against enemies that are hiding in full cover. Fire both of your barrels of your sawed-off shotgun at a nearby enemy. This is what makes a sawed-off shotgun extra wild. It's between this build and this build, I think. I don't think we're going to do the topside build. Saturation Fire, everyone knows what that is. Thousands to go. Once per turn after killing an enemy with your primary weapon, you can take an additional non-movement action, passive. Pile on 5 bullseyes and make the hunter a paperweight. That's what I wanted to do, but I've never actually had a chance to do that. Also, I feel like by the time you're done stacking 5 crit hits on them, they're already dead. Once per turn after killing an enemy with your primary weapon, you may take an additional non-movement action. So, for example, you walk up to a guy, sawed-off shotgun to kill him, you can immediately fire your cannon at something else. Or you shoot your cannon at something, kill it, you get to immediately shoot your cannon at something else. It all works out well with the chain killing kind of theme. Doomslayer, what is this name for a perk? Kills with your sawed-off shotgun do not cost an action. Okay. Now the problem is sawed-off shotgun has 2 charges on it, 4 if you take this, and if you're using both barrels both times, then you only get 2 shots anyways. So realistically, you get 2 kills with this, and then you have to use your cannon to do other things. This build is great for short missions where you just need to kill 9 enemies, but I feel like this build is better for long missions where there's like 40 enemies on the map. Let's see what the other stuff has. Less damage from melee attacks within 5 tiles, Bandolier, you got Phantom. Phantom is good for ambushing enemies using like saturation fire. Yeah, Shredder, which I think only works for the cannon. Shadow Step, Close Encounters, Rapid Fire. Some of these classes sound very OP. I know, they do sound really OP. They kind of are, actually, but we're gonna need them for what we're gonna be fighting against in this mod. I can just tell already from the things I've seen without Beyond Legendary option enabled. I think what we'll do is we'll try doing, if you guys are thinking this stuff sounds OP, it is. But if you guys have seen some of the stuff that will probably be showing up later, oh, it's gonna get so wild that you're gonna need this stuff. I'm thinking, let's actually just lay out what we would do. If we were gonna do Untouchable, we would do Duck and Cover, and this guy's whole entire job would just be to kill things, right? How would he go about doing that? I probably wouldn't take Focus, I'd actually take Implacable. His movement's not super high, so I'm probably going to pass on the shotgun build, although with Lightfoot that does fix it. Lightfoot actually allows him to walk up to things and just eliminate them. Kind of an interesting thought. And being able to walk up to a boss and just double both barrels does sound very rewarding. Well, let's think of this in terms of how we're going to deal with the Chosen. The Assassin completely counters the sawed-off shotgun build. If I try to walk up to the Assassin and double shotgun her, she's going to like slash him 3 times in the face on our turn, and we're just going to get shit on. So probably a pass on this. Also, there's a lot of anti-melee stuff in this mod, and this build doesn't have Shadow Step, I think. Yeah, I don't think this stuff has enough to justify a full sawed-off shotgun build. We'll leave that for like the Buccaneer class, I think. Missed attacks have a chance to become grazed, none shall pass. Maim, I like Maim, we're gonna take Maim. Using Maim on any melee enemies like Chrysalids will prevent them from getting up to you and killing you. Maybe something like this. I do kind of want both barrels. The sawed-off shotgun is particularly good when you get to use both barrels at once. So something like this, I guess. He can use the both barrels to trigger Untouchable. And Implacable, actually. And we can either take Doomslayer or Thousands to Go. Both are fine. Doomslayer allows you to shoot twice, move, and take a shot with the cannon. This lets you shoot twice with the cannon. I'm not sure which one's the better choice yet, but I'll just mark both of those. We do get close encounter, so I guess we can pick up like rapid fire or something. Rapid fire with the cannon should be pretty strong, and this guy's accuracy is pretty solid, I would say. Something like this? I'm feeling something like this. Okay, we'll try this out. I don't know, yeah, I think we'll try something like that. We'll see how that guy plays out. Alright. Back to the main screen, we have 3 new guys that we recruited from that last mission. Let's switch them all over to Intel to find more missions. And we should be heading back here to find the next mission that should have spawned here at this point. 100%, extremely light. I'm gonna let those extra 5 hours pass just to see if that'll go down from normal to vulnerable difficulty. Does not. Still, extremely light, engineer, explosives gallery. We have tons of grenades on our soldiers, so this is exactly what we're looking to do. Let's get out there. Yeah, these collections is pretty much power creep versus power creep. You know, when I first played Mod Jam, I thought it would be this extremely unbalanced mess. But it was actually surprisingly like a back and forth exchange between player and AI. Like the AI had really broken stuff and you had to respond to it properly with your broken stuff. And it actually made for a really fun game. I really enjoyed it. I never finished the first Mod Jam playthrough, if you guys were wondering. But I'm hoping that we can finish this one over here. If everything is OP, nothing is. I want to say it's like OP inflation, where it's like I don't know, like what would be considered OP? The fact that we're getting a bunch of actions back, the fact that we can do a bunch of damage, because technically the enemies can do that too, and they can do it on our turn. So it's not like it's exactly just an inflated OP. There's like some level of nuance in trying to play around the enemy's free actions against the player's turn.
We
received a priority 1 transmission from the spokesman. The Resistance has a VIP.
Yeah, I toned down some of the most busted stuff on either side, like delaying a few enemies AFL, but also made the war crime rockets much harder to get. The war crime rockets. The logical extreme of kids making up rules on the playground. Oh man, that reminds me. I don't know why I remember this one memory of kindergarten, but I had this friend in kindergarten, and I was a huge fan of like this thing called Bomberman. It's like this Japanese thing, and it's about like this little character that throws bombs, and we were just exchanging with each other like, oh yeah, I'm gonna throw a bomb on you. Well, I'm gonna throw an even bigger bomb on you. Well, I'm gonna throw a bomb that's like bigger than the world on you. Well, I throw a bomb that's bigger than the galaxy on you. And we were just going through that. I don't even know why I remember that one scene from my kindergarten life, but I just remember it. Remember kids, always scout with the VIP first. That way your soldiers are safe to support them.
Already there.
Oh wait, Bobo has concealment. Wait, well, what is this? Conceal for 2 turns and oh, whoa! I didn't even realize Bobo was a stealth unit.
Getting it done.
Apparently, Bobo's a stealth unit. VIP's just sighing like, oh, you really made me risk my life for this.
Let's move already.
Yes, why? Yes, I did.
Moving to Overwatch.
The VIP with 0 vision range. You can hear the music, Tedster. See, you modders think you got the players. You're like, hey, we gotcha. We reduced the VIP's vision range to 0. But little did you guys know that I can still hear the battle music when I run the VIP forward. You'll never stop Commander Ronar's cheese. He'll find a way. Oh, hey, there's another guy up there. Oh wow, that's a lot of enemies. That is 6 enemies right off the bat. You can survive a hit from that Advent Trooper as long as nothing else shoots at you. So that might be what ends up happening. We have a Trooper back there. I literally cannot see anything else back there, which kind of blows. Alright, show me what you see. I see a Frost Trooper up there. I can't see anything. Where is everything? There we go. Okay, there's an explosive barrel right there. Oh, let me hit that. Let me hit that.
Boom.
Pretty good, pretty good. Not too bad. Let's see. This guy's pretty much dead, right? As long as I don't fuck this up. There's like an officer up here, but I don't know where he is. I don't know where like half the stuff is on this map, which is a problem. Show me what you see. I need more vision right now. Okay, so there's another 2 group of guys, but all of our shots suck. Bobo's shot doesn't suck though. Bobo, what can you do?
Not a problem.
Can you like multi-shot those guys? Like, okay, this is the AoE shot thing. Oh man, it doesn't actually AoE. Where's my AoE shot? There's not enough AoE on the shotting. Okay, that's unfortunate. We have really inaccurate shots. I think we just lob grenades with the entire team, especially because we have explosive galleries active. So, have fun, you guys. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just lob a bunch of grenades.
Fine.
Let's clear out this guy that's threatening the VIP. I kind of don't want him to tag the VIP with damage. Can I center the grenade on him? Oh, I can't. Should have moved a little bit closer.
Card games, and I'm all out of cards.
Not a kill yet. Okay, you can get the kill at the very least. I can even shoot this guy if I don't want to expose, if I don't want to use up a grenade. Oh, you don't have a flank on him. Unfortunate. Finish him off. One down. Bunch more to go. It says 5. I see 4. Where's the officer? Oh man, the arc thrower doesn't hit everything. What is this? It's supposed to hit everything. I'm just gonna lob more grenades. I don't trust our rookies to hit things. These grenades are not doing the damage I need them to do, though. I kind of wish they would do a little bit more. Is now the time to save on grenades? We've weakened the sectoid enough that he'll die in one shot next round to a grenade if he tries to mind control. So I just need to ensure that this soldier dies. Yeah, I think we just ensure that everything dies. This is a majority of the enemies on the map, so once I clear this all out, we'll be good. Let's see. Oh, you got a free action from throwing the grenade because of explosives gallery. I wasn't even thinking about that one. Oh, this guy's a free action too. Wait, can you guys just kill that guy? Nah, you can't. Unfortunate, you can't though, right? Oh, hey, you got a shot. Okay, not too bad. Got a hit. What's this? Tesla bolt. So I could also flashbang. I'll save that flashbang in case he moves to an annoying spot and mind controls. We'll just take the shot on this guy. Wait, that looked cool! Wait, that was really cool. Neat. Okay, I like that. Tesla bolt, very cool ability. Now, we do have the sectoid active and 2 shooter type enemies. Hopefully this won't be an issue. He's just summoning a zombie, so flashbang will deal with him if we don't just outright kill him next round. Good. We might lose a person if Frost Trooper and someone else land 2 shots. Let's see if they get it. Good.
I'm taking fire.
There's the other guy. I couldn't find that sentry. Oh, that's a big hit. Hang in there, Thack boy. Hang in there, buddy. Hang in there. You don't have a grenade. This is the best shot that you've got. I think I give you this shot, unless your job is to kill the sectoid. If your job is to kill the sectoid, can someone else take care of this guy, maybe? I don't believe this drop triggers the Overwatch. Someone needs to take care of that sentry. Who can get the sentry? That's the better question. This does trigger Overwatch. This does not. So I am capable of jumping down to here without triggering the Overwatch, I believe. I could be wrong. This tile into this tile would be safe. I believe that's safe. Let's go for it and see if it's safe. Was I right? Was I right? Hey! Nice shot. Alright. Clean, and we can finish him off using somebody, and we can have someone else finish this guy off. Let's just take the flanks that we can first. I just want to make sure I have an idea of which moves are available to everyone. Bobo's got the Tesla fire shot. I guess you'll be in charge of killing the sectoid once we confirm whether or not this guy dies. Of course he's not dead. Someone else needs to deal that damage. I actually can't reach that guy, huh? I thought out of all the guys here I'd be able to reach that one guy, but apparently I can't. We do have to be a bit careful. That wasn't Thackboy. I thought it was Thackboy for some reason. It's easy. It's easy is able to die from the Frost Trooper, 2 to 3 damage. So we want to keep It's Easy in a safe spot. I think what we'll do is we'll have you take the Brave move. We do need to remove the sectoid, otherwise he's going to have a zombie do bad things to us. So, sectoid dead. Not too bad.
I've got the loot.
Zombie dead. Good. That's what I like to see. I'm going to put you back here behind full cover, nice and safe, and unflankable from anything else. And you can attempt to kill. Nice try. I didn't expect you to land much. VIP over here. We can have the VIP tank a hit from that guy if we need to. The VIP can actually take hits.
Absolutely.
Alright, Cocoloid, can you get this kill? Beautiful, okay.
That's right.
And all that's left is to figure out whether or not we can kill this guy. How do we kill that guy now? I think the easiest way is to get up close and personal with Bobo and just overwatch him.
Overwatch.
And what we'll do is, since his damage, I believe, is 2 to 3 and +1 on a crit, I don't believe he can actually kill the VIP. So we can run the VIP to a slightly more aggressive position, just so he has something else to shoot at. Hopefully the VIP takes damage, you know? VIPs can't take vacation times, but our soldiers do. Nice try.
Enemy is still up. Oh yeah.
Gonna have Bobo reload right now, because there's a lull in the action. There is a hack over here. I don't think this is very helpful to us. Can't shoot him from there. Can we grenade that guy to death, though? I also need to pick up this loot, otherwise we're gonna lose it. Can we hit him from here, somehow? No, we cannot. Okay. Just grab that loot. After meticulous planning, back to rookie carrying grenades, throw grenade action. I want to kill him before he gets to his friends, so we can just fight him while he's by himself. Although this grenade isn't exactly the best grenade, though. Hey, but we got him. Nice 3 damage. Okay, at this point, VIP moves up. Everyone else just move within this area which we've already scouted. That way we don't activate anything else. In fact, Bobo actually has stealth. I don't know why I'm not taking advantage of that. I'll use that next round, I guess. Stealth is one of those weird things where it's like, you want your stealth soldier to be at the front, but it takes an action point to activate it, so they end up being behind. Just tuck you away in this corner. Probably should have put this 3 HP guy in that little corner where it was safe. Alright, evac zone is right up ahead. We've killed 7, which means 1 or 2 more enemies, usually 2 I think on this map. Check upstairs. Nothing upstairs. Okay. If we sneak close enough to the evac zone, we should be able to force our way out once we get the VIP close enough. For now, everyone else can just stand up here.
Got it. Moving.
Let me go read some of the YouTube chat for a bit. Appreciate all that you do, Ronar. Thanks for all your information and tips throughout the years. Oh, glad to hear it, man. XCOM still alive and kicking in 2025. Nice. Ooh. You know, that guy could have actually died from that yellow alert if he took a better position. What are we looking at? 3 active enemies. I was not paying attention to what there was out there, but it seems like they're all down here because we can see that. Can I get a flank with Bobo from the back corner? That is the question. I would like to know, actually. Let's find out.
Yeah.
Hi there. Let's see. Can Bobo get a flank from here? I want to see if we can use a Tesla gun on them. Yes, we can get the Tesla gun on them. Okay, so I just need to cancel that Overwatch. Now, if I throw the grenade like this, the sectoid might fall through, and then we can't hit him. So throwing the grenade like this should prevent that. Beautiful, and it cancels the Overwatch. Alright, let's see how this Tesla gun works. Oh wait, there's friendly fire on this, isn't there? I have to be careful about this. Hold up. 3 to 4 damage. What's the
Sure thing.
I should have thought about that before I put that guy over there. Oh no, are we gonna do this for science just to see how much damage it can do? This might actually kill him. This can actually kill him. But I want to see though. Oh man, do we do it for the science? Do we do this for the science? I have to see what the arc looks like. I'm so sorry, just don't die, and if you do, bleed out. Oh no, am I gonna do this? This is... Nothing bad will happen. Yeah, I'm sure nothing bad will happen, you're right. That was kind of shitty, actually. We even missed this guy over here. Yeah, I don't know. That was kind of shitty. We expected something great, and it's just like, it's alright, I guess. Can we get a grenade on this guy, or is that just... Man. Everything blows right now. We can't get a grenade on the guy. We can't kill the guy. The VIP can at least make it out, so that's good. I'm gonna keep the VIP around. I might need them to shoot at the VIP instead of our soldiers. You never know.
Bombs away.
More bombs. We don't need cover. I'm planning on killing everything this round. Or at least I'm hoping to kill everything this round. This is the only slot available. I need a spot where we can hit them with the grenade, but not hit our allies. Where would that spot be? I think it's here, right in front of the window. Yep, there we go, there we go.
Grenade out.
One grenade coming right out. Aw, he had loot. Man, they always have loot. Hey, he also has loot too. Good. Okay. I'm happy now. I am one happy Ronar. That's all the enemies on the map. Let's go home.
Understood. Moving out.
Let's force the wounded guy to carry all our loot. And there we go. Good mission. Not too bad. I don't know why. I thought this was going to be a slightly tougher mission for some reason.
Here I come.
Got it. Not a problem.
Okay then.
Got it. Moving.
Good mission. Squad out. Not too bad.
Packing it in. Status confirmed. Mission accomplished.
Didn't break ablative. I know, right? I'm surprised. I thought we were gonna have 2 wounded soldiers, maybe a critically wounded one. It would have been really funny to see, though. That's for sure. Jurl Vanov on YouTube chat was like, do it, do it, do it! The links that chat will go to sabotage itself.
Advent officials, recent attacks by dissident elements operating outside of the city centers have done little to slow the progress of Advent's ongoing development or outreach.
Time to stare at rookie trees for the rest of the stream. We got, how many more is that? 5 or 6 more people.
Impressive work, Commander. The aliens are probably still wondering what hit them.
Okay, what do we got? Advanced stock. An Advent weapon crate. Okay. Alright, we got a new NG. We're going to slap the NG right over here. That's just going to bring it down to like 1 day's worth of time, and then immediately move them somewhere else. Bobo over here gets a promotion. And I'm pretty sure we're doing Purge Protocol, is that what I said? I could do AIM with Shadow Strike and do something fun too.
Maybe once this is all over,
do I want AIM or Purge Protocols?
One of their planets.
I kind of want to do AIM. But if I'm going to do the Overwatch stuff, AIM isn't as useful. Yeah, I'll do Purge Protocols, I guess. Works against the Lost, might be interesting. Apparently you get a bonus point of mobility for becoming a Tesla Trooper. One of the few classes that don't actually need it. Alright, what do we got here? Grenadier Blade Dance. While you were at the range... Wait, hold up, let me read this. Well, why do we have all these, like, religious classes going on? We have the Bishop, and now we have the Heretic. While you were at the range with your puny guns, I studied the blade. While you embraced grenade spam, I mastered the perfect parry. While you wasted your days positioning for the perfect flamer ambush, I became one with the shadows. And now that the world begs for freedom from the alien hordes... I didn't get to finish reading. Come on, back up. You have the audacity to seek my help. Alright, Blade Dancer sounds pretty funny. Let's read Heretic. Heretics wield forbidden dark magic acquired through mysterious means, enabling them to unleash deadly attacks and gain immense power, though always at a significant price. Intriguing. Ooh, another colored class. Alright, you are a very low mobility soldier, right? Yes, 13 mobility soldiers, so something like Sharpshooter wouldn't hurt, although your aim is a bit low for that. Infantry. I didn't like infantry the last time I looked at it. The Fusilier Corps specializes in marksmanships, and their effectiveness at long range is second to none. They also wield an auto pistol in case of emergencies. Interesting. It's not like your accuracy is low. I might try Fusilier with you just to see what it's like. Technical Scout Demolitionist. Sniper rifle and pistol. That is like probably the most vanilla thing I've seen so far. Demolitionist. Relish in the art of destruction, employing a versatile arsenal to wreak havoc. They deftly wield rocket launchers, grenade launchers, and specialized ammunition to create chaos. This person has no accuracy. That lends some credibility to the demolitionist build. Hell Knight? What is a Hell Knight? And of course, Ranger. Forged in the blackest pits of hell, bearing ceaseless wrath and impenetrable will, rain, fury, fire, and eternal damnation upon all who stand against you. Just for that description, I have to take Hell Knight. Alright, what do you do? Shield and shotgun. Okay, let's take a look at the other guys. Sharpshooter with 57 accuracy. No, thank you. Shredder combat. Ah, yes, the combat class. I remember that one. Shredder is known for their mastery in close quarters combat. Employ a lethal combination of a shotgun, a sword, and the unique ability to unleash devastating acid attacks with their arsenal. They effortlessly dispatch heavily armored adversaries, swiftly closing the gap and melting through their defenses with, I think we'll take this just because it's new. With corrosive precision. Hey, he's got 17 mobility. I think he got a point from that. Alright, then let's take a look. I guess we have to do Blade Dancer, or do I do Heretic? I don't know. Would you guys rather see Blade Dancer or Heretic on that guy? This person's probably going to be Fusilier. Shredder is a shotgun sword class. Yeah, it seems kind of interesting. Okay, so Apple, I guess we try out Demolitionist just to see what you're all about. Alright, one person in chat is rooting for Blade Dancer. Benino also says Blade Dancer for the description. Alright, seems like everyone wants Blade Dancer, so we're gonna do Blade Dancer. Do you have a sword? Wait, you don't have a sword? Thought you'd have a sword. Empty? Okay, you can carry a sword instead of your assault rifle, got it. What do you guys think of Yubnub over here? This guy's looking pretty wild with his shiny Quilava on his head. Blade Dancer without a blade. Yeah, I was wondering for a moment, like, what? Without a blade? Alright, he's the first in the list, so let's take a look at him. Slash, wait, are they both just slash? Attack any enemy within movement range with your melee weapon. Attack an adjacent target with your sword uses one action. Okay, so this is the run up to them and slice, and this is the attack them twice if they're already next to you thing. Melee attacks get aim. Wind callers like, oh, this is very similar to the Stormcaller build, I think. Melee attacks against targets on an adjacent tile cost 1 AP and do not end the turn. Attacking an enemy within blue move range grants a move only action. If using empty secondary weapon, the move action is granted for all melee attacks. So basically he can run in, cut, and run back. That's basically the gist of this. Extra aim and damage. Sword attacks inflict poison. Phantom. Galvanized armor. +1 armor. The last 1 armor cannot be shredded. Enemy shred is reduced by 1 against a tank build. Oh, that's interesting. Concentration. Grazing attacks are automatically upgraded to normal hits. This is actually important if you want to be able to do damage to the Chosen with your base damage. So we're either taking this or the chemical stuff. I'm not sure which one it is yet though. The soldier does not trigger Shadow's Overwatch or reaction fire. Like, this is what you would be taking if you wanted to do damage to the Chosen. You use this to get by a bunch of enemies that have reaction fire, and you use this to make sure that your attacks don't graze the Chosen. Goring Blade. A vicious attack leaves even worse wounds. Slash any enemy within movement range to inflict bleeding and agony. What's agony? Agony increases all damage over time. Oh, this is a damage over time build. This guy would actually fit on the XCOM chemical division if we ever get that set up again. Critical strikes from standard melee attacks cause an additional attack instead of dealing bonus critical damage. Passively gain +10 melee crit chance. A double slash instead of a crit. That's really good, isn't it? Ugh. Your sword attacks have bonus damage and ignore armor. Your direct sword attacks shred 1 armor and apply acid burning, dealing 2 damage per turn. I kind of want to do this thing. Acid and poison. And increases all damage over time effects by +2. That sounds really good. Gain an action when revealed from stealth by your own act. Oh, okay, so there's even a stealth build with this guy. Interesting. Blitz Kick. Kick an enemy dealing damage that scales a soldier's rank. This ability can be used with move actions. So remember how like you can chop and then get a free move back? Well, now you can chop and kick. Blitz kick deals 1 to 2 base damage plus 2 crit and gains an additional 0.49. Why is it so specific? For each soldier rank. Corporal counts as rank 2. 1, 2. Okay, so this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 plus 1 to 2. So this is a 8 to 9 damage kick. That's alright. It's actually not bad, actually.
Aliens took everything from humanity, and we aim to take it back. It's that simple.
Plus 20 aim also.
Do with their lives beyond that
Then there's lightning slash. Chop kick, it's all in the mind. Shadow melt. Strike an enemy with the knife. If you kill the target, enter concealment. This is actually really good combined with perfect plan. I remember this for the, was it the agent class or some other class that had this? Or maybe it was the hitman. Gain an extra action when revealed from stealth by your own action, as well as the ability to climb walls plus negate the penalties of failed hacks. So basically, he will run in there, chop, get an extra movement action, as well as getting an extra attack action, and he can slash again. So he can run and chop, chop again, and if he gets the kill, or he can run and chop and then stab with Shadow Melt. And if he gets the kill with Shadow Melt, he immediately re-stealths and can get 2 actions again. So this is basically just a stealth assassin kind of build, and you just chain kill to maintain your stealth. It's a really cool type of build. I actually enjoy this type of build quite a bit. If we don't get any other types of units that use this, I would consider building that on this guy. What is this Sky Fury blade? Strike twice at the target with a lightning imbued blade. May drive the target into a panic. I wonder if this has a cool animation, because if it does, then I'll totally take it. Just for the like cool lightning animation. 2 uses per battle, 25% chance to panic. Shares charge with other Paraver blades. Paraver blades. I've only ever seen the word Paraver used in a video game once else, and it was in Final Fantasy Tactics A2. It was one of my favorite classes. I'm curious if this is actually a reference to that. But it has more total charges if the blades are learned. The Carvers are an unrelenting triple slash that also inflicts bleeding. Does minus 50% reduced damage per hit. Okay. Shadow Strike. Oh wow, combined with that, that's actually really strong. And we get aggression too. I might be going the stealth build actually. And he cuts Reaper with that? I legit might be going the stealth build. I wanted to go chemical build, but I think we might be going stealth. Let's see what the last 3 perks are. Melee attacks always cost 1 action points and do not end turn. This is like a triple hit with this thing. Blade Dance. This is the name of the class, so let's see if it lives up to it. A display of supreme skill. Makes a melee attack on every enemy in an area. Can you use that with Shadow Strike and just obliterate a pod? 4 turn cooldown. Vanish. If you begin your turn with no enemies able to see you, you gain concealment. Oh wow. That's legit OP for stealth builds though. Yo, Ronar's back to help us kill aliens. How's it going, Danny? Welcome back, sir. We are killing aliens. 318 mods, yeah. I honestly have no idea how they managed to make it so that my computer can run this, but somehow my 7+ year old computer is able to run this. Alright, I think I have an idea. So we have two options. One is stealth build, right? So stealth build would be stuff like this. Stuff like that. This. I think we'd literally just go straight down if we were to do stealth build. So that's one build. The chemical build is kind of interesting, and combined with blade dance, you would basically just inflict the entire enemy team with, let's see, what is the combination here? A hit of poison, bonus damage on the poison, on everything, bleeding. If I used Goring Blade, does that inflict both bleeding and poison? I'm assuming it does. And acid. Bleeding, poison, acid. All three of those at once? Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Combine that with lightning slash. You can apply that to 2 targets at once. Carver's art. You can also take that if you want to. This actually does a bit more though, because it applies the ticking bleeding effect. Carver's art, and then blade dance applies it to like everything in the field. This is actually kind of cool too. Can I join the squad? I am ready to kill aliens, sir. Alright, Danny. I'll get you a soldier in here. Just remind me in a bit, once I'm done looking at everything. Reaper. Haymaker. A main hand melee attack that removes many positive effects from the enemy and deals critical electric damage. Apparently we have elemental types now. Gotta make sure you use your electric attacks against the water type Pokemon. It's super effective. Stab an adjacent foe with a searing blade, inflicting burning. Ooh. We got some synergies here with all these other things. You can inflict burn with the blade also. 3-turn cooldown, aggression, steadfast, scout. Oh man, this is a tough one. Do we go stealth or poison blade? We do get Reaper. Reaper with critical damage swords can do some really nutty things. Reaper and critical damage swords, I guess? How much of the Mod Jam gene modding has Ronar experienced? Barely any of it, honestly. So this guy's Volgan from Metal Gear Solid 3. Like, the only thing that cares about if it's electrical damage is custodians having electric immunity because reasons. I see. It's not something that's heavily implemented, I see. We have two choices. We can either go chemical or we can go stealth. What does Twitch chat want to see? Or if Taillock's in chat, would you like to have your character be stealth or chemical? He's got armor, average intelligence. Reaper and aggression lean towards doing stealth killing. But Flame Fang leads to this stuff. Could you imagine dealing poison, acid, bleed, and fire? I think this is the only unit I've seen so far that's capable of inflicting all 4 status elements. I think we'll lean towards doing the stealth stuff, but let's see what the other characters have. That will probably help us decide. That the Fusilier next? Okay, Fusilier. The Fusilier Corps specializes in marksmanship, and their effectiveness at long range is second to none. Also wields an auto pistol. There's the auto pistol. Tracking shot. Oh, is this not... That's the hunter's thing. Fire a shot that is guaranteed to hit and crit a tracked target. Gain a fusel point for every successful tracking shot. Squad sight. Fire pistol. Tracking Shot is a special attack that is guaranteed to hit and crit. Tracking Shot Mark is a single action ability that is required to utilize the Tracking Shot. When selecting a target for tracking, a zone of fire will be displayed. If a marked enemy exits this zone of fire, the Tracking Shot mark will be lost. Tracking Shot cannot be used if the Fusilier has moved on the current or prior turn. Targets must first marked for a Tracking Shot before the Tracking Shot can be fired. Will always end the turn unless the soldier has the Fusilier perk unlocked and 3 or more Fusil points, at which point it becomes a free action. If Tracking Shot would leave an enemy with less health points than the soldier has Fusil points, they receive bonus damage equal to the Fusil points, which will in most cases execute the target. If the soldier does not have squad sight, they will gain it. Interesting. All primary attacks deal +1 damage for each Fusil point. If the Fusilier has 3 or more Fusil points, Tracking Shot is a free action. If the Fusilier has reached maximum Fusil points, what is maximum? Fusilier damage bonus is doubled on Tracking Shots. Okay, so this is a build based off of a certain point system and setting up Tracking Shots. Let's take a look at how this will play out. There's Long Watch. Oh, I'm assuming there's like some sort of build where you can mark them and overwatch. Okay. If you did not attack this turn, hunker down automatically. Aim. Steady hands. That's always good. Run and gun. Huh. I wonder if run and gun works with Tracking Shot and then being able to shoot in the same turn. When targeted by an enemy, attacks automatically fire back with your pistol once per turn. I'm assuming this is going to be a squad sight build, so you would not take things that have them exposed like this. Unless there's synergy between Tracking Shot and these pistol things. Shredder, Eagle's Nest. Reaction fire with height advantage against the target has +20 aim bonus. Lightning Hands. Deadeye. Grapple. That's actually a pretty cool perk, having the ability to grapple as a sniper without having to use the sniper suits, or the light suits. Rupture, plus 50% bonus to critical hit chances and ensures that target, okay. Implacable, Twin Shot, this sounds interesting. Take a shot with an aim penalty of -10, if you hit the target, take another shot. Oh, it's basically just chain shot. Death from above. Sniper's Mantra. If the Fusilier has not moved this turn, deal +2 damage. Face Off. Alright, let's read the Master Sergeant one. This one sounds interesting. Slaughterhouse. Mark all targets within a cone for Tracking Shot with a laser sight. If the Fusilier has a line of fire to the target, if the targets do not move too far or break line of sight, the soldier gains the ability to fire a Tracking Shot at any of the track targets if the soldier has not moved on the current or prior turn. I'm trying to make sense of this. So I mark all the targets within a cone for Tracking Shot with the laser sight. If I have line of fire to the target, and if the targets don't move too far or break line of fire, I get the ability next round to shoot everything within that. This is good for when you're in concealment. This is the kind of build that you'd want to use for concealment. And this person comes with Phantom and Conceal. Okay, there we go. +4 sight range, +10 aim. The sight range makes this guy an interesting scout type unit. Crazily fire the auto pistol with utter disregard for aim, guaranteeing a hit against the target. Why do I care if I hit something with an auto pistol or not? It's gotta be this one. This is one of those. I love you guys all equally. See, you're all Master Sergeant. Except for you, I love you more than the rest. Okay. Oh my god, this person comes with cereal? I didn't even notice that until now. This person also comes with Guardian, which could have been interesting if we decided to do an Overwatch build. Is this an Overwatch perk? I don't think it is, right? No, I'm pretty sure it's not. Alright, we have an interesting build here. So, let's try to recap on how this works. So every time we successfully tracking shot someone, we gain Fusilier points. And as the game goes on, you get more and more Fusilier points. This doesn't get consumed, it seems. I thought there would be like some sort of charge system where you consume this for like powerful effects, but no. Just as you do more and more tracking shots, your shots become more and more powerful. If you have 3 or more Fusil points, tracking shot is a free action, so then you can start marking things for free and shooting at them. And so, let me read this more. When selecting an area for tracking, a zone of fire will be displayed. If a marked enemy exists in the zone of fire, the tracking shot mark will be lost. Or if they exit the zone, the mark will be lost. Tracking shot cannot be used if the soldier has moved on the current or prior turn. 8 turn cooldown. Wow, okay. I can see this being useful if you manage to set it up so that you can hit a bunch of enemies with this. Death from above, I think, is really good with this because it allows you to be as far away from the action as possible. Assuming this is a cone, if this is a cone, the further away you are, the more you get to mark, and the further they have to run to escape the cone. So it makes more sense to take death from above. This doesn't really matter too much. Since this is meant for killing little units, we should take a boss killing perk. Quick draw. We can either take grapple or deadeye. I think probably deadeye, but I'm not sure yet. And since we're not doing an Overwatch build, I guess we don't take Eagle's Nest. It's kind of interesting and unique, but Shredder on the sniper rifle could be interesting because Shredder plus Rupture will be a really good opener versus boss units. We no longer need run and gun. We would just take steady hands for the extra accuracy to set up Slaughterhouse. This person will pretty much just become like a traditional sniper in that sense. If we take the weapon stock, we don't need aim, but if we do have a weapon stock, then we, like, what would I put on a sniper rifle like this? I would put on, like, an advanced scope, stock, and magazine, I guess? So I don't think we need that. I guess we could take Long Watch. I don't really care much for any of these, honestly. Don't mod jam auto pistols suck against armor where everything is armored? Yeah, something like that. I've been trying to avoid using the auto pistol for that reason. Okay, so this is the kind of soldier where you would use them to engage on a second pod using their Phantom and Conceal. And then after that, they fulfill the role of a ordinary sniper, I think. But essentially, you get like 2 free engages using Slaughterhouse. This is the perfect soldier for long missions, so I'm pretty happy with this soldier. A very interesting soldier overall. Very, very interesting. Looking forward to seeing what Cokeloid can do. What's next? What's next? Gunslinger, Bishop. Why do we have the Star Wars logo here? I don't know why we have the Star Wars Rebel logo. It's so weird. Draconic powers. Alright, let's see if you actually have dragon powers. Volt, that's the Templar ability. Bishop's Will. Once per turn when this unit is attacked, they will generate 1 focus. They will also generate focus on kills with Dragon Breath abilities or attacks with their shield. Your gear includes an extra layer of protection, so they're bulky and they have focus. Killing an enemy with your primary weapon reduces the cooldown of all abilities. Okay, so this is another one of those chain kill type units. Mind Crush. Oh, is that a Yu-Gi-Oh reference? Send target reeling with a powerful blow. Deals damage and shatters will and hack defense. Wait, this works on mechs? Oh, that's That's so good. Zone of control. We don't care too much about that. If we choose to go the breath route, I guess this is what we would take. Ice Dragon Breath. Breathe frost in a cone in front of the user, deals cold damage and inflicts bitter frost. How much cold damage? Shares a cooldown with the other dragon breaths. Each additional dragon breath learned reduces the shared cooldown by 1. I wonder how many dragon breaths there are. If there's enough to have like all 4 so you never have a cooldown, that'd be pretty neat.
I don't blame Shen for wanting to keep an eye on Taigen.
Adds a focus to the bishop. Requires 1 charge. Gain 1 charge every time the bishop gets a kill. Only 1 charge can be stored at any given time. Okay, so you can build up your focus a little bit faster. Amplify. I'm assuming this top row will just be a bunch of the Templar skills. Hasten Resolve. Using 1 for all will grant a non-movement action. Lightning Slash. Invert. This one's a classic. Inspiration. Poison Dragon Breath. Oh, there is a second one, and I'm assuming a third one possibly. There's a fourth one. You could just have a no cooldown Dragon Breath build. That sounds pretty good. So, Cone of Poison. Power Crush. Strike target with crushing attack. Deals damage and inflicts significant rupture. What's significant rupture? Power Crush also benefits from the damage bonus of its own rupture. As a shield attack, also inflicts disorient. Interesting. Aegis. 1 for all and shield wall now reduce incoming damage by 33% and redirects any attacks against nearby allies towards you. Acid Breath. Terrorize. So that's more Volt stuff. Implacable, double time, bonus move action. This is actually really good if you decide to go with the Dragon Breath. This is basically like flamethrowers if you think about it. I feel like when it comes to this kind of build, you'd pretty much just always use the Fire Dragon Breath. Unless they're mechanical, then you just switch to Acid Breath. Because there's no world in which poison is better than fire unless they're immune to the fire. If this was actual freeze, I'd use this more often, but this is Bitter Frost and we don't have a lot of a Bitter Frost team, so probably not going to use that as much. Storm Force. Psionic lightning based attacks such as Volt do 40% more damage. Oh wow. Crusader's Rage. 25% damage boost for every missing health, up to a 50% damage boost. Reduce wound recovery time for the soldiers by 6 HP. That's actually such a good perk. I've used this a few times before on my other builds. 6 turns reduced, or 6 HP reduced damage is just so good. You could play suicidally with that soldier if you wanted to. Ionic Storm, that's a classic. Impact Compensation. After taking damage, gain a stacking 25% damage reduction until the end of your turn. Max stacks 4. And Heavy Hitter, bonus damage. Oh, what are we gonna do with this guy? That one Requiem Archon that just dies to poison. I want to take Mind Crush for the 40% hack reduction, but that does mean I have to give up on a lot of the utility of this. I mean, having a Fire Breath that's on like a 2-turn cooldown is still not bad. It's never bad to just have the Fire Breath. Let's see what these perks down here do. Lightfoot, 3%, 3 extra mobility. That's always good. Rend. Wait, did you not have Rend? Apparently this guy doesn't have Rend, but he has a gauntlet. You have to actually learn the Rend. Weird. Resilience, aggression, sustain. Oh, you know, you could do a really funny tank build. Reduce the wound recovery timer for the soldier by 2 HP. If he takes enough damage to be killed, put in stasis and reduce to 1 HP. The 2 HP plus 6 HP means He can lose up to 8 HP and not count as wounded. This guy doesn't even have 8 HP, and by the time he's up to that rank, he'll probably have like 10 HP, so you could like lose all of your HP and still be like barely wounded. That's actually a really fun concept. Of course, if we take this, we have to give up on Fire Dragon Breath, which is really strong, but if I choose not to use dragon abilities, that would be it. Parkour, meditation. I think we take Rend. Maybe Lightfoot if we can fit it. That's already 65 points though, plus 15. 65, 70, 80. That's like 80 points. I don't know if we can afford all this. Probably we'll have to give up on Lightfoot or Rend. I don't know, one of those two. We can just do an Ionic Storm build. It's not like we have to do the other stuff. Just never go above 8 HP and never have a wound timer ever again. I know, right? A 0 wound timer soldier. I kind of want to do Crusader's Rage just because of that. After taking damage, gain a stacking 25% damage reduction until the end of your turn. You can play really loosely with the soldier. You know what? Let's do a tank build soldier. That should be fun. Okay, so if I'm gonna do something with this guy, you know, we could do a tank build. Damage reduction tank build? That actually sounds like fun. I'm gonna do it. And use invert with him to get into the enemy team. Okay. I have an idea. This should be fun. Using one for all will grant a movement action, a non-movement action. Lightning slash. Zone. No, we're gonna take Mind Crush. Okay. So this guy, when he's supporting from far away, he'll use Mind Crush to make enemies easier to mind control or hack. And then when shit hits the fan, this guy is going to teleport into the enemy team using invert and put the enemy onto our side. And then between sustain, Crusader's Rage, impact compensation, and Aegis, we're just gonna like set him up so that he has shield wall, and then he's just gonna take very little damage. If the enemy manages to down him, he won't take any vacation days because he's just going to have no wound time on him. And when he comes out of stasis with 1 HP, he can just go around and start chopping things, right? To ensure that this guy doesn't die from 1 HP, we will give him an emergency life support. But this is a soldier that will just keep fighting until the very end. And we're just gonna give him Rend, I think. This will be a really ridiculous build. Alright, that's gonna be MMCon's build, a full tank basically. What's next? Demolitionist. What do you do? Art of Destruction, Rupturing Blast. A special shot that ruptures for 2 and deals a small amount of environmental damage. Grenade. Grants the Sapper and Tandem Warheads abilities when equipped with a grenade launcher, or the Blast Off and Rocket Launcher abilities when equipped with a rocket launcher. What's Blast Off? I do not know what Blast Off is. Boomer? Okay, Boomer. Open fire, heavy ordnance. You have no accuracy, so I'm pretty sure you're not doing trick shots. I kind of recognize most of these perks except for Rupturing Blast. And I don't think I'm taking any of that. Okay. Bring them on. Biggest booms. Needle Arsenal. Oh, okay, so you can carry a